Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
Under Daenerys' shocked eyes, blue and white rays emanated from Enar's body. The air crackled as electric arcs filled a meter around him. To Daenerys' relief, the lightning didn't take long to disappear. However, it wasn't that the lightning disappeared, but that Enar controlled the power input and cut the connection, which could be re-established at any time. But he didn't know anything about that dimension, and he definitely wasn't going to risk his life for a momentary temptation, although having access to an infinite amount of that chaotic energy was really quite tempting. "Are you sure you're going to do this?" Visenya asked, still incredulous at what she had just heard. She looked at her sister as if she were looking at someone with a mental illness. "I'm not going to die." Daenerys rolled her eyes angrily. "Don't give me that look, I'm completely sane. Who in their right mind wants to throw themselves on a funeral pyre with dragon eggs and criminals condemned to death?" Visenya muttered with an expression still skeptical of Daenerys' idea. "What do you say, Enar?" Rilla glanced at the two arguing daughters and looked across the table, where Enar was eating with a calm expression. Daenerys stopped arguing with Visenya and looked at Enar with a worried look. Only she knew what had happened last night in her nephew's room. She had seen with her own eyes Enar die and revive as his body contorted in sheer agony from a pain that was simply impossible to describe. Since waking up, her sweet nephew seemed to have changed subtly, even his warm smile seemed to have disappeared for a while before returning to normal. In the process, Daenerys forgot how many times she had wiped his sweaty body with a cloth, for hours and hours, while listening to his screams and his seemingly mad, insane mutterings. She cried a few times thinking of the agony Enar was going through, but wiped the tears away, because she had no right to cry when Enar was enduring all that pain to protect his family. Compared to dying and reviving, she thought that entering a funeral pyre was no big deal. Her nephew took that turquoise poison without hesitation. How could she be afraid of feeling mere flames? She was a dragon and dragons weren't afraid of fire. Her indecision disappeared after seeing Enar's determination and only grew stronger. She would help Enar carry his burden no matter what. Enar, whose mind was clearer than ever, lifted his gaze and looked at his grandmother with a warm and gentle look. In front of him, a tunnel made of swirling mist unfolded before him, this tunnel branching off in different directions and heights. Billions of images of the future appeared in these tunnels. Different realities, different worlds, whole dimensions. Past, present and future. Blinking once, this tunnel and its ramifications on smaller scales disappeared, and Enar responded with an absolutely confident tone. "Just trust Daenerys, grandmother. You'll be surprised." Rilla let out a sigh. She stroked her own forehead. Sometimes she wondered why her family was so strange and sometimes crazy. Daenerys looked at Visenya with a victorious expression, as if to say that Enar trusted her more than her own sister. Visenya rolled her eyes and focused on Enar, remembering Daenerys' words about what happened in the throne room. "Is it true that a god possessed a human head and spoke to you, nephew?" Her voice showed no fear, perhaps because she had neither witnessed nor felt the presence of the god of many faces. Enar cut up the sausage on his plate and brought it to his mouth with the help of a fork. He looked at Visenya and replied in a casual tone. "Just a clown trying to make a name for himself." The god of many faces was just that in his eyes, a god who was nothing more than a slave to the Valyrian dragon gods. After taking the water of life, Enar wasn't too worried about any gods. His power had simply grown to a whole new level. If any god dared to descend into the material world using the body of a mortal as a receptacle, Planetos would be his tomb. The night before, he had seen the creation of blood magic, and until its most recent development, All of Valeria's most powerful magical heritage was stored in his brain, just waiting for the right moment for him to learn it all. At the same time, his mind could do many things besides store memories. His mind had connected to a totally different dimension. He didn't know how to describe that dimension at the moment, but he felt that using its energy, he could perform real miracles. Rilla and Visenya were speechless at the casualness with which Enar spoke against a literal god. Although they hadn't seen the supposed god because they were asleep, they had heard Daenerys and Kinvara's description of the incident. It was a scene worthy of giving anyone nightmares. Daenerys only appeared proud and showed no surprise at Enar's words. In her eyes, her nephew seemed more like a god than the very gods that Essos worshipped. My king, Princess Arianne, and Prince Oberyn with his wife and daughters are waiting outside. Lita approached Enar and spoke in an indifferent, calm tone. Invite them in, we'll entertain our guests from afar. Enar smiled and replied as she brewed her glass to her lips, taking a sip of juice. She looks like her uncle, especially the serious look on his face. Rilla looked at Lita's face and commented with a nostalgic tone, remembering Arthur and Rhaegar training together every moment. I'd say why she has more of her father than anyone in House Dane. Enar commented, glancing at his cousin, who was standing in the doorway. Who's her father? Rilla asked curiously. Eddard Stark. Enar replied with a smile. His uncle was indeed a fertile man, 7 children, and all healthy, which was surprising. Rilla's eyes widened when she heard who her father was. She remembered the girl Dane and couldn't help but sigh. She was always by Elia's side, the two women were inseparable. The mention of Elia made Rilla's face darken slightly, a silent fury grew in her gaze, ready to tear apart those guilty of killing her son, her good daughter and her grandson. Don't worry, grandmother. We'll have our revenge in due course, just be patient and you'll see everyone kneeling at the feet of House Targaryen once again. Noticing the look on Rilla's face, Enar spoke in a calm tone, but there was an anger in it similar to Rilla's own. Don't worry, grandmother. We'll have our revenge in due course, just be patient and you'll see everyone kneeling at the feet of House Targaryen once again. Noticing the look on Rilla's face, Enar spoke in a calm tone, but there was an anger in it similar to Rilla's own. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Enar Targaryen, first of his name. 3. Fate doesn't seem kind to me or my family, so I'll tear this universe apart to the last atom if necessary to protect my family, and believe me, I'll enjoy the process. Enar Targaryen, sitting on the ruby throne of the known universe. I hope you've all rested well. I'll be considered a terrible host if that's happened. Enar spoke to the entire House Martell, all of whom were present, including Oberyn's bastard daughters. It's been a wonderful evening, Your Grace. Oberyn replied with a strained smile on his lips. He really was trying hard to stay coherent. The amount of wine he'd drunk the night before had made his head hurt so much the next day that he'd rather be pierced by a spear. I'm glad the events of the night before didn't affect everyone's sleep. Enar looked at Oberyn, who was dryly speaking with a smile. He was tempted to speak a little louder than usual or make some loud shuffle to add a little pain for the Desert Prince, but he found it too childish even for his standards. What could Oberyn answer? He simply sipped the juice on the table and let out a dry laugh. The thought of having seen a god still sent shivers down his spine, remembering that cold, malicious presence. My coronation will take place in a week's time. I would like Princess Arianne and Prince Oberyn to attend in the seats prepared exclusively for distinguished guests. I must add that you won't regret watching, there will be things to surprise anyone. Enar commented with a smile as he ate a piece of bread in one bite. It will be an honor, my prince. We'll be looking forward to what's to come. Arianne replied, she flashed her most beautiful and seductive smile. The Princess of Dorne looked at Enar wearing only a red and black tunic with a glittering gaze. Enar wearing royal clothes emanated a powerful and regal feeling, preventing anyone from despising the young man. In his current clothes, he emanated a more casual and lazy feeling, but that didn't hide his powerful aura, it just made him more approachable to talk to. Daenerys looked at the Princess of Dorne and narrowed her eyes, she could see the subtle flirtation in the woman's words and actions. Looking down at Arianne's body, she muttered low. What's so great about so much chest fat? Visenya and I are prettier than her. Speaking of Visenya, Daenerys glanced at her sister to see if she had noticed what was going on, but seeing her eating with a happy look on her face, the dragon princess felt a headache coming on. Her sister was rather careless when it came to keeping Enar away from other women. Prince Enar, is it true that you have a dragon? Obara, Oberyn's eldest daughter, asked, taking everyone by surprise with her sudden question. Enar looked at the sand snakes and said, you must be the famous sand snakes. All your daughters are very beautiful, Prince Oberyn and Lady Sand. His words made everyone look at him with different eyes, whether Oberyn or Elaria, they expected words of contempt for his daughters' status as bastards, but what happened was the opposite, there were no words of contempt or hostile looks in the prince's words and actions. Enar certainly wouldn't despise someone just because an arrogant church said that bastards were the fruit of sin. He was no fool to be influenced by such a backward religion. That's new. It's the first time Obara has been praised as beautiful. Nymeria Sand, noticing the somewhat silent atmosphere, spoke up at that moment with a funny laugh. Humph. Obara looked coldly and angrily at her sister, although the blush on her cheeks indicated an obvious shyness. Looking at his eldest daughter acting shy like a virgin maiden, Oberyn turned his gaze to Enar and pursed his lips with a touch of helplessness reflecting on his face. Although he had known it for a long time, beautiful people always have privilege. Yes, Lady Obara, I have a dragon. Enar answered Oberyn's daughter's earlier question. He likes to sleep in the training ground next door in the Great Temple, but if you go to see him, I advise you not to go near him, he's been quite upset recently. Apparently he really enjoyed burning people alive and devouring their bodies. Enar's words sounded like a joke, but none of the people from House Martell laughed, they looked at Obara with resentment, why ask something like that at breakfast? His name is Caraxes, his scales are red just like his flames. Enar continued. He's a rebellious boy who always likes to fly with me. Visenya and Daenerys rolled their eyes at Enar's words, the dragon had exactly the same temperament as his rider. Enar was just blaming Caraxes for their imperative temperament. Breakfast continued under Enar's influence, making a few jokes and leaving the atmosphere reflective. Under his care, everyone at the table seemed more comfortable and easier to get along with. As he chewed on a piece of sausage, Enar thought, real-time future vision has many uses, not just for fighting or warding off any attacks. I can manipulate the conversation according to what I see in the future. Enar was still studying the changes that had taken place in him after he drank the water of life, but so far, he felt that he was gradually ceasing to be a normal human, or to be more precise, a superior human. Inside the large empty hall, 7 people could be seen. Rilla, Enar, Visenya, Daenerys, Kinvara, Lita, and Missandei. Do you really want to do this, Dany? Looking at the funeral pyre before her, Rilla asked, glancing at her youngest daughter once again. Although she had confidence in Enar and Daenerys, the idea of entering the flames was still insane in her eyes. It wasn't just her who was thinking this, Visenya was just as worried. Daenerys didn't answer her mother and looked at the 3 men who would be burned alive because of her. There was no feeling of mercy for these murderers and rapists. Her lilac eyes soon focused on the 3 dragon eggs inside a chest. The first of the eggs was black with reddish scales. The second of the eggs was yellowish, golden. The third was a bronze shade. They were the eggs that Enar had asked Kinvara to buy from the Magister of Pentos. "Lady Kinvara, begin." Daenerys spoke, looking at Kinvara. The Reverend Mother nodded, and with a wave of her hand, the flames burning in the torches flew towards the funeral pyre, where the three men began to struggle violently as they tried to scream, but failed because their mouths were gagged. Kinvara looked at Daenerys going towards the fire without fear and had no doubt that if Enar didn't exist, it would be this girl who would lead humanity to survive the long night. Holding the dragon eggs in her arms, Daenerys was only a few centimeters from the fire, but she felt no heat or terror from the flames. For some reason she liked the screams of agony of the men being burned alive. "It's so undead, like a symphony, sacred." Turning around, Daenerys saw the different expressions on everyone's faces. Her mother, her sister, and Missandei all had the same expression, concern. Enar, Kinvara, and Lita were totally different, all three looking at Daenerys with confident gazes. In Lita's case, she only trusted her king's judgment and nothing more. If he had said that Princess Daenerys would make it, then so it would be. Enar's confidence seemed to inject even more confidence into Daenerys, who smiled brightly at him, and without any hesitation, she stepped forward into the flames without fear. Rilla felt her heart squeeze watching that scene. How could a mother not worry about her offspring? "Will she be all right, Enar?" Rilla asked with an extremely worried tone, wishing that her daughter would go out on the funeral pyre at any moment. Her only relief was that there were no screams apart from the men being burnt alive. "She will come out of the fire with the dragons of House Targaryen completely untouched by the fire," Enar replied with a smile, looking at the flames burning fiercely. He knew that blood magic had begun to work. It wouldn't take more than a few hours for House Targaryen to gain 3 dragon riders. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Enar Targaryen, first of his name, for, in the end, only blood and fire really matter. Nothing more and nothing less, that's how we started and that's how we'll end. Visenya Targaryen, the warrior queen. The screams of agony of the men burned alive disappeared 5 minutes after the flames consumed the funeral pyre. As everyone waited in silence, the fire began to change. The orange flames turned into fire dragons and flew around. Enar couldn't help but notice the same chaotic energy from the pure energy dimension present at that moment. Then he understood how the inhabitants of that world used that energy. That's what blood magic was, a sacrifice. For that very reason, the people of that planet didn't go mad using the energy of that dimension. They made sacrifices and stayed away from corruption and madness. They paid a price and received something in return, just like all the magic on the planet. Knowing this, Enar couldn't help but think of the event known as the Doom of Valyria. He theorized that something very wrong had occurred at the time of the sacrifice, causing a rift in time and space, linking the two worlds and culminating in the event that became known as the Doom. Previously, he had tried to witness the Doom in person through his prescience, but it hadn't worked. It was as if that part of time was confused and often erased from history. Suddenly, small roars sounded loudly, and the fire grew abnormally, covering half the hall in an instant. The place seemed about to be consumed by flames, including everyone in the great temple of Volantis. But at that moment, Enar stretched out her hand and, under everyone's surprised gazes, the flames receded and gradually extinguished, revealing a figure still standing. Her naked body was covered in soot. She still had hair, but what really caught the eye were the 3 small winged reptiles that covered her nakedness. A black and red dragon emerged from one of her breasts and perched on her shoulder, roaring proudly to all who watched. Although it tried to look majestic, its roar was more adorable than threatening, as if the little dragon believed it was impressing everyone. Rilla was breathless to see her daughter intact after that furious fire. Relief washed over her as she quickly picked up her ready-made dress and walked towards Daenerys with hurried steps. "Mom, I made it." Without bothering to show off her nakedness to those present, Daenerys spoke with a big smile on her face. She proudly displayed the 3 dragons, her voice filled with happiness and relief. The weight he had been carrying on her shoulders for a year and a half disappeared as if it had never existed. "Yes, you did it." Rilla sighed deeply, relieved that her daughter was okay. She looked at the 3 little dragons and smiled gently at them. They would be the weapons that would make House Targaryen rise from the ashes and be reborn again. Visenya approached, her eyes fixed on the little golden yellow dragon, who stared back at her with an intense gaze. She felt a strange connection forming between her and the little dragon. Then, in an instant, it was as if she had been struck by thunder from the sky. The sensation went through her whole body, and she felt it. She felt that her mind was connected to another. She could perceive exactly what the little dragon was feeling at that moment. It wasn't fear or any other ordinary feeling, but an almost supernatural affection that the little creature had for her. Under the surprised gazes of Daenerys and Rilla, the golden yellow dragon left its mother's arms and flew towards Visenya, who held it as if she had received something extremely precious. "Syrinx." Visenya whispered the female's name in an instant. She had already thought of names, both male and female, long before the little dragon was born. Daenerys wasn't unhappy about her draconic daughter choosing someone else, on the contrary, she felt genuinely happy. Perhaps because she was the mother of the 3 dragons, she had a special connection with them. That's why she could feel only happiness coming from the newly appointed Syrinx. "Congratulations, sister." As she dressed with her mother's help, Daenerys spoke, watching Visenya holding the little golden yellow dragon. Visenya smiled and stroked the little creature's scales. At her touch, she felt a subtle warmth, as if she were running her hand quickly over the flame of a candle. "Thank you, Dany." She spoke in a genuinely grateful tone for the effort Daenerys had made. Enar looked at the small black and red dragon on Daenerys' shoulder and couldn't help but let out a laugh. "You'll have work to do when he enters his teenage years." Daenerys looked at the adorable puppy on her shoulder and couldn't believe that something so cute could be so much work. If Enar had known what she was thinking, she would have rolled her eyes. In adolescence, dragons hardly obeyed any orders. Although this phase only lasted a few months, it was the most complicated. Without a whip, the dragon became completely uncontrollable. "Congratulations, princess. Your stories will be known by the people and will reach every corner of the world." Kinvara approached and spoke in a reverent tone, looking at Daenerys with much more respect than before. The princess's courage in bathing in the fire without hesitation had truly won her admiration. Suddenly, Enar looked up and smiled. "Looks like she arrived at just the right moment," he muttered to himself. "Who's here?" Rilla looked away from the little bronze dragon and at Enar curiously. "Rhaenys is coming to Volantis riding her dragon." Nar replied with a smile, his eyes seeming to cross infinite distances as he stared directly at the magnificent silver dragon rapidly approaching the city. Rilla widened her eyes, then smiled with a very happy expression. How long had it been since she had seen her lovely granddaughter? Outside the great temple of Volantis, Caraxes, who had been sleeping on the training field, opened his eyes and lifted his huge body off the ground. He raised his head and let out a loud, powerful roar that was heard throughout the city of Volantis. Surprisingly, a smaller, less powerful roar sounded in response. Caraxes took a few steps forward and soared into the sky in a mere instant. Oberyn, Arianne, Elaria, and all of Oberyn's daughters looked up at the gigantic crimson dragon soaring through the sky with shocked expressions. There absolutely wasn't a person on the planet who couldn't be impressed by a being of that size. Is that really something humans can control? Arianne muttered to herself. She began to admire her ancestors even more at that moment. Facing Aegon the Conqueror and Balerion the Black Dread definitely must have been something capable of frightening even the bravest princes and princesses of Dorne. At least we don't have to worry about Sunspear burnin' G down like Harrenhal. Nymeria joked with an amused smile on her lips. Tyene and Obara rolled their eyes at such a dull joke at that moment. Oberyn couldn't help but complain about his daughter's terrible sense of humor. Not far from Volantis, a silver shadow tore across the sky with surprising speed. If you looked closely, the silver shadow was a dragon, but it wasn't very big and could be considered small compared to Caraxes. Note: Moonfire is the size of Arax from House of the Dragon. Sitting on Moonfire's neck, Rhaenys, who had traveled for days with Moonfire, was enjoying the feeling of flying since meeting her dragon in the north. She didn't greet anyone from House Stark and went straight to the place her brother had told her about. There, she met her dragon for the first time in the flesh. In the end, even though she knew her brother didn't want her to fly straight to Essos, she had done so and was fast on her way to Volantis. Moonfire was an extremely fast and agile dragon, her small size enabling her to perform maneuvers in the air that were simply impossible for Caraxes. Suddenly, when Rhaenys saw Volantis with its great towers, she noticed something gigantic above her. Raising her head, the princess swallowed. Although she knew of Caraxes' existence, she had never seen him, and Enar had said that Caraxes was only slightly large. If the monster above her was only slightly too big for Enar, she knew that Moonfire would be considered a flea in Enar's eyes. The gigantic crimson dragon flew past, seosing strong, violent winds, almost knocking her over for a moment. If it hadn't been for Moonfire moving away from the dragon, she would probably have experienced something quite desperate. The people of Volantis were surprised to discover that the gigantic crimson dragon was not alone in the sky. There was a smaller but equally impressive shadow, the silver scales with purple stripes glistening in the sunlight, causing many to exclaim aloud. Rhaenys didn't know where her brother and family were, but she had a way of finding out. She just followed Caraxes, and seeing him land on a training ground, she followed in his footsteps. Jumping off the dragon, Rhaenys couldn't help thinking that it was great to be on dry land, even if flying was simply liberating. Suddenly, Rhaenys' lilac eyes focused on the group of people approaching. Rhaenys felt her body tremble, but spoke with a smile. "Grandmother. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally." Chapter 66, Chapter 66, The Coronation. There are 2 things humans have no limits for: arrogance and stupidity. Tyrion Lannister, Lord of the West and Hand of the King. Seeing Rhaenys hugging Rilla, Enar smiled and looked at Moonfire. The dragon was bigger than the last time he had seen him. However, the dragon's beauty was truly breathtaking. After hugging Rilla and listening to her whispers of longing and maternal love, Rhaenys looked at her aunts, both incredibly beautiful women. Honestly, she felt a little inferior to them. The 2 women in front of her really did look like goddesses in a mortal world. "Welcome to Violantis, niece." Visenya greeted her niece with a sweet, warm smile. Syrinx was on her shoulder looking at the surroundings with a curious gaze, like any 7-month-old baby. "We've waited a long time to meet, niece." Daenerys also greeted Rhaenys with a happy look. Nothing could be happier than a family reunited in her eyes. The atmosphere was a little awkward, given that they were meeting for the first time, but after their words, Rhaenys became more comfortable and started talking to her 2 aunts with a smile on her face. "Your dragon is beautiful," Visenya commented, looking at Moonfire next to Caraxes. The silver dragon with purple stripes really was a sight to behold. Rhaenys smiled proudly upon hearing this and looked at the 3 baby dragons with a bright gaze. "They're adorable," she said with a gentle tone. Suddenly, Rhaenys felt a blow to her head and looked at Enar with a watery gaze, who stared back at her with a scolding look. "That hurt." That's for you to learn to respect my words. You shouldn't have come riding Moonfire, she's too small, and what would happen if you rode into a storm? Enar didn't hesitate to scold Rennis with a strong and powerful tone. Moonfire was a little bigger than a car. In the face of a storm, such a small dragon was no different than a small ant. Seeing Enar fiercely disciplining Rennis, Rilla, Visenya, and Daenerys watched with a few laughs. They thought it was funny to see their younger brother disciplining their older sister. But I'm glad you arrived safely. Enar spoke in a softer tone. My coronation will start in 3 days, I'm glad you made it in time. Rennis also had a smile on her face. I could never miss something so important. Enar nodded. He really wasn't angry about Rennis' arrival in Moonfree, but he had to control her temper or she might well go to King's Landing and burn down the entire Red Keep. Something that couldn't happen, given the hundreds of barrels of wildfire under the city at the moment. His grandfather was truly insane for wanting to burn down the most important city in Westeros and House Targaryen. Just as Enar was about to invite Rennis to lunch, he saw Kinvara approaching. And your grace. Something important, Kinvara? Enar asked, even though he knew the answer that would come at that moment. The ancient triarchs request an audience with your grace. Kinvara replied with a cold tone, something quite rare, given that she was someone who was naturally warm. But Enar understood very well the reason for Kinvara's cold tone. The triarchs were the biggest obstacle to the domination of Volantis and have not yet been resolved by hiding behind the Black Walls. These 3 men set up the resistance of the Red Faith's enemies, causing a battle that was supposed to be resolved in a month to stretch into an entire year, causing countless casualties. Come on, I'm going to meet the triarchs. Enar spoke to Kinvara, who bowed in acceptance of his words. The 4 remaining members of House Targaryen were curious about the triarchs' arrival. They had heard of the triarchs, the former rulers of Volantis, men who did not touch the ground with their feet during their entire term of office. In the Great Hall of the Throne, Enar was on his throne while other seats were placed to the side. Rennis looked at Visenya and Daenerys sitting to the left and right of Enar's throne respectively and felt a pang of pain in her heart. She could see that the 3 of them seemed close, too close, but nothing out of the ordinary when you thought of them as members of House Targaryen. It wasn't just members of House Targaryen who were present, but also House Martell, along with Benero, Kinvara, and Makoro. The entire court of Enar was present, including Leda Dane, Lady Commander of the King's Guard, and the other members of it. Enar's eyes were fixed on the 3 men being carried by slaves on palanquins. Even though they had been stripped of their power and positions, they still thought they were the true rulers of Volantis. Seeing Enar in silence, with no intention of greeting them, one of the men, the eldest, called Malakwomagur, had lilac eyes and thinning whitish hair. He no longer had teeth and spoke in a funny way. Your Grace, Volantis is happy to welcome such a noble character. The old man's lilac eyes fell on the 3 dragon children in the arms of the 3 Targaryen women and he couldn't help but feel his heart pound with excitement and greed. If House Magur had dragons, they would conquer Volantis in just a few years. Enar's eyes turned cold, sensing the unscrupulous greed emanating from the arrogant old man in front of them. Using his other ability, called voice, Enar spoke with a powerful, high-pitched tone. Come down and kneel before me. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the THREE men climbed down from the palanquins and knelt below the steps, each showing an incredulous expression, full of anger and reluctance. Now you're in the right place to talk to me. Enar commented with a cold, regal tone. He really didn't understand how these people still thought they were powerful and influential even then. Hadn't he shown enough strength? How many did he have to kill to be respected? Hundreds of thousands? Millions of people? Burn entire civilizations? Damned witch! Nyesos V. Hasser shouted as he felt he couldn't control his body to get up. He raised his head and looked angrily at Enar, sitting on the throne above the steps. Leda. Enar spoke calmly. What are your orders, my king? Lita, wearing white armor and a white cloak over her shoulders, positioned herself while holding Dawn's fist. Cut off his head if he speaks again. Enar didn't mind the surprised looks on everyone's faces and ordered coldly. Yes, my king. Lita replied with a cold tone, her grey eyes falling on the Tyarch kneeling on the ground. How dare you, you damned exiled Targaryen! Nyesos screamed even louder when he heard Enar's threat against his life. He couldn't believe that Enar would dare kill him. He was patriarch of House Vihasar, one of the richest in Volantis. He could hire entire armies with the money accumulated over millennia. I swear that when I return, I will hire an army of mercenaries to overthrow you from this false throne. Nyesos tried to finish his speech, but his words stopped abruptly. Under the eyes of the two other triarchs, his head fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping, leaving a trail of blood across the marble. His expression was one of rage. He died without realizing he was dead. Until the final moment, he never thought that Enar would actually be able to kill him. The slaves of House Vihasar couldn't help but show a sick pleasure at seeing their master die in such a banal and insignificant way. Malekwo and Dinafos swallowed. They had never thought that Anar would actually order the death of a triarch of House Vihasar. Didn't he know that he had created a blood feud that could only be resolved with the complete destruction of the enemy? Lita returned Dawn to its sheath and looked coldly at the other two triarchs, waiting for any word from them. A deafening silence hung over the room. Of the two, only Enar seemed truly comfortable in the stifling atmosphere. 5 minutes passed and nothing but silence. The two remaining triarchs were sweating more than pigs on an extremely hot day. How long had it been since they had felt this oppressed? It was as if the boy sitting on the throne was a mountain weighing down on their shoulders. They could do nothing but lower their heads, not daring to look up to see Enar's face. Kinvara took great pleasure in seeing how humiliated the triarchs were. Only she knew how many nights she had dreamt of those old pigs dying. She had lost many men and women to those filthy vermin. You have permission to speak, dear Triarch Malekwo. Enar finally gave the man permission to speak without being killed by Lita. Don't be afraid to speak your doubts, dear Triarchs, I am someone who is very understanding. Malekwo and Dinafos looked at each other and saw the skepticism in each other's eyes after hearing Enar's words. Understanding. If Enar was understanding, then they were wise men endowed with patience and wisdom. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, The Coronation, 2, Wealth, a word that moves the hearts of commoners to great lords. In the end, a gold coin was much more valuable than a life. Willis Tyrell, Master of Coin. Oberyn looked at the dead triarch and gradually understood how Enar acted and how he preferred to have a conversation. Believe me, this was something that every vassal had to understand when talking to his liege. It could save lives and avoid any war over some foolish comment. Just like the triarch who has just died, if the man had been more respectful and less arrogant in front of a king, he would probably be alive right now. Oberyn wanted to learn how Enar thought, about the things he didn't like and the things he did like. Even if the chances were slim, it was all to avoid being his head rolling on the floor. I beg your pardon for my companion, but I have come before your grace with a request. Malekwo smiled gently as he settled down on the marble floor in a more comfortable position. He was the oldest of the three and knew very well how to control his emotions. You've earned my attention, Triarch Malekwo. Enar looked interested and gave the old man a thoughtful look. I would like to buy from your dragons, your grace. When Malekwo said this, his companion Dinafos looked at the Triarch in confusion. Obviously it wasn't the same request they had agreed on earlier. Yes, after seeing the 3 dragon chicks, Malekwo wanted to buy a dragon. Just imagining House Magar becoming a glorious house of dragon lords was enough for him to be remembered for all of history. There wasn't a single noble house descended from ancient Valeria that didn't want to become a dragon lord. It was the dream of many noble houses, and House Magar was no different in that respect. However, the man didn't realize that when he said this, a look of pure fury appeared in the eyes of Daenerys, Visenya, Rhaenys, and Rilla. The four women wanted to tear the filthy old man apart in front of them. They never thought that Malekwo would be so arrogant as to ask them to sell the dragons. Daenerys snorted coldly, but remained silent. She knew that Enar would never agree to something like that. Dragons belonged to House Targaryen and no one else. Anyone who dared to get their hands on dragons was to be killed to set an example for others who were secretly greedy. However, contrary to what everyone thought, that Enar would personally kill the man, he laughed and asked with a curious tone. "How much are we talking about?" Seeing that Enar didn't refuse and even seemed interested in the proposal, a smile appeared on Malekwo's parched and flabby lips. "Your grace needs money for everything, be it to increase your armies or even to build fleets of ships. House Magar is willing to pay 10 million honors. What I'm asking for is just the smallest of the litter." Malekwo finished with a big, proud smile on his face. He knew that asking for the strongest cub was unrealistic, but even the weakest cub was enough for him. Enar had expected a large number, but when he heard the absurd amount of money, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. What was the concept of 10 million H1ers? It was no different than 5 to 7 million golden dragons of Westeros. Enar knew that these houses descended from Valeria had profited greatly from the Volanta slave trade over more than 300 years, but he hadn't imagined it would be so much, and from Malekwo's proud expression, there was much more to it than met the eye. If it hadn't been for his self-control, Enar would have been laughing right now. He never thought that these triarchs really thought themselves so untouchable that Tihei could reveal such wealth without attracting anyone's attention. "Your Grace, House Penamian offers 10 million honors and 2,000 strong and healthy slaves." Daenerys, seeing that Malekwo really could buy a dragon, hastily made an offer. As for the previous events, he had completely forgotten what it was like to kneel before a king. The possibility of owning a dragon was too tempting. Enar wondered how many people these people had sold to accumulate such wealth. That's at least 300 years of selling slaves and possibly much more. The Targaryen prince just wanted to storm the Black Walls and plunder the whole place. What was his motive? Did he need a motive? No, he didn't, but to maintain his saintly image, he needed a valid motive, and looking at the two triarchs, Enar smiled mischievously. What king has never created a reason to steal and plunder other people's possessions? In England, English kings loved to steal church lands and parish wealth. What Enar was about to do was no different from that, but unlike the English kings, he wouldn't be robbing the church, but filthy slavers. Not only would Enar fill his coffers, but he would also sanctify his image in tens of millions of slaves across the continent of Essos. It was such a good teaching that he almost felt unable to stop the smile from appearing on his lips. Honestly, he felt that the triarchs had done him a great favor, and if it weren't for them being disgusting slavers, he might well spare them, but that was impossible. He would kill them all because he didn't want problems to arise in the future. An ant really can't kill an elephant, but a million ants is different. He left Ramsay alive only to destroy the Dread Fort in the future, otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to make that monster hate him. A hatred so great that it would make him kill all of House Bolton just to gain more power and take revenge on him. Unfortunately, Ramsay didn't know it, but he was acting according to Enar's wishes so that, in the end, the whole of House Bolton would serve as an example to the unruly lords of the north. Cruel. Enar didn't think he was cruel, he thought he was acting according to what the world was asking of him. He was just following the example of others for the greater benefit of House Targaryen. Seeing Enar in silence, Malekwo and Daenerys were secretly anxious. they didn't think the price was enough to make the Targaryen prince accept the proposal. Lita, what is the punishment for anyone who tries to assassinate the king? Enar asked, causing many to look at him with puzzled looks. Only Daenerys, who knew Enar, smiled mischievously. Lita, although confused by her king's question, still answered with a respectful tone. It depends on your grace's orders, but generally beheading is the quickest option. Then kill your king's murderers. Enar smiled and said with a playful tone, his purple eyes narrowed with a hint of amusement. Lita understood what Enar wanted and once again drew dawn from its scabbard. The sword came out of its sheath with a sharp, slashing sound in the air, sending chills through the bodies of the two triarchs of Volantis. Holding the sword in both hands, she walked towards the two triarchs with a cold stare. Although what she was about to do was not an honorable act, she was not a knight being guided by the faith of the Seven. Her only god and king was Enar, and the god's orders were unquestionable. With every step she took, the colors on the faces of the two triarchs faded. Their hearts seemed to explode with fear and nervousness. In the end, knowing their fate, they didn't beg, but tried to run away. Which proved impossible in the next second. Their bodies were fixed in place and no matter how much they wanted to, their bodies wouldn't respond to their commands. Your Grace, don't kill me. Seeing that it was impossible to escape, Malekwo tried to beg, snot and tears streaming down his old, wrinkled face. There was no trace of the mighty Triarch facing death, just another powerful old man who was terrified at the thought of dying. Triarch, I'm going to tell you something important. Enar ignored the man's pleas and continued speaking, the only thing that makes everyone human is death. You and your house have sold humans since the dawn of your existence, but I and the end, you and the slaves who carry your palanquins are no different in my eyes, you're just humans. Humans that you deprive of their freedom and sell as items. I will destroy and plunder everything that matters to you and I will be recognized as a hero in the eyes of millions. Enar spoke every word without looking the man in the eye. A human like Malekwo wasn't even considered human in his eyes, unworthy of him looking him in the eye. Lita arrived in front of the two triarchs and raised dawn. There was no suspense or epic scene, just the simple brutality of a sword decapitating heads with surprising ease. Kinvara. Go and spread the word that the triarchs wanted to kill me and steal my dragons, let the people be our sword to pierce those black walls. Enar looked down at Kinvara below the steps and spoke with an amused tone. Yes, Your Grace. Kinvara replied with a smile on her face. She was going to enjoy what was about to happen. Just as Kinvara was about to leave and start spreading the rumors through the Emperor's daughters, she heard her king's voice again. All the noble houses of the three triarchs must be exterminated, I don't want even a speck of them to remain alive. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, The Coronation. 3. Don't underestimate people's faith, their self-centeredness can make real empires collapse under the weight of religion. Enar Targaryen thinking about the Bible on his lap. The news of the attempted assassination of the Son of Light, the Messiah of these people, the one who transformed their lives, brought freedom to the slaves and hope to the oppressed, aroused an overwhelming fury in the heart of every devout believer. For them, this was more than a crime, it was an unforgivable blasphemy against their faith. What followed was absolute chaos. Everything related to the old blood behind the black walls was stoned, destroyed and vandalized. Popular anger took on such frightening proportions that even the most powerful trembled before it. Under the influence of Enar's manipulative doctrine, spread by his fanatical interpretation of the sacred scriptures, the people stopped acting like individuals, they became a sharp blade, ready to obey him without question. Under Bonero's orders, 20,000 of the Red Legion's 40,000 soldiers took to the streets, marching towards the imposing black walls. The gates, apparently impenetrable, proved useless in the face of internal treachery. Spies, disguised as slaves in the service of Valeria's descendants, turned against their masters without hesitation, seduced by the irresistible promise of sweet freedom. Note, I'll change the name of the Red Army to the Red Legion. 20,000 men stormed the Black Walls, entering a place reserved only for the descendants of Valeria and their slaves. What followed over the next few hours was a display of pure brutality, as cruel as it was ruthless. There was no looting or rape, just methodical extermination without discrimination. Men, women, the elderly and children all met a quick and painless death, the only form of mercy that Enar granted them, as he wished to eliminate any potential threat to his power in the future. The other noble houses descended from Valeria, observing the destruction, were gripped by absolute terror. After almost 300 years of complacency in their dreamlike dreams, they finally woke up to the harsh reality. For the first time, they understood that the world was not as glorious as they had imagined, and that they themselves were not as important as they had believed themselves to be. The false glory of ancient Valeria, which they had so revered and preserved, turned out to be as fragile as paper, easily torn and destroyed. Daenerys couldn't hide her dissatisfaction at the indiscriminate killing ordered by Enar, especially of child Ren. Taking the lives of such innocent beings aroused a deep sense of desolation in her. They posed no threat, but were killed without hesitation by men who blindly followed Enar's orders. Not even the huge wagons crammed with gold and jewels, constantly entering the great temple of Volantis, brought any satisfaction. For Daenerys, those mountains of riches were stained with the blood of the innocent. Standing on the balcony of the king's room, she watched Volantis. Her eyes were fixed on the city, which was gradually being swallowed up by the gloom of night. "Are you sad?" Daenerys heard Enar's voice behind her, but she didn't turn to face him or answer his question. Sensing her indifference and aware that the massacre order still troubled his future queen, Enar smiled softly and positioned himself next to her on the balcony. Of Malekwo's 4 children and countless grandchildren, all would eventually try to kill us, he said, his tone calm, his eyes lost in the endless timelines. The cycle of hatred began the moment I killed the Triarch, and was brought to an end by destroying all of House Magur. Enar raised his hand and, with a delicate gesture, grasped Daenerys' chin, directing her gaze to his. No matter how many generations passed, their hatred would take root in their blood. It would be passed down from father to son, from grandson to great-grandson. An endless cycle. He stroked her cheek with his fingers before continuing, his voice as gentle as a whisper. "I just saved us a lot of headaches in the future." Then he leaned down and placed a light kiss on the center of her forehead. Enar's touch and his words seemed to dissolve Daenerys' resistance. She let herself be enveloped by him, leaning her body against his and resting her head on his chest. Her turbulent feelings subsided, appeased by her blind trust in Enar. Knowing his ability to see into the future, she believed he was telling the truth. But although Enar hadn't lied, his explanation wasn't entirely true. There were descendants of House Magur who didn't want revenge, who just wanted to live in peace. Yet he had ordered their hunting and execution. Why had he done so? Because, although it was a remote possibility, perhaps some descendant of Magur would become a powerful figure, or even an apostle of some god, bringing trouble that could be avoided before it even began. "Daenerys, I want your help." Enar spoke, causing Daenerys to look at him with a hint of surprise reflecting in her eyes. "What is it, nephew?" Daenerys asked. "I can see the future. I've witnessed so many deaths that even if I lived 1,000 lifetimes, I couldn't count them all." Enar spoke, his hand holding Daenerys' face lovingly. "Because of that, death is something banal to me and something I can order without any weight on my conscience. I could very well order the death of everyone in Volantis and feel absolutely nothing about it." Enar continued speaking in a soft tone. "Death for me has become as natural as breathing, So I want you, Visenya and Rhaenys, to be my light in the sea of darkness. Question me, fight with me, don't hesitate to speak your mind. Because my kingdom isn't just mine, it's ours." Daenerys felt her heart almost burst with emotion, the feelings inside her oscillating between deep anguish and intoxicating sweetness. Enar's words weighed on her in unexpected ways. On the one hand, she wanted to share the burden he carried, on the other, she found the trust he showed by including her in something so important incredibly sweet. She even chose to ignore the fact that Enar had mentioned Rhaenys. Kissing Enar's lips with a deep kiss, Daenerys ended the kiss with a feeling of reluctance and spoke with an incredibly determined tone. "Yes, I will never let you lose yourself and become a monster who only knows how to kill and destroy." Enar smiled and hugged Daenerys, both of them enjoying the cool late afternoon breeze that was gradually becoming colder. In Rilla's room, the three women of House Targaryen were chatting animatedly. Visenya and Rhaenys, in particular, seemed to have formed an almost natural bond between them, which was surprising considering they had only met a few hours ago. "Why isn't Aunt Daenerys here?" asked Rhaenys, her voice laden with curiosity. Visenya replied in a casual tone, but there was a subtle hint of envy in her voice that didn't go unnoticed. "It's Dany's night to be with Enar." Rhaenys immediately regretted asking the question. Visenya, for her part, didn't seem to mind the discomfort she had caused. She liked sleeping cuddled up with Enar. That feeling of warmth, comfort, and security in his arms was something she would never tire of. When she was with him, it seemed as if nothing in the world could hurt her. She deeply valued that feeling, given that she had never really felt safe once in her life. But Enar's arms could provide that feeling she had tried to want when she was growing up. "You share a bed with him on separate nights," exclaimed Rhaenys, her voice laden with astonishment as she caught the implication in Visenya's words. The sudden realization struck her like a thunderbolt. The two of them were her own brother's lovers. Rhaenys had noticed their closeness in the throne room, but had never imagined that they had both become Enar's wives. "Yes, but we haven't consummated the marriage yet. I want to wait until after he becomes king," replied Visenya, her pale cheeks taking on a reddish hue at the mention of marriage. Although a smile remained on Rhaenys' face, inside she was consumed by anger and an intense feeling of possessiveness. She had been the first to meet Enar, the first to win his attention. Yet, in a matter of months, he had been taken from her, divided between others. How could she not feel this way? Rilla, watching the conversation between her daughter and granddaughter, couldn't help but roll her eyes at the passing envy in Rhaenys' eyes. Visenya couldn't have noticed, but she, an experienced woman, did almost immediately. However, Rilla said nothing. She was having fun watching this love triangle develop. Call it anything, but entertainment is rare in her life. Enar's coronation is in 2 days. Lady Kinvara has sent numerous dresses for us to choose from for the ceremony. Rilla spoke, making the two young women's attention focus on her. Visenya's violet eyes sparkled as she listened to her mother's words. Obviously, they would be properly dressed for such an important occasion. Rhaenys wasn't immune to her grandmother's words either. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, The Coronation. 4, Is he a man or a god? Yet just asking me the question makes me question reality. Tyrion Lannister, after meeting Enar Targaryen for the first time. "This city stinks like a sweaty old whore," commented Tyrion, watching the magnificent red towers burn in crimson flames. Even at night, Volanta seemed alive, which really pleased him. He supposed that the nights in the city were as lively as they promised to be. Apart from the imposing beard he now sported, Tyrion Lannister showed no major changes in appearance, nor any signs of torture. "Bari stan sell me," to his surprise, had never hurt him or even threatened him. On the contrary, the old knight had provided him with food and water throughout the journey, without missing a single day. "Looks like we've arrived," Tyrion sighed as he walked beside the former Lord Commander of the King's Guard, who had served both Aerys II and Robert I. The little lion of House Lannister had never considered running away during the journey. He knew that in Essos, his father's name, although feared in Westeros, did not carry the same weight on this continent. Besides, the likelihood of dying while trying to escape was high. Even though he was aware that his final destination could be death, Tyrion preferred to live as long as possible under the protection of the legendary Knight of Westeros. "Ser Barristan, do you think the Targaryen prince will feed me to that dragon called Caraxes? Personally, I think it would be a waste of effort. I can't even fill the spaces between the beast's teeth." Tyrion commented with his characteristic acid humor. Although he feared death, he was determined to face it if the future Dragon King so wished. Barristan fixed his blue eyes on the dwarf, giving him a deep look before replying, "I'll try to speak on your behalf. Why you're not a monster like your father?" Throughout the journey, Barristan had come to realize that Tyrion was a good-hearted man. Despite his short stature and the reputation he carried, he had more honor and dignity than many self-proclaimed knights. Even though he knew that defending Tyrion could cost him his life, the old knight would do it, because he didn't want the dwarf's fate to be sealed by his hands. Tyrion smiled, even in the face of the circumstances. The two of them had become friends over the course of the journey. "Thank you, Ser Barristan. If you survive, I hope you'll pour the best wine you can find over my tombstone." Yes, Tyrion didn't think he would come out of this alive. The pain that House Lannister had inflicted on House Targaryen went far beyond destroying a dynasty. His father had ordered the murder of the entire royal family and, in the end, succeeded. In all, at least 4 members of House Targaryen perished at the hands of the Lannisters. Tyrion never imagined that he would pay with his life for Tywin's actions. Still, he had one last wish, that the Targaryen king would not be cruel and would spare his nephews. Myrcella and Tommen didn't deserve such a tragic fate, they were too young to die. "What's happening to the city?" Barristan muttered to himself, noticing that the air in the city was slightly hostile. It was an atmosphere that reminded him of war. Approaching an old man sitting in front of a house, calmly smoking a pipe, Barristan decided to look for answers. "Hello, can you tell me what's going on in town?" What came out of the former Lord Commander's mouth was a High Valyrian tainted with Essos accents, surprising even Tyrion. The old man, with a fly tattoo on his cheek, looked at the tall knight and the dwarf with curiosity. Why? After letting out a long puff of smoke, he replied, "The Triarchs tried to steal and kill the Messiah's dragons. The people revolted, and the Red Legion stormed the Black Walls." He paused to take another drag, releasing another thick cloud before continuing, "There was a massacre behind the Black Walls. After that, hundreds, maybe thousands of carriages left laden with gold and precious jewels." There was a hint of pleasure in his voice at the mention of the massacre of the old bloods of Valyria. As a slave who collected elephant and horse dung, he was more than happy to see what had happened. There wasn't a good person behind the Black Walls, those people didn't even consider them human. "Is the prince hurt?" Barristan asked, concern evident on his face. Just the thought that his future king might have suffered an assassination attempt made the former Lord Commander of the Royal Guard immediately want to run towards the great temple of Volantis. The old man shook his head firmly. "The Messiah is fine. He was protected by Lady Leda Dane, who killed those damned Triarchs," he replied with a tone full of sincere devotion. It wasn't difficult to understand the reverence in his words. He was no longer a slave, and thanks to the Messiah, his children and grandchildren were also free from this cursed fate. Now his grandchildren could study, and his family finally had hope of escaping poverty. All thanks to the Messiah, who had put an end to the slave trade in Volantis. Even knowing that Slave Bey was furious and planning to send a fleet against Volantis, the old man didn't care. On the contrary, he fervently wanted to see those slavers burn in the sacred flames of the Messiah's dragon. Baristan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the prince was safe. Buladanti. Then a name caught his attention, Lady Leda Dane. He searched his memories and soon remembered. The girl was the niece of Arthur Dane, the legendary comrade in arms he had respected so much. If you've come for the Messiah's coronation, I advise you to find an inn as soon as possible. People are arriving from all over the continent. Volantis will be packed tomorrow. Noticing Baristan's obvious concern for the Messiah's safety, the old man's expression softened. He decided to offer some gentle advice to those travelers who had clearly come from very far away. "Thank you," said Baristan in a sincere tone, as he turned to leave. The old man, letting out another puff of smoke, murmured kindly, "God bless you, travelers from afar." Tyrion watched the people around him, some praying while hiding their faces under black robes. He shook his head slightly and commented, "I don't know how, but these people really do worship him as if he were a god. And what does it matter?" Baristan replied, continuing to walk ahead without looking away from the faithful. "It matters," Tyrion replied, with his usual cunning tone. "Because, tell me, what do you think is the mentality of someone who is worshipped as a god?" Baristan frowned for a moment, pondering his words. In the end, his mind came up with an answer he didn't want to believe. Seeing Baristan's silence, Tyrion sighed, but made no comment. The answer was obvious to everyone. A true tyrant. Noticing his silence, Tyrion spoke in a more cheerful tone. "Maybe I'm wrong, look how these people love and treat Prince Enar with respect. A tyrant may have the fear of the people, but a tyrant will never have the love of the people." Baristan's expression improved hearing those words. Yes, his prince had won the love of these people, he would not be an unworthy king. Tyrion could guess Baristan's thoughts from the legendary knight's expression, but unlike the optimistic knight, he wasn't so keen to find Enar Targaryen. There was another option he hadn't mentioned. Every tyrant had the love of the people in the beginning. "So, do you want to go straight to the great temple of Volantis or shall we look for an inn? I'd love to have one last meal. And if it were in the arms of a beautiful woman from Volantis, it would be even more incredible," Tyrion commented with a smile on his face. "You are truly lascivious, Lord Tyrion." Baristan shook his head in disbelief at the dwarf's lust. It was hard for him to understand how someone so small could carry such a huge appetite. It wasn't the first time that Tyrion had asked him for a prostitute, although perhaps it would be the last. Not everyone has vows of celibacy. "I honestly don't know how you can go decades without feeling the warmth of a woman," Tyrion replied, rolling his eyes at the knight's seriousness. "Duty, honor, responsibility," replied Baristan without hesitation, as if the words were engraved on his soul. "You have my sincerest admiration. I, however, couldn't do it. Being away from a woman for a month would make me feel dead inside," Tyrion commented, with an amused tone and a teasing smile. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 70, The Coronation, v. A mother's love is precious, thank your mother for having it, many don't. Tyrion Lannister, looking at a painting of his mother at the age of 12. Looking at the field of winter flowers before him, Enar felt at peace. Surrounded by blue flowers, he allowed himself a moment of tranquility. However, a presence behind him interrupted his serenity. There was something or someone behind him. The air carried the scent of winter flowers, a slightly sweet, faint, and delicate smell. Turning around, Enar came across a young woman. She looked no older than 16. Her long black hair framed a delicate face, and her grey eyes, deep and naturally free, reminded him of a wolf. Enar held his breath at the sight of her. Yes, he had to find her before he became king. Otherwise, he would never find peace. What he was about to do would tear through the continent of Westeros like a butcher's knife. Lyanna looked at the tall young man in front of her and couldn't contain her surprise. He looked incredibly like her husband, so much so that for a moment she thought that perhaps Rhaegar had a twin brother. However, something sparked in her memory, and her face revealed a stunned expression. Despite her trembling legs, Lyanna stepped forward and held his face with both hands. "Enar?" she asked, her voice trembling with the incredulity of the moment. "How did you find out?" Enar asked, curious. Apart from his appearance, there were no clues linking him to her. After all, Lyanna had only held him for a few seconds before death overtook her. "Your eyes, your beautiful eyes," Lyanna replied, as she hugged him tightly, as if she never wanted to let go. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for not being by your side. I'm sorry I didn't hold you when you were sad. I'm sorry for not comforting you when you needed it most. There are so many I'm sorrys that I can never forgive myself." Every word Lyanna uttered carried an immense weight of sadness and regret. "Don't worry, I never blamed you for anything." Enar wrapped Lyanna's trembling figure in a hug and replied in a gentle, serene voice. "I just thank you for bringing me into the world." For him, as a son, it mattered little that Lyanna and Rhaegar's actions had led to the ruin of House Targaryen in Westeros. No dynasty was eternal, but his would be. With a delicate gesture, Enar lifted Lyanna's face, making her look at him, and spoke in the softest tone he could manage, "Because of that, you are the best mother in the world." The 16-year-old stared at him, stunned. She had never imagined hearing something like this from her son, especially after leaving him behind, without a mother or father, to protect himself. "Really? You don't think I'm a horrible mother?" Lyanna asked, struggling to believe what she had just heard. Enar smiled, finding her reaction charming. She didn't look like a married woman, but rather a girl still unprepared for motherhood. "How could I blame you? I saw you bring me into the world, even knowing the difficulties of childbirth. I saw you kiss my forehead and wish me safe, even in your last breath. There's nothing you do that could make me hate you." Enar's words brimmed with pride, making it clear how much he admired Lyanna. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Lyanna tried to wipe them away, but they seemed inexhaustible. Patiently, Enar hugged her again, helping her to calm down. As he gently wiped away some of the tears on his mother's face, he spoke in a gentle tone, "I will be crowned king in a few minutes and, after the coronation, my wedding will take place." Enar's words made Lyanna's eyes widen. She had barely met her son and now he was going to be taken by a woman she didn't even know. Sensing the dissatisfaction on his mother's face, Enar almost laughed, but remained serious as he continued, "I will be crowned in Volantis. Then I'll invade Westeros in full force. I will tear that continent in half, bringing death, fear, and hope to those people." Lyanna's gaze quickly changed to concern. It wasn't the war itself that frightened her, but the possibility of losing her son to it. Rhaegar had said goodbye in a similar way, and he had never returned. Ever since, she had hated goodbye. Yes. "Why don't you stay in Volantis and rule the city?" Lyanna tried to persuade him, but the determination in Enar's eyes silenced her. The words she wanted to say were stuck on her lips. She recognized that look. It was the same look Rhaegar had when he had decided something irrevocable. "Why do you have to act like your stupid father? I should have listened to Elia and beaten Rhaegar unconscious in a saddle." Lyanna muttered to herself, her expression laden with regret. If she had done that, her husband would still be alive, and the chances of her son still being a prince would be much greater. Enar's lips twitched unnaturally when he heard his mother's whisper. He knew that Lyanna was not an easy woman, but he hadn't imagined that she would be so bold. And, from her words, it seemed that Queen Elia shared a similar mindset. He wondered how his father had managed to deal with two seemingly gentle women with impressive ferocity. As he reflected, Enar felt someone trying to rouse him and knew that the sea orination was about to begin. Enar smiled confidently and replied, "I'm going, mother. Will we meet again?" Lyanna asked with a reluctant expression, clearly dreading the separation. She wanted to be with him forever, protecting him as a mother, making sure he wasn't deceived by some woman with bad intentions. "Yes, I'll send your conscience to visit two incredible women." Enar replied with a soft laugh. The thought of his mother next to Queen Visenya and Queen Rhaenys brought him a pleasant feeling. He knew that the three women would get along very well. Before Lyanna could say anything, Enar leaned over and kissed her forehead tenderly. She felt her consciousness slowly fade, but her last sight was of her son's gentle face. When he opened her eyes, Enar was back in the room. He was still sitting in the chair where he had fallen asleep. In front of him, Visenya was looking at him with concern. "Are you tired, Enar? Do you want to postpone the coronation for a few hours?" Visenya asked, her voice laden with tenderness, the concern clearly evident in her gaze. "No, it was just a dream I needed to have before I was crowned," Enar replied as he stood up. His clothes, carefully prepared, were the definition of luxury. He wore an entirely red suit. Two Valyrian steel rings adorned his ring fingers. His hair, which usually fell over his shoulders, was combed back, highlighting his face. A dark doublet with the red coat of arms of House Targaryen embroidered on the chest hugged his body tightly, and he wore black leather gloves. Lady Lya, his sword, was firmly sheathed at his waist. He exuded an elegant aura, regal yet capable of making anyone unable to look away from him. At that moment, he was the sun and all the others were planets orbiting around him. Even Visenya, used to Enar's presence and beauty, couldn't help but be mesmerized. If there was anyone worthy of the title of king, it was him. Enar was the embodiment of what everyone imagined as an ideal ruler. "Am I presentable, my queen?" Enar asked in an amused tone, noticing the intense, passionate look she was giving him. It fed his ego. After all, what man wouldn't want to be looked at like that by his wife? "You look perfect. You'll charm all the women here," Visenya replied, but Enar caught a note of jealousy in her voice. He laughed, a low, magnetic laugh, his voice tinged with kindness. "Believe me, you look more stunning than ever." He wasn't lying. Visenya was wearing a red and gold dress that hugged her slender body perfectly, highlighting her delicate curves. Her hair was tied up in an impeccable bun, while a necklace adorned with rubies glittered on her graceful neck. "I'll make sure I don't gouge out the eyes of the men who look at you with lust," Enar joked, a touch of humor in his voice, drawing a laugh from Visenya. "No blood on your coronation day," Visenya replied, as she carefully adjusted a detail of her clothing, making sure everything was perfect. "I won't promise that won't happen." Enar laughed, wondering if there was a madman who would get in the way of his coronation. There was nothing in the prescience that had shown that, but he had never trusted the prescience entirely. As he watched millions of timelines, he understood that fate was unpredictable and he could only navigate the calmest waters with the help of his skill. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, The Coronation, 6, I told you, faith is a scary thing when used as a weapon. Enar Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos. On leaving the room with Visenya, Enar found Lita, Titus, Sigismund, and Ser Willem, all dressed in white armor and equally white cloaks. Although Titus and Sigismund were not members of the royal guard, but of the dreaded Sardaukar, they were charged with protecting him and his family with unwavering devotion. Walking down the corridor, Enar found Daenerys, clearly more nervous than the prince himself who was to be crowned in a few moments. She wore a black dress with red sleeves, while her hair was tied up in a bun similar to Visenya's, but adorned with glittery NG jewels that further highlighted her elegance. Both queens were impeccably dressed, looking stunning for what would be the second most important occasion of their lives. "I'm grateful to have two such beautiful queens," Enar commented, watching as they both positioned themselves next to him, Visenya on his left and Daenerys on his right. Daenerys smiled happily, despite her nervousness, and reciprocated with a sincere compliment, "My king is even more handsome." Noticing Daenerys' anxiety, Enar rolled his eyes and joked, "Don't be so nervous. If anything, ask Balerion to burn what you're worried about." The mention of her dragon brought a smile to Daenerys' lips. Remembering the vigilant, protective cub who was always by her side reassured her a little. Taking a deep breath, Enar held out her hands to Visenya and Daenerys. "Come on, people are waiting." He spoke, feeling the firm touch of the two as they held his hands. With a determined stride, the king's guard followed close behind, hands poised on the hilt of their swords, alert for any threat. Arriving at the end of the corridor, Enar didn't even have to be near the square in front of the great temple of Volantis to hear the thunderous sound of hundreds of thousands of people. It was like the roar of a gigantic monster, a living force that seemed to pulsate in the air. He squeezed Visenya and Daenerys' hands lightly. "It looks like they're anxious to see us. But I don't blame them, I'm so handsome it's a sin," he joked, drawing laughter from both of them. "I don't know how you manage to make me laugh in this situation. My heart is almost bursting out of my chest." Daenerys commented, her voice calmer now. "What can I say? I have the gift," Enar boasted, maintaining his confident posture. He knew he needed to be calm enough to be the foundation for everyone around him. With a more serious tone, he whispered to both of them, "Also, don't be afraid. Fear kills the soul and erodes determination." They both rolled their eyes, but they couldn't deny that, thanks to him, they were calmer. The nervousness was still there, but the fear had disappeared. When Enar entered the square, he came across a monumental stage 3 meters high. In front of it, a crowd pressed in, so dense that he estimated at least 40,000 people near the stage, while hundreds of thousands more crowded the surrounding streets, eagerly awaiting the prince's speech. In the side stands, set up for high-status guests, were important figures from Volantis, including his sister, Rhaenys, the Dowager Queen, R'lyeh Targaryen, the entire House Martell and religious leaders such as Bonero and Makoro. On the stage, only Kinvara was waiting. The woman wore a red silk dress, with a large veil that hid her face, almost touching the floor. As Reverend Mother of the Red Faith in Essos, her presence commanded absolute respect. As Enar climbed the steps, silence overtook the square. Each step seemed to echo in place, making the atmosphere strangely silent. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the prophet, the Messiah of Essos. As soon as he reached the stage, the silence was broken by deafening shouts. Requests for forgiveness and cries mixed in a cacophony that made the whole place shake. Not only Enar, but Visenya, Daenerys, and the King's Guard also took to the stage. The King's Guard strategically positioned themselves to protect the 3 members of House Targaryen. Enar stopped next to Kinvara, looking down at the sea of people below. Some held out their hands, as if begging for a blessing. The crowd didn't see him as a mere mortal, but as a Messiah, someone capable of leading them to paradise after death. Watching the scene, Enar couldn't help but think, the Bible really was the most effective indoctrination tool on the planet, without a doubt. Enar raised his hand and closed his fist. The moment he did so, the noise ceased completely, replaced by silence. "Before we begin, pray with me." Enar spoke, his voice gentle and warm, making many think they were seeing a god, especially with the sunlight behind him making a halo of light around him. Strangely, his voice was heard by all 40,000 people in the square, and he didn't need to speak to the rest, as they were being passed on by the believers themselves. Since Enar wanted to see a theocratic empire, he had to start with the people. In this empire, he would be the God of the people and no one else. Enar began the prayer himself, "Our Father, who art in heaven." Everyone continued praying after Enar, a holy choir of truly devout people who had been given a new lease of life because of Enar. "Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven." The sound of the people had intensified, so that all of Volantis could hear the prayer of hundreds of thousands of people together. "Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us." The impact that this prayer had on some people could no longer be described as unbelievable, it was simply shocking in the extreme. "And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen." Enar finished the prayer and made the sign of the cross, which everyone below followed. Taking a deep breath, Enar began his speech without beating around the bush. "My people, brothers and sisters, all who have come from the 9 free cities, you grace me with your noble presence on this day. A day that will be remembered in eternity, where you all shared the same glories with me. The same destiny, the same life, the same purpose. It will not be glory, wealth, or power that will take us to paradise, but I who will take you. I will bear all your sins, I will bless you, I will endure you for the sins you have committed. All I ask in return is simple. Treat me as your father and I will take you in as my children. If you have me in your hearts, I will have you in my heart, just as God has commanded me to do. God bless you." As I finish, I raise my hand up and clench my fist tightly. He didn't need many words, everyone already adored him, he just had to give them one more reason to give their lives to him if he asked them to. If before these people, who had lived in precarious situations all their lives, had worshipped Enar as a holy being, who had lifted them out of poverty by giving them jobs and homes, then now these people were no longer people, but fanatics who had been seduced by Enar with monstrous mastery. "Messiah! The one who will guide us! Son of light!" Loud shouts rang out after the brief end of Enar's speech. Everyone raised their hands and clenched their fists, imitating Enar. Rilla felt her heart beating faster, her ears ringing with the deafening sound of tens of thousands shouting at the same time as she watched, simply shocked at all the people worshipping her grandson as genuinely as if they had seen a god. For a moment, she really felt that her grandson was a god, not a mortal like her or anyone else, but Rilla soon pushed these absurd thoughts to the back of her mind. However, it made her realize how terrible Enar's charm was. Her grandson could convert an entire city with one speech, which was completely unbelievable to say the least. Rilla didn't know it, but all of Kinvara, Bonero, and Enar's nearly 6 years of planning had gone into this moment. It wasn't overnight that these people began to love Enar, it was a natural process, just as a seed takes time to germinate. All to result in this moment that Enar saw with his prescience when he was 6 years old, when he met Kinvara for the first time. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, The Coronation. 7. Thinking that my father will die because of my king, I feel a little mercy for him, but when I remember what he did for me, that mercy disappears as if it had never existed. Tyrion Lannister, the Hand of the King, whing the nearly 1,000 warships. Kinvara looked at the people revering their messiah and felt that all the work of years had paid off, all the sweat, blood, and determination spent. At that moment, Volantis became a true theocratic city. Enar gestured for everyone to be silent, and they were. Kinvara, begin the coronation, he said in a calm tone. Kinvara nodded and removed her long veil, revealing her face for all to see, which provoked a few shouts of reverence in the background. Ignoring the voices, she focused entirely on Enar and nothing else. God has given you the divine right to rule, and, as he has commanded, my prince will be the king he promised. He will free the heretics from their barbarian gods and lead the unbelievers to true salvation. Kinvara paused and looked at the crowd, asking aloud, is anyone against the words of God? The silence that followed in the crowd made Kinvara nod with satisfaction. Under everyone's shocked gazes, she waved her hand, and fire began to gather on her. In the end, a crown of flames appeared in her hands. As Kinvara was short, Enar had to lean forward a little, allowing the Reverend Mother to place the crown of fire on her head. Surprisingly, the crown of fire, whose flames seemed alive and burned fiercely, didn't hurt Enar, which provoked exclamations of surprise from the crowd. Enar Targaryen, first of his name, Knight of Caraxes, King of the Undulls, the Roenars, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, Father of Dragons, Son of the Light of Volantis, the Promised King, Destroyer of the greatest Kalassar of his time. At Kinvara's words, the crowd bowed until their foreheads touched the ground, responding in whispers, he who was prophesied. The Messiah. The prophet of Essos. The whispers built up as the crowd remained kneeling, repeating words full of hope for the future. Tyrion watched the man wearing a crown of pure fire on the stage and couldn't help feeling that he was seeing a character straight out of an Age of Heroes Westeros book. He was really worried about his sweet nephew and niece at that moment. Knowing the Red Faith's tradition of burning people alive, he assumed that this could be their fate and would probably be his too. Still, he had to admit the young Targaryen king had an overwhelming charisma, worthy of a king destined to found a dynasty. Tyrion wanted to serve such a king, someone whose name would be etched in history as a true conqueror. However, when he remembered the noble house into which he had been born, he knew that his dream was impossible. Suddenly, the next move sent a shiver through his small body. The young king's purple eyes fell on him, and an amused smile played across his lips. Tyrion swallowed and, even though he thought it was impossible and that it was just a coincidence, he felt that the Targaryen king recognized him. Enar, looking at Tywin Lannister's legendary knight and dwarf, was incredibly amused to see the frightened expression of the king's future advisor. He would give Tyrion Lannister a good reason to bend the knee and serve him body and soul. Looking at the sea of people kneeling before him, Enar smiled. It was the first step of true reconquest. He would leave Essos in a year and a half, docking at Porto Branco in the north with his fleet of ships, which was still being built to transport his tens of thousands of troops. Kinvara, order food to be delivered to these people. They must all be starving, having spent hours waiting for me. Enar, still with the crown of flames on his hair, looked at the Reverend Mother, who was staring at him with a fanatical gleam in her eyes, and spoke in a regal tone. Your decree will be fulfilled, Your Grace, Kinvara replied as she bowed to Enar, who then approached Visenya and Daenerys. When I am crowned in Westeros, you will be crowned with me as my queens. I will be magnanimous and let the people see their beautiful queens. Holding both women's hands, Enar commented in a gentle tone. Don't worry, my king. Holding Enar's hand firmly, Visenya responded with flushed cheeks. The vision of Enar's coronation was still vivid in her mind, a moment she would never forget. We're not sad, just emotional. This is the first step towards House Targaryen rising from the ashes and our ruins. Daenerys nodded. She saw no need for a coronation at the moment. She would rather wait until she reached King's Landing and became queen like all the sovereigns who had come before her. Let's go to the banquet, I want to see what presents I get. Anar commented as he flashed a smile, he really was looking forward to some presents. Hearing Enar's words, Visenya and Daenerys looked at each other and saw the curiosity in each other's eyes. They knew that every time her future husband showed that expression, something interesting would happen next. Enar was sitting on the throne in the center above the steps, with Daenerys and Visenya sitting respectively to his right and left. Rhaenys couldn't help feeling jealous seeing how partial he was to his wives, leaving her aside. Looking at the Dark Sister placed next to her seat, the possession of the legendary sword didn't bring as much happiness as she had previously imagined. Seeing the interaction between Enar, Daenerys, and Visenya left a bitter taste in her mouth. Suddenly, Rhaenys heard her cousin's voice next to her. "If you carry on like this, you'll be left out." Looking at Arianne, who was gazing at her with an enigmatic smile, Rhaenys turned up her caution to maximum. If there was one thing she had learned in Dorne, it was that Arianne could be many things, but kind and charitable was certainly not one of them. The heiress of Sunspear had always given her the impression that she could do anything to get what she wanted. "What do you mean, cousin?" Despite the wariness she felt, Rhaenys didn't let it show on her face. Learning to hide her emotions was a gift she had learned. "Do you think you're being subtle? A blind man could see that you're looking at him lustfully." Arianne popped a grape into her mouth and replied with a sensual tone. Her cat-like gaze made Rhaenys look at her cousin with a deep look. "If you carry on like this, he'll have children and you'll be left behind in this battle, dear cousin." Arianne swallowed the grape and licked the remnants of the fruit's juice off her fingers with a sensual look. Rhaenys couldn't help but snort at her words, but deep down, she agreed with Arianne's words, but she still felt insecure. "Do you think he'll only have 2 wives?" Arianne asked with an amused tone. "When he takes more wives, Princess Visenya and Daenerys have teamed up to secure their rights. What do you think will happen to the latecomers?" Arianne looked like a demon seducing its prey, tempting it to commit sins. Rhaenys didn't have to think too hard about what would happen when the scenario Arianne spoke of eventually came to pass. It will be a battle between Enar's wives for power at court, the king's attention and time in his bed. Whoever has a child the fastest will be the one with the greatest importance, as the heir or heiress will have come from her womb. At that moment, Rhaenys could see that other nobles chose who to support in order to gain more benefits. Honestly, nothing unusual for a court. "What do you want, Arianne?" Rhaenys didn't call Arianne cousin, she spoke her name directly, showing that both women were negotiating and not having a conversation between relatives. "I want in." Arianne was direct and didn't hide her years-long purpose. Rhaenys was not at all surprised. Then she remembered that unlike the sand snakes, Arianne had never been seen sharing a bed with a man. "Is that why you stayed a virgin?" Rhaenys couldn't help but speak with a touch of sarcasm, but she didn't understand why Arianne would prepare for so long. She was the heir of Sunspear. "I found out that my father doesn't plan to keep me as heir, he prefers a man on the throne of Dorne." Arianne spoke in a casual tone, but Rhaenys noticed a touch of coldness when she mentioned her own father. "If he doesn't want to give me what's rightfully mine, I'll take it by force." Rhaenys understood everything by listening to those words, but in the end, she didn't refuse Arianne's offer. If they had it together, they would be able to take on the 2 queens of Enar. "If you marry Enar and not the other way around, you will lose your right to the throne of Dorne," Rhaenys warned with a touch of curiosity. If Enar married Arianne, he would be Arianne's consort, and something like that was impossible for a king. "I don't plan on marrying him, just being his mistress. As long as I have a silver-haired, purple-eyed boy or girl, everything will be fine." Arianne spoke with a sensual tone. Watching Enar on the throne, she had a mortal weakness for handsome men, and the Kiang's beauty was really taking her breath away. "Careful, Arianne, you're playing with fire. If you betray Enar, it won't be him who kills you, but Daenerys and Visenya. I realize that they protect Enar and will kill you if you betray him with another man." Rhaenys warned Arianne with a serious look. "Do you think I'm a fool? I wouldn't trade Enar for 1,000 handsome men. He will be my greatest support in my government." Arianne rolled her eyes at Rhaenys' useless warning, Enar would be the pillar for her to control Dorne, even though her father had decreed Quentyn to be his heir. How could she lose all her power because of one man? Seeing this, Rhaenys relaxed. With Arianne's words, she didn't have to worry about being implicated if something like that happened. I accept, let's go together. Rhaenys whispered to Arianne, who raised her glass for a toast. Rhaenys picked up her own wine glass and both glasses clashed in the air. We'll be allies. Arianne smiled and spoke with a happy tone. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 73, Conspiracies. I'm going to turn into dragon dung. Tyrion Lannister thought, seeing the king's eyes staring at him with a cold gaze. Daenerys and Visenya were unaware of the alliances that were beginning to form. The two were chatting amusingly with Enar about various subjects when the guests began to file in, bringing offerings of gold, jewels, armor and weapons. The weapons and armor, although of excellent quality, were nowhere near the supremacy of Valyrian steel. Still, they were remarkable pieces that Enar would give to his most valiant soldiers, those who had contributed decisively in the war against the Dothraki. However, Enar's attention was caught by one guest in particular, a tall man with amber skin, dark red hair and wearing a yellowish tunic. But what really piqued the king's interest was not the man's distinctive appearance, but the gift he brought. 10 boxes crammed with gold and jewels. These were no ordinary boxes, but huge containers, each 1 meter in diameter. Enar quickly calculated, the contents must have amounted to around 30,000 gold coins, not counting the jewels. An impressive gift, especially considering that other guests offered an average of 1,000 gold coins. Sensing Enar's attentive gaze, the man leaned in slightly and introduced himself in the common tongue. I am Hisdar Zolora, descendant of Majdan the Magnificent, Hazrik the Beautiful and Zarek the Liberator. He continued, his voice marked by a tone of reverence, it is an honor to meet you, Your Grace. I hope my gift was worthy of your appreciation. Hisdar turned his gaze to the throne, where Enar stood imposingly. The crown of flames was burning on his head, but it didn't seem to cause him any pain, on the contrary, it gave him an air of divinity, as if he were blessed by the fire itself. Enar answered sincerely. Thank you for the gifts, Hisdar Zolora. Although his fortune had grown enormously after the sacking of the Old Blood behind the Black Walls, Enar knew that money was never too much, especially when it came to building an army, especially a large army like his that needed lots of ships and food. The purpose of Hisdar's visit, however, was what interested Enar most. According to information from the Emperor's daughters, the 3 slave cities were uniting to besiege Volantis. The interruption in the flow of slaves to Slavers Bay had enraged the elites of these cities, leaving them thirsting for retaliation. I would like you to answer my questions, Lord Hisdar, said Enar, his firm voice echoing through the hall and capturing everyone's attention. Why are you in Volantis? As I understand it, the cities of Astapor, Mirian, and Yunkai are, at this very moment, forming an alliance to besiege my beautiful city, bringing their fleet of ships and armies of slaves. Everyone's eyes turned to Hisdar, some filled with coldness, others with a deadly glare. Despite this, the amber-skinned man's face remained impassive, expressing no emotion or surprise at Enar's doubts. I don't share the same resentment as them, Your Grace, replied Hisdar, his voice calm and controlled. He spoke with cautious respect, avoiding any tone that might irritate the young king in front of him. The blood feud between Valyria and Guise ended a long time ago. Enar leaned back slightly in his throne, a smile forming on his lips. He remained silent for a moment, but internally he found those words absurd. The idea that the feud between Valyria and Guise was over was laughable. It was no secret that Valeria had destroyed the Guise Empire to its ashes. If there wasn't still deep hatred in Slavers Bay today, Enar would be the first to point out the lie. He himself harbored a desire to destroy the last remnants of New Guise, those who dreamed of restoring the old empire in Tihi present day. And his Dar? Enar knew that this man, with his quiet demeanor and careful words, was much more than he seemed. He was one of the secret princes of New Guise, linked to the powerful Iron Legions, a force inspired by the lockstep legions of Old Guise. "I would like to request a private conversation, Your Grace," his Dar spoke with a careful tone. The cold, hostile looks on his face intensified. Kinvara and Bonero, in particular, seemed ready to pounce. To them, that man was only in Volantis to buy time for Slavers Bay. However, no one dared to act. The decision was up to Enar, not them. "Very well, we will have a private meeting, Lord Hisdar," replied Enar, with an enigmatic smile as his eyes narrowed in thought. If Hisdar wished to take part in the Game of Thrones, Enar saw no problem in including one more player. The more pieces on the board, the greater the triumph at the end. Deep down, Enar was sure that by defeating all his opponents and rising as emperor, his name would not only be legendary, but would become divine, as the ruler who controlled the entire planet. Hisdar, oblivious to the fate that awaited him, gave a relieved smile when he heard Enar's agreement. "Thank you, Your Grace," said Hisdar, stepping back to make room for the other guests. It was at this moment that Rilla, who had been watching the visitors attentively, stood up abruptly at the sight of an elderly man walking towards Enar with a dwarf by his side. Ser Baristan. How could she not recognize her husband and brother's former member of the royal guard? Although Ares was a terrible king, his royal guard was legendary, made up of knights like Baristan the Bold, Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, and Gerald Hightower, the White Bull. When Baristan saw the former queen, healthy and in perfect condition, his countenance was filled with relief. There were two great regrets that tormented him, not having protected Rhaegar and not having acted when King Ares abused his own wife. Kneeling before the steps of the throne, Baristan raised his eyes to Enar, who wore a crown of flames. The resemblance between father and son did not go unnoticed by him. "I am Baristan Selmy, Your Grace, Lord Commander of your father's guard," Baristan declared firmly, without hesitation, in front of Enar and the queens at the young king's side. The moment he revealed his identity, Lita, who was standing in front of the steps, drew the sword down from its scabbard and placed the blade against the knight's neck. Her grey eyes, cold as steel, stared mercilessly at the traitor. "And Lord Commander of Robert Baratheon," Lita added, her words laden with contempt. If it hadn't been for the need to wait for Enar's orders, Barristan's head would have been rolling on the floor by now. Whispers rang through the hall at the old knight's words. The surprise was evident among the guests, who murmured amongst themselves, unable to hide their astonishment at the turn of events. Everyone there knew the history of House Targaryen, a basic Noel ge for any visitor wishing to avoid death for saying something inappropriate in front of the king. Daenerys and Visenya, overcome by the initial shock, exchanged deep glances, trying to process the scene before them. Even though they didn't want to, they couldn't help a feeling of anger welling up in their hearts. Rhaenys was also perplexed, although her memories of the old knight were vague. She remembered being carried on his shoulders as they walked through the courtyard, one of the rare happy memories of her childhood. "And why is the Lord Commander of my cousin's royal guard here, kneeling before me?" Enar asked, even though he already knew the answer. He had no intention of killing Baristan. What fool would eliminate one of the most powerful knights in the world? Enar had bigger plans for him. Baristan in the royal guard would be an invaluable asset, and together with his vast combat experience after undergoing physical enhancement, he would become a veritable war machine. "I ask the king to accept my service in the royal guard. My sword will be yours until the end of my days," Baristan replied without hesitation. His blue eyes locked onto Enar's with determination. Don's blade at his neck did not intimidate him, his expression remained unchanged. Enar watched him in silence, his violet eyes locked on the old knight's resolute gaze. The hall fell silent. No one dared to speak, awaiting the young king's judgment. It was Oberyn who broke the silence. "My king, if I may speak, I advise you to accept Barristan Selmy. The weight of his name alone is worth 1,000 men." He paused before adding, "Accepting Barristan will send a powerful message to the noble houses of Westeros that the king is magnanimous." Enar knew Oberyn was right. Many houses had sworn loyalty to Robert Baratheon and feared that Enar would eliminate all those who had betrayed the Targaryens. Accepting Barristan would be an excellent move to show that the noble houses that had betrayed him were allowed to continue to exist. It will make many noble houses still undecided come over to Enar's side without much effort. "Thank you for your advice, Prince Oberyn," said Enar in a sincere tone, drawing a smile from the prince. After long minutes of contemplation, Enar finally spoke. "Put your sword away and step back, Lita." Without hesitation, Lita returned Don to its scabbard, stepping back with a cutting glance at Barristan. "I will allow you to serve me, but not in the royal guard." "I still don't trust you," Enar declared. Before he could continue, he noticed his grandmother, Rilla, asking for permission to speak. "My king, I would like Barristan to serve me as my guard," Rilla said firmly. Her statement surprised Barristan, who stared at her with wide eyes. He had never imagined that the Dowager Queen would accept him, especially after everything that had happened. Enar looked at her grandmother and smiled. "All right, I'll allow it. He will serve you, grandmother." "Thank you, your grace. You won't regret it?" Barristan said with a relieved look on his face. He would finally serve a worthy king. Still kneeling, Barristan gestured to the side, drawing attention to another man next to him. "Your grace, this next to me is Tyrion, of House Lannister. Discount coupon for Patreon, FD6C2 20%. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Conspiracies, 2, You may not want to fight, but I want you to fight. Enar Targaryen, watching his ministers fight each other, balancing the power of the court. Tyrion felt his body freeze as he saw the eyes of all of House Targaryen resting on him. Rilla, in particular, watched her dear friend's son with a sad sigh. He had her hair, albeit a shade lighter, but his face was nothing like Joanna's. The memory of sweet Joanna made Rilla sigh sadly, mourning the loss of her long-time friend. "Would you like to introduce yourself, Lord Tyrion?" Enar asked with a calm look. He knew there was something almost childish about some of his actions, especially the way he amused himself by watching people's reactions in embarrassing or terrifying situations. Perhaps it was his personal hobby, but compared to the hobbies of other kings before him, his seemed harmless. "Right?" Tyrion was surprised by the courtesy and hastened to reply, "I am Tyrion of House Lannister, your grace. It is an honor to be in your noble presence on this most memorable day." Call him what you will, but for Tyrion, the priority was to stay alive. And if flattery could guarantee his survival, he was more than willing to pay compliments even to the hairy balls of the young king in front of him. "What shall I do with you, Tyrion of House Lannister?" Enar asked with an amused smile on his lips. "There are those who wish for your head at this very moment." The king's gaze turned to Oberyn Martell, who regarded the kneeling Tyrion with a coldness that Enar couldn't help but admire. Enar knew that he would look the same way if someone killed someone important to him. Tyrion noticed Oberyn's gaze and felt a bitter smile appear on his lips. His already slim chance of survival seemed to disappear in the presence of the Prince of Dorne. If there was one house that rivaled House Lannister in hatred as much as House Targaryen, it was House Martell. "I'm clever, Your Grace," Tyrion stated firmly. "I'm not big or skilled with a sword, but my mind is sharp. My advice can be valuable." But Enar's next words left him surprised and almost shocked. "I know you're clever, Tyrion. I could use you in my court. But there's a big problem facing both of us." "And what problem would that be, Your Grace?" Tyrion asked, a thread of hope in his voice. No matter how difficult it was, he could make it happen. "Will you help me kill your father?" Tyrion's expression vanished in the same instant. Kill his own father? Even if Tywin was the cruelest man in the world, he was still his father. The man who had given him a home, food, and rivers of gold all his life. Yes, he deserved the title of worst father in the world, but was that enough for Tyrion to help the enemy of House Lannister kill him? "Your Grace, why don't we send the dwarf's head to Tywin? He will surely appreciate the gift." "Perhaps we could smash his face against the wall first," Oberyn suggested, casting a cold, murderous glance at Tyrion. The Prince of Dorne could barely contain his fury at Tyhe, son of the man responsible for the death of his sister and nephew. Tyrion felt a shiver run through his body. Oberyn's gaze resembled that of a serpent, and now he understood perfectly why he was called the Serpent of Dorne. "A tempting offer," Enar replied with a slight smile, "but it won't have much effect on Tywin. He would turn his son's death into an opportunity for profit and prestige. He might even claim that Tyrion died trying to kill Caraxes. If it were Stannis or Renly, Enar might consider the idea, as it would shake Robert mentally. But Tywin? He would use his son's death without scruple, especially the son he hated for taking the life of his beloved wife." Oberyn, though reluctant, moved away and sat down, but his eyes never left Tyrion, as if he was imagining various ways of killing him. Tyrion listened to the conversation between Enar and Oberyn with a bitter expression. He couldn't deny the Targaryen king's words. From what he knew of his father, the prediction was frighteningly accurate. "Your Grace, may I say something?" Varys Stan, who was still kneeling beside Tyrion, intervened, drawing Enar's attention. The king's curious gaze landed on the Knight of the King's Guard, and he nodded slightly, indicating that he should speak. "Your Grace, Tyrion may be small, but he is twice as honorable as many men who call themselves knights. He's a good man, unlike his father, who is a truly ruthless monster." Varys Stan spoke firmly, while Tyrion stared at him in surprise. Although the knight had promised to intercede on his behalf, he had never imagined that the man would actually dare to do what he had said. Enar tapped his fingers rhythmically on the arm of the throne, lost in thought. After long minutes, he finally announced his decision: "Varys Stan, Tyrion Lannister will be imprisoned while I decide his fate." Tyrion's legs weakened, and he almost cried out with relief. He still had a chance to live. He didn't want to die, not yet. There was plenty of wine to taste, plenty of whores to enjoy and places to explore. Varys Stan stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Grace." "Kindness, murmured Enar, a slight smile on his lips. The word seemed ironic to him. In recent days, he had had men, women, the elderly and even children executed without hesitation. Being called kind seemed like a hypocritical compliment, but it still amused him. With the end of the gift ceremony, the banquet began. The guests took their seats, eating and drinking to their heart's content. "What are you going to do with Tyrion, husband?" asked Visenya, a touch of coldness in her gaze. Although Tyrion was not directly to blame, his father had ordered the deaths of Queen Elia and Prince Aegon. Enar didn't answer immediately. Instead, he returned the question: "What do you want to do, my queen?" Visenya was surprised, remaining silent for a few moments as she pondered her words. Daenerys, sitting next to her, watched her sister curiously. If it were her, she wouldn't kill Tyrion. What would be the difference between them and Tywin doing that? As Enar had said the other night, it was a never-ending cycle of hatred and death. Visenya wanted to kill Tyrion and at least partially avenge the death of her good sister and her nephew. Would killing him satiate your hatred? Enar asked again, looking at her with a smile. You don't want to kill him? Visenya concluded as she listened to his words, realizing that Enar had already made up his mind. I want him to be my hand. Enar said casually, taking a sip of wine. His words left Visenya and Daenerys stunned. They could imagine many things, but never that Tyrion would become the hand of the king. After all, it was the second most important position in the Seven Kingdoms. But will he accept? We're going to kill his father. Daenerys asked in disbelief. She couldn't imagine how Enar would persuade Tyrion to fight against his own blood. I'll give him a reason to live and die for me. Enar smiled, confidently. There was no doubt in his mind, Tyrion would not refuse what he had to offer. The dwarf would bend the knee and help him in the wars looming on the horizon. Daenerys pouted, frustrated that Enar wouldn't reveal what he would use to convince Tyrion, but put those thoughts aside. Let's dance, nephew. Daenerys suggested, smiling mischievously. Enar smiled back, squinting at Visenya, who had a slightly envious expression at her sister's words. I'll dance with you later, Vy. He kissed Visenya's cheek gently before standing up and holding out his hand to Daenerys. She took his hand with a smile and stood up with him. Visenya's mood improved with the kiss and her husband's words, although she still wanted to be the first to dance with him. Deep down, she blamed herself for not being quicker. Enar ignored the stares of everyone in the hall as she danced with Daenerys in the center. The 4 knights of the king's guard stood around, vigilant, protecting the king and queen with cold, watchful eyes. The position of hand of the king is very powerful, Daenerys commented, feeling his hand on her waist. She moved closer, enjoying the warmth of his body. I know, replied Enar with a whisper in her ear as they spun together. But the hand of the king won't have that much power. In fact, all the positions will be divided into 2 or 3. I want to decentralize those powers. Of course he knew how powerful the title of Hand of the King was, but he didn't intend to leave so much power in the hands of a single person. This would apply to all the positions on the small council. In his vision of the future, his ministers should compete with each other while he watched, controlling both sides. What if they discovered his strategy? He didn't care. His ministers would be intelligent men and would understand that this was no TA request, but an order. They could profit, but never as much as the king. And if they didn't accept these rules, Enar would simply replace them with someone who did. Daenerys looked at her future husband and understood that this was only the beginning. He would bring about a complete revolution in Westeros' system of government. How could Daenerys have imagined that Enar would change the system of nobility and centralize power for the crown, taking large parts of land from the neighboring kingdoms and diminishing the local power of the nobles? These nobles would not have as much power or autonomy as before. Discount coupon for Patreon, FD6C2 20%. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Conspiracies, 3, Warning, this chapter will mention rape, so if you have any sensitivity to the subject, I advise skipping these specific paragraphs. A battle doesn't only take place on the battlefield, a seemingly casual conversation is often more brutal in a person's heart. Enar Targaryen, observing his Dar Zolorik. A day had passed since Enar's coronation, and now he was officially king, at least in the eyes of the people of Essos. In Westeros, however, Robert's allies considered him a fraud, perhaps even a usurper. Descending the stone stairs that led to the prisons, Enar smelled the putrid odor of the place. The stench of sweat and mold hung in the air, mixed with other smells that he preferred not to identify at the moment. Behind him, Leda accompanied him, wearing her shining armor and the white cloak of the royal guard. Although she was short, the girl exuded an aura of authority that would put many men to shame. At the end of the staircase, a long corridor revealed itself. Iron bars lined both sides, while scattered torches cast a pale orange light over the room. Enar observed the cells as he passed. Inside, old and decrepit priests, who had refused to accept the religious reforms he had implemented, were slowly rotting away. The conditions of these men were miserable, inhuman even, but the smile on the young king's lips never wavered. How should he feel about those who refused to keep up with the times? Dying in the darkness of those cells, without suffering, was the greatest mercy he could grant. After walking through a few more cells, Enar stopped in front of one in particular. Inside, Tywin Lannister's youngest son was reading a book. Unlike the other prisoners, Tyrion had a comfortable bed, clean water, and decent food, only the stench was something he shared with the others. When he heard footsteps stopping in front of his cell, Tyrion didn't want to turn his attention away from the book at first. He was immersed in reading the Bible of the Red Faith. However, when he looked up and realized who was there, his expression changed instantly. He closed the book, got off the bed and bowed slightly as a sign of respect to the king. "Your Grace." Tyrion greeted Enar with a respectful tone, his voice carrying a mixture of admiration and fear. He avoided looking directly into the young monarch's eyes, but he still couldn't hide his curiosity. At last, Tyrion understood why all the people of Volantis and other parts of Essos worshipped Enar as a messiah, perhaps even as a god. The book he had just read was simply unlike anything else he had read in his life. The indoctrination capacity of the book, called the Bible, was incredible to say the least, and Tyrion had no doubt that the Red Faith would quickly spread throughout Westeros. Although the faith of the Seven preached kindness, gentleness, and chivalry, the methods of the Red Faith pre-STS were incomparable in terms of indoctrination efficiency. The advance of that religion seemed inevitable. And that same book was written by the same man who stood before him. How could Tyrion not feel afraid of a man capable of making millions of people worship him as a god with a mere book? Leda opened the cell door and positioned herself next to the cell. Enar entered without any hesitation. He looked around, noticing how surprisingly organized everything was. When he noticed the Red Faith Bible resting on the bed, his lips curved into an amused smile. "Was the reading fun, Lord Tyrion?" Enar asked, curiosity evident on his face. Tyrion hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully, entertaining, and quite revealing in some respects. He wasn't lying. Reading it had really made him reflect, especially on some life lessons that resonated deeply with him. This only increased the admiration he felt for Enar. Enar wasn't surprised by the answer. He knew that prisoners often turned to religion for solace or guidance, and it was precisely those who often showed the best behavior in prison. And although Tyrion hadn't been in prison for long, it was a short, life-changing experience, at least for those who really wanted to change their lives. "I'll be blunt, Tyrion." Enar stared into the dwarf's heterochromatic eyes, one green and the other black. "I want you to be my hand." The king's words left Tyrion completely stunned. If Visenya and Daenerys found the idea of naming him Hand of the King shocking, for Tyrion it was unthinkable. He was an enemy of House Targaryen, but here he was, being invited by the king himself to be Hand, one of the most prestigious positions in Westeros. Still, as he remembered Enar's goals and the legacy of House Targaryen, Tyrion sighed deeply, wearing a bitter, helpless expression. The chance to prove himself had become something he could never accept in his lifetime. "Your Grace honors me with this request, but I cannot betray my house, least of all my father." Tyrion refused with a determined tone. For the first time, Tyrion lifted his gaze and stared into the king's purple eyes, showing a determination he had rarely displayed in his life. However, as he did so, he was disconcerted. Those eyes weren't looking at him with contempt, disgust, or repulsion, emotions Tyrion had been used to since childhood. Enar's gaze was something different, human, full of genuine interest, as if he saw something in Tyrion that no one else saw. "What if I gave you a reason?" Enar asked, tilting his head slightly, his tone laden with curiosity. Tyrion was surprised by the question, but shook his head. He really couldn't imagine anything that could convince him to accept that position. "Look into my eyes," Enar ordered, activating his prescience. Although confused, Tyrion obeyed. The instant his eyes met the king's, he felt as if an invisible punch hit him in the stomach, taking his breath away and his balance for a moment. Suddenly, he was somewhere else. The landscape around him was peaceful, with green hills and a simple wooden house in the distance, enough to offer shelter from the rain and sun. The door of the house opened and a young woman came out. She must have been no more than 10 years old and somehow seemed strangely familiar to Tyrion. He tried to remember who she was, but the memory slipped away, hovering just out of reach. Time passed quickly in Tyrion's eyes. He saw the girl gradually mature and the familiarity only grew when he saw the girl, much older than before, become the woman he had fallen hopelessly in love with when he was 12. Tisha. The name escaped Tyrion's trembling lips. He had seen it all. From the moment he met her, the sweet sound of her voice as she sang, to the impromptu wedding, blessed by a drunken septon in tee presence of pigs. They were the happiest 15 days of his life, days he wished would last forever. But the dream turned into a nightmare. And then came the worst. The vision unfolded with brutality and cruelty. Tywin's guards, cold and merciless, abusing Tisha in a gang rape. Each cruel act accompanied by silver coins thrown at her feet as payment for her service. Finally, the ultimate humiliation. Tywin forced Tyrion to take part, to commit the same heinous act against the woman he loved. But, as he was a Lannister, his coin was gold. After all, a Lannister is worth more. Pain and hatred burned in his chest. But the scene changed. The anger dissipated momentarily, replaced by bewilderment, as he saw Tisha in a boat, heading for Pentos. There was no death scene as Jaime had told him. This only made him realize that not only had his father deceived him, but so had his brother. Then another scene appeared in his vision. Tyrion saw again, his eyes red with rage, the scene he could never erase from his memory. His father, Tywin Lannister, ordering Jaime to lie, saying that Tisha was just a prostitute. Time moved on quickly, and Tyrion found himself in front of a red faith church. A woman, now older, around 20-5, dressed in a red cloak, was handing out food to hungry children. Her hair was black, her eyes blue. Perhaps she wasn't extraordinarily beautiful in the eyes of the world, but for Tyrion, there was no more beautiful woman. "Tisha," he murmured, his voice breaking, the desire to cry evident. But he stopped himself. He wouldn't cry, not in front of Enar. The vision disappeared, and Tyrion returned to the cold, damp cell. "So, do you agree to be my hand?" Enar asked, his voice gentle but firm. For all his authority, there was a spark of ambition in his tone. Tyrion raised his eyes to the king, his gaze filled with resentment and hatred. "I accept. I want Tywin Lannister dead. Not only would he kill the old man, but he would make Tywin see his greatest humiliation, Tyrion, the despised Esson, taking control of Casterly Rock, something Tywin would never allow." Enar smiled. "As of today, you are my hand." He held out his hand to help Tyrion up. "Now let's go. We have a meeting with the secret prince of a broken dynasty trying to rise again." Tyrion straightened his clothes, cleared his throat and tried to compose his remaining dignity. "His Dar Zolorik." Enar couldn't help but think of the man with the amber skin and dark red hair. It would be quite an interesting conversation. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Conspiracies, 4, An Exchange of Lies and Compliments. Leda Dany, Lady Commander of the King's Guard, thought as she observed the conversation between the king and the aspirant to be king. As Enar and Tyrion walked side by side, Tyrion watched closely as the people revered Enar with absolute devotion and respect. It was like a sacred ceremony. Everyone knelt down as they passed him and didn't even dare to look the king in the eye. Not even other kings could achieve that kind of respect with their most loyal subjects. The little lion of House Lannister wondered what Enar had done to inspire such adoration and sincerity in people. Little did Tyrion know that, with his reforms, Enar had abolished slavery, at least in Volantis. For someone who had once been a slave, this wasn't just a political change, it was nothing short of a miracle. And Enar's reforms didn't stop there. The Red Priests and Priestesses were instructed to teach children to read and write. This initiative was not limited to Volantis. In every city with a Red Temple, parents could send their children to receive a basic education. In these prototype schools, children learned to respect their father, mother, and religion, as well as discipline and loyalty to the king. At this time in Essos, the rulers of the 9 free cities were unaware that New York cities gradually had Enar's influence in the shadows, ready to be used at the right moment. Enar knew that he would need trained officials in the future to administer the cities together with the nobility. After all, he couldn't allow the cities to be controlled exclusively by the nobles. What if a revolt broke out? Cities surrounded by walls could become war fortresses. And, as we know, sieges of cities can last for months, even years. And if that happened, it could delay the armies for a long time, leading to a defeat in the war, something that Enar and any monarch would not want to happen. Tyrion hesitated for a moment, but after a brief pause, he took a deep breath and asked in a serious tone. "Your Grace, I'd like to ask you something." Enar looked at him and smiled. "You don't need to ask permission to speak. You'll be paid to advise me. After all, I don't need an advisor who can't speak." For Enar, it didn't make sense to have an advisor who was afraid to express his opinions. It was the complete opposite of what an advisor should do. "What does your Grace plan for the future of House Lannister?" Tyrion asked without further hesitation. The question was subtle, as it involved many delicate areas, including the fate of the members of his house. "If you mean what I will do with the members of House Lannister, then only Tywin and Joffrey interest me," Enar replied in a calm tone. "As for the others, I don't care, but you and I know how dangerous your sister can be." Although eliminating all the Lannisters was a tempting idea, it wasn't what Enar wanted. Westeros was different from Essos. He needed to indoctrinate people before taking action that could be misinterpreted there. As for Myrcella and Tommen's loyalty, Enar planned to use blood magic to control them. It wouldn't harm them as long as they remained obedient, but any sign of rebellion would activate the magic, causing an agonizing death, with pain impossible to bear. Their deaths would look like heart attacks, preventing the blame from falling on him. Tyrion, knowing his sister well, knew that Cersei would fight tooth and nail for the lives of her children. Of that, he had no doubt. Cersei could be called many things, but never a negligent mother. Still, Tyrion felt relief at Enar's words. The king was kinder than he had expected, allowing other members of House Lannister to survive despite what had happened. Tyrion, despite hating his own father to the point of wanting to devour him in revenge, didn't let anger cloud his judgment. He still valued the concept of family and didn't want it to be destroyed. Enar looked at Tyrion, who seemed immersed in thought, and asked with a deep look. "Tyrion, we're about to meet his Dar." He appears to be a gentleman and is well liked in the eyes of the Citai of Mirian, but in fact he is a secret prince of Nugis and a descendant of great leaders of the past. What do you think a man like him is doing in Volantis while the 3 slave cities are preparing to attack me at this very moment? He looked at Tyrion for an answer. Isn't Nugis an island port city in the Gulf of Pain? Tyrion asked, slightly confused. For him, and for many, a small coastal town was not worthy of being considered a kingdom, let alone an empire like the legendary Oldgis. Still, Hisdar's presence in Volantis, just at this critical moment, was indeed suspicious, as Enar had said. What Hisdar was doing was not unlike offering himself up like a pig on a silver platter. A man who could stake his life on something was dangerous. You underestimate the greed for power, my hand. Many have ambition, but those often lack the resources or influence to fulfill their ambitions. Enar replied with an amused smile. Hisdar, however, is a man who possesses ambition, wealth, and power. He also relies on his slave armies in Mirian. Tyrion understood Enar's implicit message. Hisdar had come to Volantis to negotiate something. And if that was what he was imagining, Tyrion was eager to find out what price Hisdar was willing to pay. Enar, Tyrion, and Leda stopped in front of an ornate door. Leda stepped forward and opened it, revealing a luxurious and comfortable room. Hisdar was sitting in a comfortable seat, holding a glass of Volantis wine. The man seemed extremely relaxed, almost as if his life wasn't at stake if the negotiations went wrong. I see you're enjoying yourself, Lord Hisdar, greeted Enar with a smile as she sat down opposite him. Leda positioned herself behind the king, staring at the dark red-haired man with a cold gaze. As always, her hand rested on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Tyrion, for his part, settled into a chair with some difficulty and cast a calm glance at Hisdar, accompanied by a charismatic smile. The wine from Volantis is still excellent, just the right amount of sweetness, your grace, said Hisdar, placing the goblet on the table and returning the smile with equal kindness. I'll be sure to arrange a few jars for you to take with you when you leave, Enar replied, looking at him with an intense gaze. Your grace has my thanks, Hisdar thanked him, leaning forward slightly in respect. Whether Hisdar would actually drink the wine offered by Enar was another matter. Poisoning, although considered undignified in Westeros, was common practice in Essos, especially in Slavers Bay. As he watched the two exchange pleasantries as if they were old friends, Tyrion couldn't help thinking how hypocritical it was. But politics was, in essence, a game of hypocrisy exchanged in pursuit of greater profits, regardless of the method used. I assume Lord Hisdar is aware of the attacks about to take place against my beautiful city, commented Enar, narrowing his eyes as he watched the man's reaction. Despite his gentle tone, Hisdar felt a chill run through his body. For a moment, he felt naked before those eyes, as if there were no secrets that could remain hidden. It's a pity what's about to happen, but your grace should have expected it. After all, after the ban on slavery, many lost their sources of income. The great masters of Mirian, and the other rulers of the 2 slave cities were completely furious at the news. Calming his turbulent feelings, Hisdar replied calmly, as if he himself had not encouraged the great masters of Mirian to attack Volantis. The good masters Astapor and the wise master of Yunkai merely followed Mirian in the attack. Enar almost laughed when he heard the man's false words. If he hadn't seen the past with his prescience, he might have believed his words to be legitimate. However, he knew that the facts were quite different from what Hisdar said. The good masters were indeed furious, but the news of the second field of fire had extinguished any anger they might have had. Fear of death was often an effective price to pay for clarity. Yes, a pity. But what you're doing in my city right now is what intrigues me. Enar commented, fixing his eyes directly on Hisdar's. I could kill you and send your head to the good masters of Mirian, as a warning of the fate in store for those who dare oppose me. Your Grace is a man of honor and heroism. How could I do such a thing? Hisdar replied with a smile on his lips. Am I? Enar retorted in an amused tone, while his increasingly cold gaze pierced Hisdar like an invisible bladder. A note of repudiation of the Oscar snubbing of Dune Part 2. Dune Part 2 received 5 Oscar nominations, while Emilia Perez's mediocre film received 13 Oscar nominations. Do you have any idea that this mediocre movie got more nominations in The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, alongside great films like Titanic, Ben-Hur, The Last Emperor and Schindler's List? What a bad joke. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Conspiracies, v. Did I sign an agreement with the King of Hell? Hisdar muttered to himself, watching the city of Meereen in flames. A revolt had broken out in the first month of his rule. Hisdar felt his heart almost explode with anxiety as he noticed the young king's cold eyes fixed on him, his eyes becoming more and more dangerous. His brain was screaming at him to stay put, flashing a gentle smile, while his heart was begging him to run away. Being in Enar's presence was like being in front of a lion, or rather a dragon, ready to devour him at any moment. Of course I'm joking, Lord Hisdar. How could I kill you, said Enar, with a gentle smile on his lips. For a brief moment, he saw the fear on Hisdar's face and felt pleased to be causing his opponent so much stress. It was necessary to put that man in his place, otherwise, he might start making unacceptable demands. What a funny joke, Your Grace, replied Hisdar, keeping a smile on his face and hiding any trace of dissatisfaction he was feeling at the moment. He was well aware that, in his position, any sign of discontent could cost him his life in an instant. Hisdar understood that kings, rulers of free cities and lords were creatures with extremely inflated egos, driven by the ability to decide the fate of hundreds or millions. He knew this because he was now one of these figures, and even Thog at that moment, he was hating every second of the conversation. Never in his life had he felt so humiliated as he did at that moment. Enar Targaryen was not offering him the respect that he, as the future king of the entire Slavers Bay, thought he deserved. It was eating away at him like a flame of rage and fury. Hisdar wanted to get up and leave, but he couldn't. Not while the sword of the woman behind Enar was ready to behead him at the king's slightest command. He knew the risks of this journey were great, but he hadn't expected Enar to be so irrational. However, he couldn't back down, not when the benefits of this conversation were so important. His future and all his ancestors' efforts were riding on this conversation, so how could he back down at this point? Enar, for his part, certainly knew what was going on in Hisdar's mind. But did that worry him? The answer was an absolute no. Why should he care? After all, it wasn't him who was asking for something, but Hisdar. From the start of the conversation, the man had placed himself in an inferior position, one that Enar had no intention of alleviating. Especially since Hisdar was the main orchestrator of the future attack on Volantis from the Slavers Bay. He had no intention of showing kindness to the cunning and intelligent man in front of him. Your Grace, I would like to orchestrate a theater. Hisdar got straight to the point. He knew that the longer he remained in front of Enar, the more disadvantages he would accumulate. The young King always seemed to have the upper hand in any situation. Enar and Tyrion exchanged interested glances when they heard the proposal. The king, in particular, looked away for a brief moment, glimpsing fragments of the future. His lips curved into an amused smile as he realized some interesting possibilities. I'm listening to your proposal, said Enar, as he picked up a grape and chewed quietly, keeping his gaze fixed on Hisdar, awaiting his next words. Hisdar breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest fear was that Enar wouldn't be interested in the idea. However, as long as the king showed a modicum of curiosity, half the plan was already underway. "I want to be a hero to the people of Slavers Bay," declared Hisdar, his ambition clearly evident in his voice. His brown eyes seemed to shine brightly, as if he could already envision the glorious moment when his name would be proclaimed by heralds to ecstatic crowds. Although Enar had expected something along those lines, his lips curved into a mocking smile. "So, you want me to back down during the attack, allowing you to gain the prestige of defeating the mighty mounted king who rode an enormous dragon? A theater to win the support of the upper classes of Slave Bay and crown yourself king." It was a bold PR pistol, but Enar couldn't help but find Hisdar's audacity amusing. It wasn't a completely bad plan, but it was far from foolproof either. He wondered how Hisdar would handle the situation if Enar didn't fulfill his promise. After all, such an obvious lie could be exposed at any moment. And when the upper classes of the three cities found out that the newly crowned king of Mirian was actually a liar, Hisdar wouldn't survive, no matter how much money or power he had. However, Hisdar's idea benefited only him. What would Enar gain apart from bearing the infamy of losing a battle? Noticing the doubts on the young king's face, Hisdar smiled confidently and declared, 10,000 unsullied, 5 million gold pieces and 50 warships. The price surprised Tyrion. Although he had expected something exorbitant, he hadn't imagined that Hisdar would be so bold and generous. Even so, the theatrical plan between Enar and Hisdar was far from perfect. What if Hisdar wasn't crowned king in the end? He would be gambling big, at a colossal cost, only to guarantee nothing in the end. "It's a good price for me to put you on the throne of Mirian and the entire Slavers Bay," commented Enar, popping another grape into his mouth. He smiled casually before continuing, "But it's still not enough for me to lose my prestige of invincibility." The words spoken with such nonchalance made Hisdar clench his teeth, even though he tried to keep his composure in the face of his fate spoken casually. The truth was obvious, Enar wasn't as enthusiastic about the proposal as Hisdar himself. And for good reason. While Hisdar would gain prestige, Enar would lose his. What was more serious was the kind of message this would send out to the world. As strong as he was, Enar was not invincible. And that, honestly, was a very dangerous idea in Enar's eyes. What if all 8 free cities joined forces against Enar because of this weakness in the eyes of many? The only reason they were still hesitating was the terror caused by the Seko Nd field of fire, where Enar had burned tens of thousands of people in just 15 minutes. Seeing that Enar didn't seem interested, Hisdar gritted his teeth and increased his offer. 10,000 unsullied, 10 million gold coins and 60 warships. Enar, however, remained indifferent. He knew that Hisdar could offer up to 100 million gold coins, and yet the proposal would not convince him. The real price of this theater was far greater than any wealth. The message of weakness that this Waldi sent out to the world would create long-term problems, problems that Enar was not prepared to face now, let alone in the future. It was wiser to destroy the free cities individually than to risk a powerful alliance between the 8 free cities, capable of mustering 500,000 soldiers, or even 1,000,000, depending on the circumstances. The gain offered by Hisdar was simply not worth the effort or the potential strategic disaster. Hisdar gritted his teeth even harder before making another desperate attempt. "We can change the theater to a resistance fight instead of a retreat." Although the prestige of resisting against Enar was less than that of defeating him, it was the only alternative Hisdar could see. After all, he had no way of forcing Enar to accept the proposal. Enar, on the other hand, liked this idea better. He could turn this resistance into an opportunity to train the developing Sardaukar, placing them side by side with the novice troops under the supervision of war veterans. But would Enar be satisfied with just that? Certainly not. Popping another grape into his mouth, he made his own counter-proposal, smiling gently. "I want Mirian to pay monthly tributes and temples of the Red Faith to be built in the 3 cities, Mir-En, Yunkai and Astapur. Hizdar's face paled when he heard Enar's demands. Theft. There was no other word to describe what the young king was proposing. Enar was, in fact, legally stealing from Hizdar. But on reflection, Hizdar saw an opportunity. With the presence of the Red Faith, he could incite a conflict between the religious fanatics and the Sons of the Harpy, weakening both sides and consolidating his control over Mirian. The idea began to seem less absurd in his mind. Enar, while eating another grape, noticed the hesitation in Hizdar's countenance and couldn't help but smile. Hizdar seemed to have overlooked something crucial, the current strength of the Red Faith. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for that. Who, after all, would have thought that this religion would transform so profoundly in less than 6 years? As he watched Hizdar's resistance slowly dissolve, Enar was already anticipating what would come next. He would happily watch Hizdar's reign being consumed by flames that he himself would light. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. 0, Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Conspiracies. 6, seeing the future usually gives you a feeling of invincibility, but when you see millions of timelines showing different realities, you realize how changeable the future can be. Enar I Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos. What do you think? Enar asked, looking at Tyrion with a carefree smile. Tyrion reflected for a moment before answering with his calm tone and a hint of curiosity. Your Grace controlled the conversation the entire time. You showed no weakness at any time, which forced Lord Hizdar to accept an extremely unfavorable deal. The dwarf paused before expressing his doubts. What I don't understand is why your Grace agreed to take part in this theater. Even if money and soldiers are valuable resources, allowing Lord Hizdar to establish a kingdom in Slavers Bay seems risky. It was understandable that Tyrion had these doubts. Unlike Enar, he didn't possess the gift of prescience to see into the future and plan ahead. First, there's the training of my troops, especially the elite troops, the Sardaukar. Secondly, unlike other cities, there are no Red Faith temples in Slavers Bay. This represents a perfect opportunity for us to infiltrate and start indoctrinating followers, replied Enar, without revealing all the details, but sharing most of the plan with confidence. And why is your Grace so interested in indoctrinating followers, especially in Slavers Bay? Tyrion asked, intrigued. He could understand the need to train troops, but wasting time on religion seemed an out-of-place move, especially when an imminent war was on the horizon. Tyrion, Enar began with a patient tone, the basis of a solid government is faith and determination. The more people who believe that I am an envoy of the gods, the more unshakable my government will be. An example of this is Volantis. The Triarchs, who ruled the city for centuries, were wiped off the map because they underestimated the power of faith and dared to anger the people by trying to kill their messiah. Enar smiled, amused, as he watched the shock grow in Tyrion's expression. Tyrion finally understood what Enar was trying to explain. Faith was not just a matter of belief, it was an instrument of power. An army could be defeated, but a fanatical people, driven by faith, were much harder to contain. Even so, he found it hard to believe. What could commoners do in the face of a properly armed and trained army? And then something Enar had mentioned earlier clicked in Tyrion's mind, there were no temples of the Red Faith in Slavers Bay. Connecting the dots, Tyrion came to an alarming conclusion. He stared at Enar, completely shocked, as his brain processed the information. Temples were not just places of religious indoctrination. They were fortresses of war, filled with weapons and armor. How many temples does the Red Faith have on the entire continent of Essos? Tyrion asked, his voice laden with incredulity. Enar only smiled, without answering directly, but the gleam in his eyes suggested that the answer was far more terrifying than Tyrion could have imagined. As Tyrion had said, the temples of the Red Faith did indeed function as weapons depots. Although it wasn't possible to supply all the temples with large quantities of weaponry, there was always a significant amount stored, especially in the larger cities, such as the 8 free cities. And what happens when your grace decides that the people are ready to rise up against their slave masters? Tyrion asked, curiosity evident in the tone of his voice. He knew that Enar was not only preparing Westeros, but also laying the foundations for conquering all of Essos. Of course, after giving them hope of freedom, I'll give them the tools to conquer that freedom. Enar replied as he ate the last grape from the tray, an amused smile curving his lips. Tyrion couldn't help feeling a little sorry for his Dar. The man was risking everything to build a kingdom of his own, unaware that he was just one piece in a larger game, a conspiracy meticulously orchestrated by Enar. A plan that would guarantee the conquest of Slavers Bay without the need to mobilize a large army or provoke an unnecessary bloodbath. This level of cunning and calculation was truly terrifying in Tyrion's eyes. Tomorrow we'll hold an early meeting with all my advisors and family members. Be present and properly dressed for the occasion. The hand of the king brooch will be delivered to your chambers in the morning. Enar rose from his chair and cast one last glance at Tyrion, who still seemed absorbed in his thoughts. We will do great things together, Tyrion of House Lannister. He said with a smile. Don't let me down. As Enar disappeared along with the members of his king's guard, Tyrion leaned back in his chair and muttered to himself, Father, you'd be proud, wouldn't you? Your son has finally become Hand of the King, the most powerful position after the throne. But even as he said it, Tyrion knew that Tywin would never be proud of him, no matter what he achieved. His hatred of his father ran deep, born of grief that he was the cause of his mother Joanna's death. Tyrion laughed softly, abandoning any desire to win Tywin's respect or love. He would now focus only on himself. He would be Lord of Casterly Rock. In the future, he would have a wife and probably a son or daughter, and to ensure a good future for his future family, he would serve Enar with devotion and intelligence. After all, there would always be others lurking to take his place. That same night, Enar was in his quarters, watching the moon through the open window, when he felt a faint chaotic energy trying to connect with his mind. For a moment, he was cautious, but soon relaxed when he recognized the source of the energy. Brynden Rivers. Unlike before, Enar no longer needed to sleep to access his subconscious. After consuming the water of life, he had awakened to a level of consciousness that allowed him to fully explore his true capabilities. Capabilities that he himself was discovering over time. Great Uncle, greeted Enar, as his mind connected with the astral projection of the old blood crow. Brynden watched him, his eyes carrying something between awe and terror. To anyone else, Enar still looked human, but Brynden could see beyond appearance. To him, Enar was a monstrous mass of magical energy, pure, chaotic and completely inhuman. The body the young king inhabited was nothing more than a receptacle for this immeasurable force. What have you done, Enar? Brynden asked incredulously, his voice filled with a mixture of admiration and discomfort. The oppression emanating from Enar's presence was overwhelming, even in his astral form. Enar, sensing his great uncle's discomfort, made a simple gesture with his hand, shielding Brynden from the intensity of his mind. He knew better than anyone that the abyss that resided within him was something few could bear. Don't worry, just tell me what's going on. Enar ignored the question and gave Brynden a serious look. His great-uncle would never contact him if it wasn't urgent. Manifesting one's conscience on another continent was no trivial matter, even for someone like Brynden. Realizing that Enar didn't intend to answer his question, Brynden pushed the disturbing thoughts aside and concentrated fully on the moment. The Night King is moving faster than we anticipated. The dead are increasing at an alarming rate, far beyond anything we've seen before. In less than a month, at least 30,000 undead have been forced from their graves. His voice carried a grave tone, while his exhausted mind showed signs of collapsing at an astonishing speed. Normally, he would have been able to maintain the connection for dozens of minutes, but at this rate, it wouldn't have lasted more than one. Enar couldn't help a trace of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. He knew that the cold god was blessing the Night King with even more power, compromising his own plans and forcing him to adjust them hastily. Send Mance to the wall immediately. Iman and Jair Mormont will open the gates when the free people arrive. Mance must relinquish his kingly titles and hand over the Horn of Winter. Inar's words came in a firm tone, without hesitation. Hesitation led to chaos and chaos led to unnecessary deaths. He didn't want that, and Mance should be more anxious than he was. The man possessed a legendary artifact that could bring down the wall, and that was a risk that Enar wanted to get into his hands as soon as possible. I will see to it that all parties receive their orders, but have the northern lords accepted hundreds of thousands of savages into the northern lands? Food to supply such a population is no simple matter. Brynden couldn't help but advise his grandnephew with concern. Enar sighed and remembered that people needed food to survive. I'll fly to the High Garden in a few days. I'll order House Tyrell to send enough food to last a few months. I'll also have Kinvara send a batch of food to White Harbor. Enar spoke with a helpless tone. That was why he hated changing H's plans. Brynden nodded and quickly disconnected his mind from Enar's. He had to be even faster than Enar. I'm going to rip this cold god's head off. Enar muttered to himself, his voice containing a shocking murderous intent. His entire subconscious changed drastically with his murderous thoughts, transforming into an apocalyptic scenario. Clouds of black and red smoke made up the whole scene with lightning occasionally crossing the place. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, The Death of Jonarin. Lies never stay hidden forever, and they usually come out at the most unwanted moment. Varys the Spider. The bells of the great sept of Baelor echoed with a deep, distant sound, alerting the entire city of King's Landing. Only 4 occasions justified the ringing of the septs bells. The death of a king, the death of the High Septon, or the death of someone of great importance. In addition, only the royal wedding merited such a ceremony. However, as there was no news of a royal wedding, that left 3 options. Inside the great septi of Baelor, Robert Baratheon, first of his name, looked at the body of his adoptive father, cold and lifeless before him, with a surprisingly calm expression. The king of the 7 kingdoms had slimmed down enough for anyone to notice the difference, a sign of the silent changes that had been taking place. Old Eagle, you dare to leave me at this moment, muttered Robert, his voice laden with sadness, despite his impassive countenance. Even so, the weight of grief was evident in the most powerful man in Westeros. How could he not be in mourning? Like Eddard Stark, Robert had grown up under the tutelage of Jonarin, Lord of the Vale. His feelings for his adoptive father were strong, and the loss of the figure who had shaped his youth affected him deeply. Jonarin had been more than the hand of the king, he had been a mentor, a moral compass in turbulent times. Upstairs, watching Robert beside Jonarin's body, Cersei wore an expression of grief. However, those who knew the queen knew that she reserved her true sorrow only for her children and, perhaps momentarily, for Jaime, her twin brother. Her green eyes, however, betrayed her facade. The almost visible joy in her gaze was testimony to her true feelings. Are you sure no one will notice? Pycelle has been ordered to conduct the investigation into the death of the hand of the king, Jaime murmured, his voice low as he avoided looking directly at Jonarin's body. Once again, the Kingslayer had tarnished the name of the King's Guard, a burden that, over time, he had come to carry with indifference. Even so, he regretted giving in to his sister's requests. Jonaryn was an important ally of the crown, and his death would weaken the throne and throw the Vale into an uncertain situation. Lysa Arryn, according to the rumors at court, was not in her best mental state. But there was no turning back. Jonaryn was dead. He won't tell. Pycelle is our father's dog, Cersei replied coolly, while a perverse pleasure spread across her face as she gazed at Jonaryn's lifeless body. She savored that feeling of power, an ecstasy that made her feel unshakable. For Cersei, Jonaryn's death was inevitable. He had investigated her life for over a year, until he finally discovered the true paternity of her children. A man with Suke knowledge could never stay alive for so long. What's more, thanks to Jon's investigations, Cersei managed to track down all of Robert's bastards. One by one, she planned to eliminate them, until there was no threat left to Joffrey's throne. Jaime sighed, observing the expression on his sister's face. Cersei wasn't exactly a master at disguising her emotions, which often caused friction between her and Robert. As for Joffrey, Jaime didn't consider him worthy of sacrifice. In the eyes of the Kingslayer, Joffrey was nothing more than a jet of semen in Cersei's pussy. Everything Jaime had done had been for Tommen and Myrcella. Only for them. "Any news of our brother, Tyrion?" asked Jaime, his tone heavy with concern. His younger brother's disappearance made him deeply uncomfortable. "He's your brother. To me, he's a monster." Upon hearing Tyrion's name, Cersei frowned in disgust and responded harshly. The mere thought of calling that creature her brother made her nauseous. She still couldn't understand how her father had allowed that freak to carry the Lannister name for so long. Jaime felt anger rise in his chest at hearing his sister's words, but he restrained himself. He remained silent, still consumed with worry about Tyrion's fate in Braavos. However, how could Cersei and Jaime have imagined that the day after Jonaryn had died, rumors began to circulate the alleys of King's Landing, a rumor that soon became talk for the city's families to discuss, obscured by the walls of each house. The king had no children, and his children with the queen were actually the fruit of incest between the queen and the Kingslayer. The queen allegedly killed the Hand because he had discovered the truth about the incest. No one knew who had told the rumor, but it soon became common knowledge among the population, which simply could not be covered up or even blocked. Crack. Another pour vase from Myr was smashed against the wall. There was only an expression of fury reflected on Cersei's face at that moment. She had no doubt that the source of the rumors was Jonaryn. Perhaps the man had discovered that he was in danger and had planned something like this in case something happened to him. Cersei didn't care why. She wanted to tear the old man's corpse to pieces right now and then throw it to the pigs to eat. Argh. Tearing at the sheets in rage, Cersei let out an angry, hysterical scream. Even if the rumors weren't believed, her son's throne would still be unstable for anyone who wanted it. Add that to the Targaryen AC Ross the Sea with a dragon, and Cersei could already imagine her son being killed, and that made her extremely furious and full of fear that something would happen to the beautiful Joffrey. Biting her nails nervously, Cersei knew she couldn't wait and had to finish off all of Robert's bastards as soon as possible. Especially those who looked like Robert, who had to die as soon as possible so that no one could follow Jonaryn's trail. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Cersei tidied up her messy hair and flashed a beautiful, elegant smile, transforming herself back into the elegant queen that everyone had the impression of. On the other side of the Red Keep, in the training field, Robert was sweating profusely as he swung his warhammer with truly skillful movements full of shocking brutality. Not far from him, Varys, wearing a purple tunic, watched the king with a gentle smile. The man's bald head glistened against the sun as a faint scent of petals wafted around him. Who spread the rumors, eunuch? Inking his hammer into the chest of a mannequin wearing armor, Robert wiped the sweat on his face with his arm and asked in an angry voice. He was furious when he found out about the rumors. No man could remain indifferent after hearing about his wife's infidelity, let alone a king like Robert. He wanted to cut out the tongues of the people who were saying his 2 sons and 1 daughter were not of his seed. Although his sons and daughter did look like Cersei and Jaime, Robert firmly believed that all 3 came from his sack and no other man's. He didn't care so much about Joffrey, he even wished the monster had died while he was growing up. The thought of handing over the throne to a monster like his son kept Robert from wanting to abandon everything and go to the free cities to enjoy the life he had always wanted. The rumors started in Flea Bottom, Your Grace. Some of my little birds were killed, perhaps for seeing something they shouldn't have. Varys reported in a slightly lower tone, afraid of angering the king in front of him. He had personally seen what happened to the training dummy. Robert showed a serious expression. Apparently the rumors were orchestrated almost the moment Jon Arryn died, and it made him think that someone had killed his adoptive father and spread rumors to cover something up. Letting out a sigh, Robert really hated King's Landing. However, for the safety of his children, he couldn't relax, especially with the Targaryen coming at him with an army of fanatics. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 80, The Death of Jon Arryn. 2, Chaos is an opportunity for the bold and a terrible fate for ordinary people. Littlefinger, Master of the Coin. In the small council chamber, Robert Baratheon was drinking noticeably less wine than usual. His blue eyes swept the room, hovering over each person present with the authority of a true king. Ned will be the next hand. Send a raven ordering him to come to King's Landing. Also, send a marriage proposal. My sons and daughters will marry his, announced Robert, with an indifferent tone. Cersei gritted her teeth, irritated by the disdain in her husband's voice, as if he were dealing with goods and not people. The thought of her daughter having to spread her legs for a barbarian from the north almost made her scream with rage. When Robert finished speaking, all eyes turned to Tywin Lannister. Some had amused expressions, curious to see the Lord of Casterly Rock's reaction. Many had expected Tywin to assume the position of hand after Jon Arryn's death, but it seemed that Robert had no intention of giving his father-in-law that honor. Joffrey will marry Lady Sansa Stark. Tommen will marry Lady Arya Stark. Myrcella, in turn, will marry Robb Stark, the heir to Winterfell, Robert declared, his voice firm and without hesitation, as if it were the only sensible choice. However, there was something that bothered the king deeply. He had only 3 legitimate sons to negotiate alliances with, while Ned Stark had 4 sons, 2 daughters, and even a bastard who bore the name Jon Snow. Robert wished for more heirs to marry off all his friends' offspring, but that was out of his reach. Cersei, about to protest for the freedom of at least her daughter, felt her body freeze when Tywin's cold, calculating eyes fell upon her. All courage, anger, and indignation evaporated before that implacable gaze. Tywin, realizing that his daughter would remain silent, turned to Robert and, with characteristic calm, said, "Your Grace, House Tyrell continues to refuse to heed your call. They have reinforced the borders, a specie ally in the west, and their vassals are mobilizing throughout the Reach. It is wiser to marry Prince Joffrey to Lady Margaery Tyrell." Tywin's words generated murmurs of concern among those present. Everyone there knew that the alliance with the Tyrells was crucial. Without it, the crown would face serious difficulties in sustaining a prolonged war. From House Tyrell's recent movements, it was clear that they had no intention of supporting the crown against the Targaryen king on the other side of the narrow sea. Robert didn't reply immediately. He remained silent, awaiting the opinions of his advisors. "Your Grace, allow me to attack the Arbor. I will destroy House Redwine's fleet and bring House Tyrell to the crown." Stannis spoke firmly, his voice rigid and his posture imposing. For him, House Tyrell's hesitation was enough to consider them traitors. Stannis' words were bold, even arrogant, but no one in the room could ignore the military brilliance of the Lord of Storm's End. Although reluctant, many in the room had a certain confidence in his ability to deliver what he promised. However, Tywin Lannister was the first to object. "That's a stupid decision," he said, raising his voice slightly. His cold eyes fixed on Stannis with visible dissatisfaction. Adding House Tyrell now would make them completely in league with Prince Targaryen. We'd be handing over one of the most powerful houses in Westeros. Tywin continued, deliberately ignoring Stannis' increasingly angry look. He continued, with the calm and calculating tone of a man who always saw several steps ahead. "Taking risks right now is like throwing the continent into a civil war. When war breaks out, we'll need all our forces concentrated to defeat our enemies. Instead of wasting resources, strengthen the city's defenses with scorpions, reinforce the troops, fortify the castles and ships. There's a lot of work to be done before we consider any risky action." Despite his obvious irritation with Tywin, Stannis recognized that the old strategist had a point. Losing the royal fleet in a poorly planned attack would be catastrophic, and the risk was too great at this delicate moment. Tywin, for his part, knew that destroying House Tyrell would be advantageous in the long run, but it wasn't something that could be done now. It would be a waste of time, soldiers, and resources. For the moment, even though they were a dangerous element, the Tyrells remained asleep. Robert, who had listened to the discussions in silence, made the decision without hesitation. "We'll do as Tywin suggested. I'll marry Joffrey to Margaery Tyrell. Littlefinger, you will go to Highgarden to negotiate terms with Mace Tyrell." The king's voice echoed through the room with a loud, clear tone. He was perhaps not the most skilled strategist, nor the most cunning general, but as a warrior, he knew the value of quick decisions. Hesitation led to death on the battlefield, and right now, he couldn't afford to hesitate. Littlefinger smiled, his calm, enigmatic gaze hiding the storm of intent that was raging inside him. "As you wish, Your Grace," he replied with a discreet but purposeful bow. For him, this mission was more than just an order from the king. It was a golden opportunity to plunge Westeros even deeper into chaos. Jon Arryn was dead, and the plan to take control of the Vale was already underway. All he needed was to fan the flames of war, allowing the chaos to spread like wildfire. Littlefinger knew that chaos was the ladder, and he would climb it until he reached the greatest power of all, the Iron Throne. Robert turned, his cold, calculating eyes landing on Varys, who had remained silent until then. "What happened to the dragon spawn?" asked the king, his voice laden with icy menace. Varys bowed elegantly before answering in his usual gentle tone. He was crowned by the Reverend Mother in front of 700,000 people who knelt before him. Varys' words fell across the room like a stone thrown into a still lake, spreading waves of tension. The silence that followed was almost deafening in the room, weighed down by the significance of that statement. 700,000 people. The image of a crowd of that magnitude kneeling before Enar was overwhelming. If before he was just a young man with a dragon, now, in everyone's eyes, he had become a true monarch. It wasn't just the fear of his dragon's power that worried them. It was the respect and reverence he inspired in his people. 700,000 people weren't kneeling out of fear, they were kneeling out of devotion. At that moment, the collective perception changed. Enar was no longer an aspirant to the throne. He was a legitimate king, someone who had come to take what he thought was rightfully his. And this idea hit them hard, because the same law that gave Enar the right to claim the throne was the one that sustained Robert's reign and would guarantee the legitimacy of his descendants. But Robert showed no change in expression when he heard Varys' words. Rhaegar also had the support of the people, but it was he who was sitting on the Iron Throne, not Rhaegar. "What about the faceless assassins?" Robert asked, with the same cutting coldness he was accustomed to whenever a Targaryen was involved. Varys lowered his gaze, sighing ruefully. "Unfortunately, according to the House of Black and White, the assassination failed." Varys' tone was full of discontent. He hated everything that involved magic, and his aversion was even greater when it came to figures associated with fanatical religious sects. Robert couldn't help letting T snort coldly. The money that was supposed to be sent to Bravos doesn't need to go any further, since House Black and White didn't complete the mission, we don't need to pay it. No one objected. It was fair not to be paid for a job that hadn't been completed, only a fool would pay for a job that had failed. As Tywin said, we'll use this money to strengthen ourselves. Buy food from Essos, even if it's twice as expensive. We can't run out of food when the war starts. Robert spoke with a calm tone. This was also one of the measures to deal with in case House Tyrell really didn't support the crown when war came. Yes, Your Grace. Littlefinger, responsible for the finances of the Seven Kingdoms, replied with a confident tone. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 81, The Death of Jon Arryn. 3, I am benevolent, I always kill in the most painless way. Enar Targaryen to Olenna Tyrell. With incredible agility and speed, a flock of small, thrasher-like birds, grey with black feathers, flew in perfect harmony across the vastness of the blue Kentucky. Free and peaceful, the group seemed immune to worry, almost as if they were the sovereigns of the skies. If it were an ordinary world, perhaps they would be. But this was no ordinary world. As they passed close to an enormous white cloud, which looked more like heavenly cotton candy, a gigantic mouth emerged from the depths of the cloud, cruelly devouring a large number of the birds. In an instant, the rest panicked, scattering in all directions, trying to escape the invisible terror. The next moment, the source of that mouth was revealed. A colossal winged creature emerged from the cloud, tearing the sky apart with its imposing presence. Crimson scales covered its muscular, slender body. It was a being the size of a hill, whose existence defied all the laws of physics. But in a world where magic reigned, even universal rules could be subverted. Enar, mounted on Caraxes, looked out over the rapidly approaching continent. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Although Essos had become the center of his power, deep down Westeros would always be his true home. Looking at the tense figure sitting in front of him in the saddle, Enar couldn't help but be amused. Lita, with her usual cool and calm expression, exuded a subtle nervousness. Despite her rigid posture, the slight trembling of her body betrayed her. The girl was trying very hard not to show how much the situation was bothering her. You seem to be enjoying it, Lita, teased Enar with a mischievous smile, leaning over to whisper in her ear. Don't worry, whenever I fly, I'll take you with me. Lita finally broke her mask of indifference. Her eyes glanced behind her, where she saw the teasing smile on the face of her king and cousin. She knew he was teasing her, yet the idea of flying often didn't appeal to her in the slightest. How humans could feel comfortable riding such a gigantic creature was something she couldn't understand. However, as Lady Commander of the King's Guard, the King's requests were absolute. If your grace wishes, it shall be done. Lita replied with the cold, controlled tone that was her trademark. Enar rolled his eyes, frustrated by the predictable answer. He should have brought Daenerys with him, he thought to himself. At least she knew how to have fun. Lita, on the other hand, was incredibly similar to her father. They were both too serious, almost incapable of appreciating the smallest provocations or the most relaxed moments. Then, on the horizon, an iconic sight came into view, a vast city and a red fortress rising above it would catch anyone's eye. King's Landing, capital of the Seven Kingdoms. His choice of route to the Reach was strategic. Enar could have gone through Storm's End or Dorne, but passing through the Crown Lands was the most direct route and, more importantly, the one that would provide him with the perfect opportunity to show off his power. Being seen in King's Landing, mounted on Caraxes, would mark the arrival of the new king in an unforgettable way. "Let's put on a show for the people of the city, Caraxes," murmured Enar to the dragon, who responded with a deep trill, as if he shared the king's excitement. Enar couldn't help but smile when he thought of the advantage of possessing an ability like prescience. Being able to glimpse into the past and later witness Robert and Tywin's expressions of dread and despair when they saw Caraxes for the first time was something he knew he would love. The show was about to begin. Robert was relaxing with his family, a habit he had developed since learning of the existence of Prince Targaryen and his dragon. The thought of facing such a threat brought with it the realization that his chances of survival in the future were uncertain, perhaps even minimal. That's why he began to value these simple moments with his child Ren. Of course, with the exception of Joffrey. Watching Myrcella and Tommen play knight and princess, Robert's lips curved into a genuine smile. He had never thought he could find so much satisfaction in something so mundane. These little moments of tranquility were a way of escaping the cruel reality that hung over him. But the image of Prince Targaryen riding his dragon soon brought him back to the harsh truth: a storm was approaching, and he needed to be prepared. Many thought that the marriage to House Stark was supposed to be just a political move to consolidate an alliance, but in fact it was something more calculated and darker. It was Robert's way of trying to ensure that his children would survive if he died and the Baratheon dynasty was destroyed. Robert was betting that the Targaryen prince, as much as he might hate him, would hesitate to take Myrcella and Tommen's lives if they were linked to his maternal family, House Stark. An attempt to appeal to ties of blood and honor, however tenuous. Yes, Robert knew it was monumentally hypocritical of him to think so. After all, he had laughed and celebrated in front of the dead bodies of Elia Martell, Rhaenys, and Aegon, Rhaegar's wife and children. But even aware of his hypocrisy, he clung to this faint hope. He wanted, above all, to believe that Myrcella and Tommen could have a future, even if it was a future marked by the defeat of the Baratheons. "Father, I made this crown for you." Myrcella's sweet voice interrupted Robert's thoughts, and he couldn't help but smile. He looked at the small wreath his daughter was holding and, with an indulgent gesture, bowed his head. Myrcella, excited, smiled innocently and placed the wreath on her father's hair. "The great King Robert Baratheon," she exclaimed with one full of pride, as if she were declaring it to the whole world. Robert blinked in surprise. Him, a great king? He certainly knew what they called him behind his back: usurper, fat king, dirty king, silly king. Humiliating titles, but they had never called him great king. Not even on his best days. Still, hearing those words come out of his daughter's innocent mouth warmed something in his heart. For the first time in a long time, he felt a shred of genuine happiness. He let out a deep laugh and stroked Myrcella's golden hair. Her radiant smile as she received his caresses made the moment seem perfect, but Robert couldn't help noticing something. The girl bore no resemblance to him. Nothing. Not the features, not the eyes, not the smile. This had been bothering him for years, and the seed of doubt grew in his mind again. Was it paranoia? Or, worse, a truth he was afraid to face? Before he could delve deeper into these thoughts, something interrupted the calm. The sky abruptly darkened. A deafening, reverberating sound echoed throughout King's Landing. Robert looked up at the sky, and what he saw made his face turn pale. A dragon. His instinct took over. Without hesitation, he grabbed Myrcella and Tommen in his arms and ran towards the Red Keep. Even if they faced the same fate as Harrenhal, he knew that the thick walls of the fortress would offer some level of protection against the deadly flames of the creature flying over the city. Dragon! Myrcella shouted excitedly, her eyes shining with fascination as she looked up at the sky. To her, it looked like something out of a story. Yes, a dragon. Above King's Landing, a gigantic crimson-scaled dragon hovered, the shadow of its wings covering much of the city. Citizens stood still, staring at the creature with expressions that ranged from terror to fascination. A deadly silence gripped the city for a moment. Until the dragon opened its mouth. "Dracarys!" Enar commanded in a firm voice. Crimson flames exploded from the dragon's mouth, crossing the sky and covering a third of the sky. Despite the terror in people's hearts, many realized that the flames were not meant for them. Instead, the sky itself seemed to be the target. The spectacle that followed was breathtaking. The dragon broke through the cloud of fire it had created, emerging in a magnificent and terrifying flight. It was more than a show of strength, it was a clear message to everyone in King's Landing. House Targaryen had returned to Westeros once again. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, House of Tyrell. The first impression is always more important. People started remembering you from that moment on. Enar Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos. The Crimson Dragon flew over King's Landing, releasing scarlet flames that lit up the sky and painted the clouds a fiery red. The spectacle was as frightening as it was majestic. Caraxes flew with surprising grace, despite his enormous size, passing through the curtains of fire that he himself created, as if dancing in the air. Down below, the whole city stopped to watch. The children, in particular, stared at the huge winged being with admiration and fascination, while the adults fought the instinct to flee. However, as the minutes passed, it became clear to everyone that the dragon and its rider had no intention of causing destruction. And everyone knew exactly who they were. The rumors that had been swirling around Westeros for months now hung alive and real in the sky. Enar Targaryen and his legendary Crimson Dragon, Caraxes. "It's a demonstration." Tywin Lannister broke the silence inside the small council chamber, the Lord of the Rock's voice cold and deep. He watched the dragon with an almost inhuman calm, while the others struggled to hide their discomfort. "A display of strength and power," he continued, without taking his eyes off the spectacle. "Prince Targaryen is announcing his arrival to everyone in Westeros. No subterfuge, no cunning schemes. He wants us to know that he will face anyone head-on." Robert Baratheon, beside him, crossed his arms. The king's gaze was fixed on the dragon dancing among the flames, reflecting a mixture of worry and weariness. He no longer feared for his children's safety at that moment, but the sight of a Targaryen displaying such control and power made his heart heavy. "At least he's not like his grandfather," murmured Renly Baratheon, almost in a whisper. But his words, full of fear, echoed in the silence of the room. All eyes fell on him, many of them full of disapproval. Although it was natural to fear a dragon, the men there knew better than to show weakness. If the situation escalated into a confrontation, they would need a cool head and a quick reaction, and Renly seemed incapable of that. Robert gave his brother a disgruntled look, but decided not to reprimand him. He turned his eyes to the sky, following the dragon's flight. Caraxes released another wave of flames, lighting up the horizon like an anticipated sunset. Then, under the gaze of the whole of King's Landing, the dragon let out one last roar. Its deep, deafening cry reverberated like a warning. And then, with a powerful flick of his wings, Caraxes turned and flew off towards a new destination. Inside the small council room, the expressions of those present changed dramatically as they realized the dragon's route. They knew exactly where Enar Targaryen was heading. The Reach. Robert's face was grim. Don't say marriage, he'd be happy if the Reach didn't agree to join this war, but seeing the size of the dragon, he knew the chances of that happening were extremely slim. A fool Khal-DC who had the upper hand in the ensuing civil war. From this moment on, we must buy all the food we can in Essos as quickly as possible. We won't have enough food to sustain our armies. Robert ordered in a calm, majestic tone. Since Enar was declaring war, he would not cower and would fight head-on. Tywin looked at Robert with an appreciative gaze. He finally saw the man of 12 years ago, a powerful and voracious warrior, the demon of the trident. They needed a king like that right now, not a Draenken king. If Robert had remained the same man before the rebellion, they would have had a better chance of winning the war, because the people loved their king, making the Targaryen prince's invasion extremely difficult. But that was impossible at the moment. After more than a decade of rule, the people never really liked their king. They wouldn't be sorry even if Robert died the next day. "I thought your grace was going to come down and greet your cousin," Lita commented, with a hint of surprise in her voice. The white cloak over her shoulders was scorched at the edges, a silent testimony to the spectacle of fire that Caraxes had offered over the capital. "Our first meeting will be on the battlefield, a more appropriate place for two monarchs to meet." Aenar took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside him. Only he knew how much he had resisted the temptation to land in King's Landing, to look Robert Baratheon in the eye and confront him right there. But Enar stopped himself. He didn't want to meet Robert in King's Landing. The battlefield would be an appropriate place for him to kill his father's murderer. Lita watched her king carefully. She knew a bloodlust when she saw one. And at that moment, Enar exuded a murderous desire so intense that it was almost visible, something she thought was impossible, but she could vaguely see the air around him moving in an abnormal way. She admired him for it. If it had been her, she would have given in. She wouldn't have bothered with formalities or waited for the ideal moment. Justice would be done immediately, without hesitation. "We'll get to Reach in no time," Enar commented, changing the subject to get his mind off his dark thoughts. An amused smile formed on his lips. "I'm looking forward to seeing the Queen of Thorns' expression." Lita rolled her eyes, annoyed. Her king was good at many things, but his sense of humor was absolutely terrible. Who would care about someone's expressions in a situation like this? As Lita could tell, with his gift, Enar rarely had surprises, and in order to prevent himself from becoming an emotionless machine, who only thought about ruling perfectly in order to bring humanity to eternity, he liked to experience his own feelings with surprising intensity. About an hour later, Enar and Lita saw a huge river meandering through the green pastures. Mandar, the largest river in the Seven Kingdoms and also the source of all the Reach's prosperity. The huge river nourished the soil, making it extremely fertile and perfect for large-scale plantations. It was no wonder that the Reach was the second richest kingdom, second only to the mineral-rich western lands. Because of this wealth in food and money, the Reach had the largest army of the Seven Kingdoms, around 70 to 100,000 men, a truly giant army in medieval terms. "It's beautiful," Lita commented, looking at the river of water meandering through the green plains. She, who had never left Dorne, had only been to Volantis and nothing else, so Westeros was completely new to her eyes. Enar didn't look at Mandar. His eyes were focused on the huge castle built on a particularly high hill. High Garden, the house of Tyrell's residence. Enar smiled and forced Caraxes to lower his altitude, making the castle seem closer and closer. On the plains below, Willis Tyrell, wearing green and gold armor, was riding a horse expertly, despite being crippled in one leg. Knights of House Tyrell were protecting their lord, riding around him. The face of the heir of Highgarden was calm. It had been a few days since he had ridden on the Reach. It wasn't just for entertainment that he was doing this, but to see the surrounding terrain. He wanted to see if he might have other options should a war break out in the future. Burning crops was indeed a great threat, but in the face of Tywin Lannister, the most ruthless man in Westeros, he felt that threatening a powerful man like Tywin with something so trivial in the face of the outcome of war was a bit risky. Milord just as one of Willis K. Knights was about to speak, the loud, powerful sound rang out above them and a darkness covered everyone. Confused, as there had been no sign of rain moments ago, Willas looked up and paled at the sight of the gigantic crimson shadow passing above him, causing strong winds to blow anything below. All the horses were intimidated by the aura of the biggest predator in the planet's food chain. Go back to the High Garden. Willas grabbed his horse's reins and shouted to his riders. He wasted no time and rode at full speed towards the upper garden. An anxious expression appeared on the air of the Reach. He was praying to the Seven that Prince Targaryen would be someone understanding. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read more than 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 83, House of Tyrell, 2. This is a woman who stole her sister's husband on their wedding day and slept with him the same day. The poor man couldn't get up the next day. Enar Targaryen commented, watching Olenna Tyrell. Roar. The loud, powerful, and savage roar shook the white walls of High Garden. The sound of deafening wing beats echoed throughout the castle before everyone heard a loud, heavy thud on the ground. Caraxes had landed in High Garden. The poor dragon had been flying for almost half a day. With the spectacle he had put on in King's Landing, he was really exhausted at that point. Enar loosened the belt that held him together with Lita and finally felt able to move as he pleased. Instead of climbing down the iron mesh below the saddle, he slid down the membrane of the dragon's wing, falling gently to the ground as he removed both gloves from his hands. Lita followed her king down after him. The girl had an expression of relief as she finally felt the ground beneath her feet. If it were possible, she would never want to fly again. However, knowing her king's slightly sadistic personality, she knew that her wish was impossible. Without knowing what Lita was thinking, Enar walked up next to Caraxes' neck and skillfully stroked the dragon's long scales. "Thank you, brother," he said in a grateful tone as he felt the warm touch of Caraxes' scales. Caraxes let out a trill, similar to the sound of a cat, and seemed to enjoy the caresses. The tremor in his scales clearly showed the pleasure he was feeling. Lita was speechless as she watched the huge dragon melt under Enar's caresses. The scene was so absurd that she couldn't say anything, just letting out a sigh. However, her eyes focused on the man behind a branch of meticulously trimmed bushes. It was a gardener, who was completely frightened. Olenna, along with Mace, Lord of High Garden, Lady Aelry Hightower, Garland, Loras, and Margaery, surrounded by hundreds of knights, approached and observed the scene of a man stroking a huge dragon as if it were a cat. Seeing the golden white hair, Olenna didn't need to be a genius to deduce the man's identity, or rather the boy's, noticing some still childish features on his face. Looking at her son, who was paralyzed and had no intention of greeting the future sovereign, Olenna discreetly stepped on High's foot and gave him a cold stare. The pain in his foot and the look on his mother's face roused Mace from his shock. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the Lord of High Garden took a step forward. But the moment he did, the next scene made his blood run cold. The huge dragon suddenly raised its head and moved it forward, showing off its large, extremely sharp teeth. "Relax, Caraxes. It's not food, at least not at the moment." Enar laughed as he noticed the frightened expression on the High Garden Lord's face and spoke in a gentle tone to Caraxes, who merely blew smoke out of his nostrils before resting his head back on the grass. Watching the scene, Olenna sighed wearily. With her hands on her stomach, she bowed slightly and spoke in a calm tone, "Welcome to High Garden, Prince Enar." As soon as she spoke, Mace awoke from his fear and bowed, followed by his wife, sons, and daughters. "Welcome to High Garden, Prince. Sorry for the abrupt arrival, Lord Mace and Lady Aelry." Enar spoke first to the Lords of High Garden. Mace seemed flattered to be greeted before his mother, which brought a smile to his lips and dispelled his fear of the dragon. Aelry just nodded, watching the Targaryen prince curiously. It wasn't every day that you saw a real dragon lord. Enar then turned his gaze to the old woman wearing green clothes that covered even her hair, leaving only her face showing. The famous Queen of Thorns. He commented in an amused tone, noticing that, even in front of Caraxes, there was no fear in her eyes. The famous Dragon Prince. Olenna pretended to be impressed and replied with a sarcastic tone, "I'm really surprised, you look like your father." Enar laughed at her words, without feeling offended by her tone. After constantly dealing with fanatics and sycophants, Olenna's attitude seemed like a breath of fresh air. Lita, however, cast a cold glance at the woman who dared to speak to her king like that. Perhaps noticing the young woman's deadly stare, Olenna looked at her curiously. But her curiosity was satisfied when she looked at the hilt of the sword. Done. With the armor and white cloak over her shoulders, Olenna quickly recognized the girl's identity and position. Nevertheless, she was surprised. There had never been a woman in the royal guard, even though a woman had created the order. This showed that the prince was more open-minded than many men in Westeros. After all, being protected by a woman wasn't exactly frowned upon. Even so, Olenna showed no weakness in the face of the cold gaze of such a young girl. She didn't fear the dragon, let alone a girl wielding a famous sword. "My lady commander of the royal guard and I are starving after half a day's journey." Ignoring the exchange of cold glances between the two women, Enar spoke with a smile on his face. "I will arrange it urgently, your grace." Seeing that Enar seemed easy to talk to, Mace relaxed and invited him in with an enthusiastic smile. The idea of marrying Margaery was discarded the moment he saw the dragon. Just the thought that his grandchildren could possess such a great beast made Mace abandon any intention of marrying Margaery to Prince Joffrey. Seeing her son's expression, Olenna wanted to hit Mace again, but held back in front of the Targaryen prince. However, she was determined to teach her son another lesson at another time. Enar smiled and followed the whole of House Tyrell as he felt everyone's gaze focused on him, whether out of curiosity or for some other reason. Noticing a particularly intense gaze on him, Enar looked discreetly to the side and saw Loras Tyrell watching him with a passionate expression. Enar was speechless, but decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. He had nothing against it, but his sexual orientation was completely towards women. He wasn't attracted to men at all. However, another look caught his eye. Following the source, he saw a beautiful girl with voluminous brown hair and large, lovely eyes, looking at him with a shy, curious gaze. As he blinked at her, Enar heard a soft laugh coming from the young woman and smiled too. Margaery Tyrell, one of his 3 mistresses. The son she would have with him would be a figure of great importance in the future, being one of the 20 primarchs. Olenna noticed the small movements between Enar and Margaery, although she didn't show it. The Queen of Thorns' eyes analyzed her granddaughter carefully, in a deep gaze that carried years of wisdom and expectation. She knew Margaery better than anyone. Olenna had taught her everything she knew. Every graceful gesture, every carefully calculated smile, every gentle glance and even the melodious laugh that seemed spontaneous, it was all part of a skillfully molded arsenal for winning hearts. Margaery was ambitious. Perhaps even more so than Olenna had been in her youth. The desire for power burned in her like an intense flame, and the crown wasn't just a goal, it was an absolute dream, the destiny she was determined to reach. Olenna saw this clearly. Every word Margaery exchanged with Enar was wrapped in a layer of charm and intent. Every move, even the most subtle, was a move in the great game. The old matriarch wasn't sure whether to admire or fear her granddaughter for this. Have no regrets, Margaery. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions, Olenna thought, watching the two of them gradually converse, apparently having a normal, fun conversation. Margaery, for her part, certainly didn't know what her grandmother was thinking, and if she did, she wouldn't have cared. In her eyes, all the focus was on that handsome, powerful dragon rider by her side. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read 37 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, House of Tyrell, 3, I want him, even if I never really have him all to myself. Marguerite Tyrell, the White Rose. Sitting at the head seat of the high garden table, Enar looked at Olenna and commented with an amused tone. Before I came to the high garden, I flew over King's Landing. They were happy to see Caraxes spitting flames over the city. Olenna stopped her drinking and looked deeply at the king. Her lips curved into a sarcastic smile. Tywin must have loved the show. The Queen of Thorns knew that the young king's words had another purpose, a warning to House Tyrell. Basically, he was saying that everyone knew he was coming to Highgarden and that no one would believe that House Tyrell wouldn't bend the knee to survive. It was quite a shrewd move and, considering his age, Olenna knew that the young king was not inexperienced in court affairs. He's probably more desperate to fill his coffers. Enar said, bringing the glass of wine to his lips, not caring if it was poisoned. Olenna looked at Enar with a brief expression of surprise. Tywin worried about gold? She would never have thought that such words could be associated with the rich and powerful Tywin Lannister. Olenna's mind quickly searched for options that could make Tywin worry about gold and found the answer. Are the gold mines running out? Olenna asked with a glare. If that were really the case, then House Tyrell would currently be the strongest house in Westeros. Without money, the Westerlands weren't so dangerous, as they couldn't support an army of 50,000 men. Enar liked to talk to intelligent people. He didn't even need to explain, and Olenna had already found the reason for his words. Lady Olenna is as intelligent as the rumors say. Enar complimented the woman with a glare. Won't you become my master of coin? This time it was the turn of everyone at the table to look at the young king with expressions of surprise. Even Olenna looked at Enar with an amused look. The vain lords will be uncomfortable with a woman in power. Olenna replied in a calm tone as she sipped her wine. Let them feel uncomfortable, I don't care what they think. Enar sipped the wine from her glass and replied with an indifferent tone. I don't care what's between a person's legs. As long as it's useful to me, I can even put a horse on the small council. If they don't like my decisions, they can leave, there are other people who can take their place. Olenna's eyes shone with intensity, and she looked at the young king with an unexpected gaze. I'm glad of the invitation, but I'd rather spend the rest of my days in this relaxed land. I've long since left the intrigues of the court. Olenna responded to Enar's words with a calm, deep tone. Her EYES had analyzed his every action, expression, and word since they began talking. All to understand what Enar's character was. What a shame, I'd love to have Lady Olenna by my side with Tyrion. The two of you would get on very well. Enar said in a disappointed voice. He wasn't lying when he said that, he really wanted Olenna as his left hand, next to Tyrion, who was his right hand. Tyrion Lannister? Tywin's son. Olenna looked at Enar strangely and asked with a hint of incredulity in her voice. Not in her wildest dreams could she have imagined that Tyrion Lannister had bent the knee to the enemy of House Lannister, let alone that Enar could forgive him. Noticing the incredulity on Olenna's face, Enar commented in an amused tone, What can I do? I'm a persuasive man. Tyrion has agreed to be my hand. Your grace is very open-minded. Many would have killed Tyrion for much less. Olenna gave Enar a deep look. She finally believed that Enar was different from all the men she had met in her long life. Enar smiled and replied, I'm not a monster, Lady Olenna. The only people I want dead are Tywin, Joffrey, my cousin Robert and Gregor Clegane. The others can bend the knee and survive. I'm a benevolent monarch. He wasn't lying, at least not yet. The entire system of government in Westeros would remain the same for some time. When he began his reforms, he would eliminate any rebels who didn't accept the new rules he had made. For now, he would forgive them all. Although I can't hold the position of Master of Coin, my grandson Willis is as competent as I am. Olenna said. If he's as competent as Lady Olenna says, I don't mind having Willis on my small council. But if he's a worthless piece of crap, I'll oust him without any hesitation. I don't need no good-for-nothings on my small council. Enar spoke in a harsh tone, not hiding what she would do to Willis if he wasn't a good fit for the position of Master of Coin. Olenna wasn't offended by Enar's words, on the contrary, she looked at the young monarch with an even more appreciative gaze. I would do the same, Your Grace. Don't hesitate to remove the useless and put the competent on the small council. Many monarchs have gotten this wrong, causing great losses to the kingdom. Enar nodded and, just as he was about to speak, the doors to the dining hall opened abruptly. A young man rushed in, with an anxious expression on his handsome face. Green and gold armor framed his slim, seemingly frail body. I assume this is my new Master of Coin. Enar commented with an amused tone. Willis, this is Enar Targaryen, first of his name. You are the new Master of Coin of the small council. Ignoring her grandson's surprised expression, Olenna spoke directly, without beating about the bush. Willis, who had crossed the hall as quickly as he could, felt his breath catch for a moment when he heard his grandmother's words. Master of Coin, him. Recovering from his stupor, Willis understood that this was the position his grandmother had obtained for him. He approached Enar with his crutch and did not hesitate to kneel before the young monarch, who was sitting in the main seat, with Olenna on his left and Mace Tyrell on his right. I am Willis of House Tyrell, Your Grace. He said, facing the young man with silver hair and violet eyes who was watching him intently. Rise, my Master of Coin. Enar replied with a firm, majestic tone. At that moment, his aura changed completely. He no longer seemed just gentle and courteous, but a true king. Marguerite and Loras, who were watching the scene from afar, couldn't help but stare at Enar with growing admiration. Marguerite, in particular, would have displayed an expression not at all appropriate for an unmarried lady, had her family not been present. Willis stood up with some difficulty and bowed. Thank you, Your Grace. I won't let you down. To say he wasn't excited would be a lie. He had always wanted to do something besides being Lord of the High Garden and Lord Paramount of Mandor. Now he had the chance to accomplish something great and leave his name in history. Oberyn, my Master of Laws, spoke very highly of you, Lord Willis. Enar commented with a smile as he saw Willis sit down next to Marguerite. Although he had not yet made Oberyn official as Master of Laws, he was prepared to do so in the future. The instant Oberyn's name was mentioned, the big smile of Mace Tyrell, Lord of the High Garden, turned slightly grim. If there was anyone Mace hated deeply, it was Oberyn Martell. Willis had been crippled because of him, but, surprisingly, the two had become great friends. Willis' smile grew when he heard that his longtime friend had been chosen as Master of Laws on the small council of Enar. Dorne and the Reach. Olenna commented with a keen eye. As House Tyrell had already accepted Nar as their monarch, it was time to prepare for war. Having two kingdoms on their side was already a great advantage. The North, Dorne, and the Reach. Enar corrected Olenna gently, causing her to look at him with an expression of complete shock. Then, remembering Enar's origins, Olenna muttered, honorable, loyal, silent. Even a wolf can lie. Is the North with us, Your Grace? Olenna asked with a deep look. Yes. My uncle Eddard Stark, of House Stark and Lord of the North, has already bent the knee. Anar nodded, confirming Olenna's thoughts. Your Grace was raised in the North, wasn't he? Eddard Stark's bastard. Although it was a question, Olenna was certain of her words. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read 37 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, House of Tyrell, 4, The sunless future is terrible, but fear not, I am your Messiah and I will lead you to survive this dark age. Enar I Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos, speaking to the people as he sat on the Iron Throne. Enar looked at Olenna and shrugged. It wasn't exactly something that could be hidden for eternity. Olenna smiled. Just imagining Robert's face when he found out about the betrayal of the man he considered his brother gave her a certain pleasure. The usurper's expression would certainly be memorable. If the North has bent the knee, so can the Riverlands. Olenna commented, remembering that Eddard Stark's wife was Catelyn Tully, daughter of Hoster Tully, Lord Paramount of the Trident and Lord of Riverrun. However, at the mention of House Tully, she noticed how the young king's countenance darkened. Enar's face took on a dark mixture of restrained fury and murderous intent. The light atmosphere of the hall was immediately replaced by an oppressive weight. Everyone around them paled slightly, not understanding why, but feeling the difficulty of breathing grow by the second. The existence of Tully House is still under consideration. Enar commented with a cold tone, his icy eyes resting on Olenna, devoid of any emotion. The reason for Enar's anger was simple. Hoster Tully had rebelled for no apparent reason, turning traitor just to try and get his blood on the Iron Throne. But the old fish didn't expect Jonnarin and Eddard Stark to refuse such an ambition, completely thwarting his plans. Of all the great houses, only the Tully were under serious consideration of extinction. For Enar, there was nothing more despicable than ingratitude. House Targaryen had raised the Tully to their peak, but in the end, they were the first to betray them, and for no justifiable reason. Although she remained calm, Olenna felt a chill run through her body as she realized the intensity of Enar's aura. Despite her long life and experience, she had the strange feeling that she was facing something other than human. She thought herself foolish for such thoughts, but how could she explain the oppression in the air? Could it be magic? Perhaps. However, Olenna believed it could be something deeper. Your Grace, your wine. Lita approached and poured another goblet for the king. The lady commander of the royal guard watched Enar's dark face calmly. Although it was the first time she had seen him so consumed with rage, she was not intimidated by the frightening aura emanating from him. Enar's countenance softened after a sip of the wine. He realized that he was allowing his emotions to take control, something that could never happen again. Losing control would be dangerous, perhaps fatal for those around him. Thank you, Lita. Enar thanked her with a gentle smile, while deciding internally that he would perform the life enhancement on Lita that evening. His loyal lady commander deserved a boost in all physical aspects. Lita just nodded and stood behind Enar's chair, her hand on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it at any moment. With Enar's words, the atmosphere became light again. Mace Tyrell, in particular, silently thanked the gods for this. The Lord of Highgarden's face was sweaty and pale, as if he had just run for miles without stopping. Lord Mace. Enar called out, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Mace Tyrell, already shaken by recent events, replied with a trembling tone. Yes, Your Grace. How much food does Reach currently have, and what is the average harvest time? Enar asked, his face serious. The Reach had always been the breadbasket of Westeros, and on a continent where the weather could be unpredictable, with winters lasting years or even decades, the management of food resources was paramount. With the long night approaching, stocking up on food in large quantities was an absolute priority. Running out of supplies in sunless years would be catastrophic. Although Enar considered the possibility of using the energy of the immaterium dimension to act as a temporary sun for the crops, this would lock him into a single location, unable to move should he need to respond to an attack from monsters in another realm. Mace wiped the sweat from his brow before replying. We have enough food to supply the entire kingdom for 5 years. As for crops, wheat and oats take 3 to 4 months to ripen successfully. Other types of food can take a little longer, but 6 months at most. Despite his reputation for being less than competent, Mace was still the lord of the Reach and knew well the figures that underpinned his house's economy. Very well. Enar nodded. Then H's voice became harsh, unquestioning. Stop selling food to Essos immediately. I want you to start stocking up as much as possible. Mace hesitated, but Enar didn't finish. Also, send enough food to sustain 100,000 men for 3 months to the north. Mace stared wide-eyed, stunned. He couldn't imagine the reason for such specific orders. Is there a problem in the north, Your Grace? The last shipment of food sent to them should be enough. It was enough before 100,000 savages crossed the wall. Enar replied calmly, but his words provoked expressions of surprise and astonishment from everyone around. 100,000 savages? Why would Your Grace allow these savages to cross the wall and enter the north? Olenna asked with apparent calm, although her mind worked quickly to understand the reasons behind such a decision. Because I don't want our real enemy to gain 100,000 men, women, and giants without any effort. Enar replied, his voice laden with conviction. He knew that the threat of the White Walkers and the Night King could no longer be ignored. The sooner the kingdoms recognized this threat, the quicker he could consolidate his position as savior of Westeros in the face of the impending darkness. Robert? But he can't ally himself with the wildlings. Mace said, even more confused. The idea of Robert Baratheon allying himself with the men beyond the wall seemed too absurd. I'm not talking about my cousin. Enar corrected, his sharp gaze settling on Mace. I'm talking about the Night King and his White Walkers. They command an army of undead who don't need to eat or rest. An amused smile appeared on Enar's lips as he observed the reactions around him. Then silence fell over the room. The revelation seemed to suck the air out of the room. Everyone processed the young king's words in their own way, but it was clear that a new weight had been placed on everyone's shoulders. Night King, White Walkers, giants. Olenna repeated, with an incredulous tone, as if he expected the young king to be telling a bad joke. However, when she looked into Enar's eyes, her expression changed. There was no humor, just a cold, impenetrable seriousness. I understand it's hard to believe, Enar began, his voice calm and firm, but the long night is coming. And with it, an army of monsters, including undead. Enar knew that words alone would not be enough to convince the others. The stories of the Long Night and the White Walkers were considered ancient legends, something too distant to be taken seriously. But he possessed something more powerful than words, he could show. Fixing his gaze first on Mace and then on Olenna, he used a fragment of the future, bringing a vision that spoke for itself. What they saw was simple and, at the same time, terrifying. A vast, snow-covered plain stretched as far as the eye could see. A white mist, thick as milk, enveloped everything around, creating a heavy silence. Then the sound of horses breaking through the snow echoed. Figures emerged from the mist. Olenna and Mace held their breath at the sight of decaying horses, exposed bones and rotting flesh. But the real terror was in the riders. They were tall and thin, with skin as pale as ivory and icy blue eyes that shone like ice stars. Their bones were translucent, almost shiny, and their blood, if it still existed, looked a cold, pale blue. Their numbers seemed small at first glance, perhaps 5,000 riders. But what followed was a real nightmare, an endless army, undead marching in endless ranks. Suddenly, the army opened up into a perfect corridor. Out of the mist emerged a figure mounted on an immense ice spider. He had a crown made of ice on his head, which seemed to be carved from frozen stone. His eyes glowed with a flaming, inhuman blue that pierced the soul like a blade of ice. A supernatural chill ran through Olenna and Mace's bodies, making them shiver uncontrollably. It was as if death itself was staring at them, icy and implacable. And then, in the blink of an eye, they were back in their chairs in the lounge. They were both breathing heavily, their chests rising and falling in despair. Sweat covered their faces, and fear was clear in their eyes. "That's what's coming towards us." Enar broke the silence, his voice calm and authoritative. His implacable confidence seemed like a point of light amidst the despair of the sight. Olenna stared at him, still trying to process what she had just experienced. Mace, paler than ever, raised a trembling hand and wiped the sweat from his brow. "I'll immediately send the food north and start stocking up as much as possible," Mace declared, his voice still weak but determined. He didn't know how Enar had shown him that vision, and frankly, he didn't care. All he wanted now was for the gods to be merciful and save Westeros from the terrible fate that seemed inevitable. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read 37 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Leda, the Blade of Enar, Leda, Sword of Enar. Enar declared, looking at the naked woman, holding the legendary sword Dawn in her hands. Entering the room on the top floor of one of the towers in Highgarden Castle, Enar watched as Leda inspected her surroundings, checking for any possible hidden threats. Satisfied, he flopped onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. "What do you think of House Tyrell, my lady commander of the King's Guard?" Leda continued to examine the room, running her fingers along the walls, searching for secret passages, before answering coolly, "I don't like Lady Olenna. She seems irritating. Lord Mace is mediocre in battle, but reasonable in the administration of his lands. Lady Aelry lives in her own world. Lord Garland is a decent warrior, but lacks the aggressiveness needed to command real respect on the battlefield. As for Lady Margaery and Lord Loras, they both want to lie with your grace." She touched a suspicious stone on the wall and narrowed her eyes as she noticed a slight change in the texture. Without interrupting her analysis, she continued, "Ultimately, House Tyrell is weak. They don't control the Reach completely. Houses like Hightower and Redwyne are extremely powerful and actually hold more influence than the Tyrells themselves." Enar smiled at Leda's blunt assessment. The girl rarely spoke much, but when she did, her precision was cutting. As for Margaery and Loras, he rolled his eyes. He repeated to himself, he only liked women. Loras might feel some impulsive attraction based on lust, but for Enar, there was no romantic or physical interest in another man. Still, Leda was right. The Redwyne fleet was the strongest in the kingdom. The High Towers had the support of the Faith of the Seven and colossal influence. If it weren't for the value of loyalty oaths in Westeros, Enar wouldn't be surprised if the Tyrells were betrayed and replaced in some well-planned coup. Suddenly, the sound of moving stones echoed through the room. Enar raised an eyebrow, watching Leda curiously. In front of her, a secret passage revealed itself, large enough for a tall adult to pass through without difficulty. Leda nodded, pleased to have found what she was looking for. It was common for ancient castles to have hidden passages for strategic escapes. Highgarden, built in the Age of Heroes, would certainly have several of them. After closing the passage, she resumed her inspection of the room, but no other wall, pillar, or floor concealed secrets like that. "Take off your armor and clothes. Let's start your physical enhancement." Enar sat down on a chair, watching her with an amused look. But his smile soon gave way to a disappointed expression as Leda, without hesitation, began to undress with complete indifference. She removed each garment with the calm of someone who was simply shedding unnecessary weight without any sense of shame at undressing in front of a man. "I expected you to blush like a lady," Enar commented, rising from his chair as he circled the naked body of the lady commander of his royal guard. Lita rolled her eyes, crossing her arms over her small, firm breasts. "Forgive me for not blushing like a virgin lady, your grace." Enar laughed. "You're forgiven." She rolled her eyes again. Her king's narcissism and conceit were truly unshakable. As he watched her, Enar couldn't help but notice the scars all over her body. Most were concentrated on her belly, some on her arms and shoulders. They weren't largy, the largest was no more than 5 centimeters, but they had all been made by something sharp. He reached out, touching the largest scar, located on her abdomen. His fingers glided over the skin for a few moments, studying the mark with a curious gaze, before moving away. Throughout the process, Lita remained impassive. For her, the body was just an instrument. She didn't see herself as a woman, but as a sword. And that was how she preferred to live. It was easier to live as a sword than as a woman. "I can alter your body in the process," Enar said, stopping in front of her, staring at the girl in her cold gray eyes. "Do you wish to change anything in particular?" Lita reflected for a brief moment, but her answer came without hesitation. "Speed to the EXT ream. And, if possible, eliminate my period, your grace." Enar raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You'll be infertile if I do that." "I don't care. I'm your sword and nothing more. Swords don't need to give birth to heirs." Lita replied with a cold, indifferent, almost inhuman tone. Her gaze remained empty, devoid of any emotion. Only when her eyes landed on Enar did her expression change. There was something there, not love, not desire, but absolute devotion and unbreakable loyalty. Enar let out a soft sigh, his fingers gliding gently over Lita's androgynous face. "Thank you, Lita. I promise to be a worthy king, worthy to be the master of your blade." Then his gaze turned sharp. "Kneel." Without hesitation, Lita obeyed. Her slender body descended to the stone floor, her knees touching the cold surface while her head remained raised, firm. Enar lifted Lady Lya, the blade making a horizontal cut across his own wrist. Scarlet blood oozed from the wound, not in mere drops, but in torrents impossible for an ordinary human being. The crimson liquid pulsed as if it had a life of its own, flowing, moving, gradually covering Lita's naked body like an organic, burning veil. "It's going to hurt, Lita." His voice, although gentle, carried an overwhelming weight. "It will be a worse pain than giving birth. But if you endure it, you will no longer be a mere human. You'll be something greater. You will live far beyond the expectations of any mortal. You will have powers derived from my blood." He leaned in slightly, his purple eyes staring at her with intensity. "In a sense, you will be my daughter. Just as I will be your father." The enrichment ceremony was no simple ritual. It was a brutal process, where only those with truly determined minds and character could emerge as something more. Those who failed, ceased to be human. They became deformed aberrations, irrational beasts devoured by the very force they were trying to master. Enar would not perform this ritual lightly. His wives and mistresses would be subjected to this process one day, but only when they were properly prepared. His troops would undergo a similar process, but on a smaller scale and would not be as powerful as the Primarches, the new stage of human evolution. At the moment, apart from Titus, Sigismund, Baristan, and Lita, Enar didn't see anyone else strong enough to withstand the process without prior training. The pain came like a raging storm. Lita's bones broke one by one, only to rebuild themselves stronger. Her blood seemed to boil in her veins, burning her from the inside out. Her senses collapsed, sight, hearing, touch, all blending together in absolute chaos, as if her own body was becoming something new and unknown. But in the midst of that maelstrom of pain, she heard Enar's voice. And it clung to her like a beacon in the darkness. Her lips remained firmly closed. No moan escaped. No sign of weakness was shown. She would endure. She would survive. For it was the king's sword. And good swords don't break. Enar watched the whole process with a calm gaze. Unlike Titus and Sigismund, who didn't feel much because they were seriously injured, Lita was feeling a pain that was simply too difficult to describe with human words. And unlike both of them, Enar hadn't drunk the water of life when he enhanced both of his generals. Lita was practically performing a 2.0 ceremony, modified and improved, but incredibly more intense than Titus and Sigismund had been. But the rewards were also twice as valuable, and that's what happened to Lita. Opening her eyes, Lita's eyes were still gray, but there was something else in her eyes. Blue rays could be seen running through her irises. The air around her crackled. Small, thin gray rays gradually surrounded her naked figure. The smell of ozone filled the air. A smell reminiscent of rainy times during storms. Her size hadn't grown, she was still relatively short like any ordinary woman, but the intensity of her aura was simply impossible for any powerful man or woman to match. Enar couldn't help but nod with satisfaction at his masterpiece. Lita had developed psychic powers before Titus and Sigismund, which was incredible in his eyes. He had already theorized that those who baptized themselves using his blood would develop powers. Just like the dragon lords of Valyria. But a process that took hundreds or thousands of years to happen with blood magic, happened in mere moments. And although the chances of dying exceeded 95%, the results satisfied Enar. He only had to create a simplified version with a 30% mortality rate. Lita, the blade of Enar. Enar declared, seeing the girl in front of him. His cousin had become something truly incredible in human eyes. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read 37 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 87, Lita, the Blade of Enar, 2, Should I do like my grandmother and jump on his bed? Marguerite Tyrell, thinking about how to seduce Enar. There was a wicked smile on her lips. How are you feeling, my dear cousin? Enar asked with a curious tone. Lita, who was still naked and covered in blood in front of Enar, looked down at her hands and felt limitless power coursing through her veins. It was an electrifying feeling, and with the thought, her hand began to emit small, thin gray rays. If you don't understand the reference, you're not a man of culture. Lita's eyes widened at the sight of the rays dancing between her fingers. She still couldn't believe that she was controlling power that only the gods could possess. It won't be very powerful at the moment, but it will become a real weapon in your hands in the future. For now it only serves to impress people. Enar commented with an amused tone, watching Lita play with the rays like a curious child. Lita woke up to hear Enar's words and quickly knelt down in front of him again. Thank you, Your Grace. I will be your blade until the end of my days. I will protect you with all my body, mind, and soul. Her gray eyes looked straight into his purple eyes. There were no feelings she could express other than her devotion and loyalty as much as possible. I'm glad, because I'm going to abuse that oath, Lita. Enar spoke not flowery words, but the plain truth. He really would need Lita's services until her last moment. Lita showed no reaction other than a touch of happiness. For a sword, there was nothing happier than being used to kill her king's enemies. In addition to lightning control, you will gradually grow over time, easily reaching 250 centimeters in height. Enar spoke, looking at Lita's shocked expression after hearing his words. 250 centimeters equals 8 feet 2 inches, he himself would be over 350 centimeters tall in the future. Now he was only about 185 centimeters tall. 350 centimeters equals 11 feet 4 inches, I don't know the US metric system, and since I don't trust the answers of an AI, I calculated it myself, but I don't think it's right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Lita looked at Dawn in her hand and thought she would have to redo the sword. After all, her sword, although wide, was nowhere near long enough to be wielded by someone so tall. The shock of knowing it would grow so large was greater than the shock of controlling lightning, the power of the gods. Don't let the handmaidens see you covered in blood. I don't want rumors that I'm a sick man who likes blood. Enar said, ready to bathe. A bath that was already waiting for him after a long journey. Lita nodded and followed Enar to bathe. Although she didn't mind Enar's blood covering her, she didn't want her king to be slandered by fakes after seeing her covered in blood. The next day, in the castle gardens of House Tyrell, Enar was dressed in an opulent red suit, a purple cloak over his left shoulder, falling elegantly over his chest. The choice of dress was majestic, fit for a king. If there was one thing he could admit, it was that Joffrey Baratheon had been human garbage in every respect. But when it came to style, even Enar had to acknowledge that the boy dressed exquisitely. So much so that he had chosen the style of clothing that Mace had given him earlier. Looking at Lita, Enar saw that she was wearing the standard armor of the King's Guard, the armor and cloaks of a shade of white. Others couldn't tell, but Lita had grown about 3 centimeters in a single night. Turning to look at Caraxes, Enar could see that his brother was in a bad mood, which was understandable given that there were many eyes staring at him full of fear and admiration. They were all gardeners and servants who were watching the huge dragon with mixed emotions. If Caraxes hadn't had a calmer temperament when it came to anything that didn't involve war or his knight, the dragon would have attacked these people a long time ago. Suddenly, Enar heard footsteps walking towards him and soon heard a sweet, gentle voice. "Good morning, Your Grace." Turning around, Enar saw Margaery wearing a black dress, which matched his own clothes perfectly. A blind man could see that Margaery was dressing that way on purpose. But Enar liked this subtle game of seduction. The girl was ambitious, too ambitious, but nothing he couldn't control. He would control humanity. If he couldn't control a woman, he might as well kill himself and let the omniscient and omnipotent God choose someone else instead. "You look beautiful, Lady Margaery." If Margaery wanted to play this game, Enar would too. The smile on Margaery's face grew as she listened to Enar. She looked at the handsome king before her and couldn't help imagining he herself being crowned in the sept of Baelor alongside him. After appreciating the beautiful sight that was Enar, Margaery turned her focus to Caraxes. She admired the huge creature with a mixture of ambition and admiration. Her gaze wandered between Caraxes and Enar, then she said with an innocent smile, "He's so majestic and big." Enar's lips twitched at Margaery's possible insinuation. The girl really wasn't playing at this game of seduction. Lita couldn't help but roll her eyes. The young lady of Hi Garden was practically wanting to throw herself into her king's bed, but she still didn't like this girl. Lita preferred Princess Daenerys and Princess Visenya. Both were women who really cared about her king, not this ambitious girl who only wanted the power that would come with marrying Enar. But as a vassal and a sword, she only cared about what Enar wanted and desired. "Does your grace plan to stay long in High Garden? We can go and relax by sailing on the Mandar. My private ship is ready to leave at a moment's notice." Margaery stopped looking at Caraxes and spoke, looking at Enar with a pleading, innocent look. She probably thought that there wouldn't be a single man in the world who could resist her gaze, but unfortunately for Margaery, she met such a man today. "I beg your pardon, Lady Margaery." Enar showed an expression of regret and continued speaking. "I have urgent business with my uncle Eddard." How could Enar waste time relaxing while an army of wildlings was gathering at the wall at his very moment? Especially with Mance holding the Horn of Winter, an artifact that could bring down the wall at any moment. Enar had to get to the north as quickly as possible to warn his uncle about the savage army and notify all the noble houses in the north. At the same time, he had to destroy House Bolton, The evil seed he had planted years ago had finally blossomed and he had to reap the fruits of his conspiracy. There were too many things to do and too little time, he couldn't relax with Marguerite. Marguerite had a regretful look on her face, but having learned the art of seduction from her grandmother, she didn't act like a spoiled girl, but like an obedient wife. "Have a safe journey, Your Grace." Enar smiled at her words. He approached her and got dangerously close to the face of the young lady of House Tyrell. Gently holding her neck with one hand, he whispered in an amused tone, "I like this game of seduction between you and me." Marguerite felt a shiver run through her body at his words. A feeling of weakness almost made her fall to the ground. The hand that gently held her neck didn't make her afraid, but it did give her a feeling of excitement. "I will enjoy playing with you, Marguerite of House Tyrell, but be careful when playing with fire, people often get burned by fire." Enar spoke in a gentle tone as he let go of her neck. Marguerite didn't know how she stood, but she smiled elegantly and replied with an innocent tone, as if she didn't understand what Enar was saying. "High Garden will always have its gates open to Your Grace." "The gates of High Garden or the doors of your rooms?" Enar asked with a curious tone. "Both," Marguerite replied with a sweet smile. Enar just laughed and walked away, leaving the young woman to watch his back with a starry that was a little frightening for those watching the scene from the outside. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read 37 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the - to access Patreon normally. Chapter 88, The Ruins of the Dread Fort. Fear, anger, and resentment is usually caused by one's own incompetence, so I suggest you become the best version of yourself so that something like this never happens to you. Tyrion Lannister, Imperial Grand Counselor of the Imperium of Mankind. North Westeros, Dreadfort Castle. Ramsay, are you alright? Domeric, heir to the Dreadfort, knocked on his half-brother's bedroom door and asked with a worried tone. Domeric, like Ramsay Snow and Roose Bolton, had the strangely pale eyes of House Bolton. He was handsome, tall, and possessed great charisma. A true knight in every sense of the word. A strangely worthy heir to House Bolton. "Come in." Domeric heard his half-brother's hoarse, cold, and angry voice. Entering the room, Domeric looked at his brother and saw his hideous face. If he was ugly before, now he really looked like a living nightmare, capable of frightening even the great Jan of House Umber, known for his courage and bravery on the battlefield. "What do you want, brother?" Ramsay asked with a cold tone, not bothering to show respect to the Dreadfort heir. His pale eyes were fixed on his brother's face and, as if sensing the pity and regret in his gaze, his already cold eyes became completely devoid of emotion. Showing a smile that was more ugly than anything else, Ramsay poured a glass of wine for his brother and offered it to Domeric, who didn't notice a few drops of a slightly greenish poison quickly dissolving in his drink. Domeric, who had never thought that his brother, whom he had always cared for and loved, would actually poison him at that moment, sipped the wine nonchalantly and asked worriedly, "If you tell me who did this to you, I swear I will seek justice in your name, Ramsay. Lord Stark will surely find and punish the murderer who killed your men and committed such an atrocity." Ramsay's face turned extremely grim at the mention of Lord Stark of Winterfell. Find the murderer and seek justice for him. When had he ever had justice in his life? Every day he was despised, even by the castle servants. His mother was nothing more than an unimportant commoner. His father never liked him. The word justice and Ramsay were never in the same sentence once in his life. The world has never been fair or full of justice, only you can get your own justice. I'll have my revenge. Ramsay responded to his brother's words with a murderous look. I'll have an army and destroy everything he cherishes and loves. I'll rape his sisters in front of him while I enjoy seeing the look of resentment on his face. Domeric's face changed as he heard those extremely crazy and immoral words. Ramsay, you may be angry, but a man shouldn't do what you said, especially to women. The Dreadfort heir spoke with a firm tone, containing a reprimand. He blamed Ramsay's anger for making him think of such atrocities. Besides, as a bastard, you can't have an army. It's against the laws of Westeros and of our liege Lord, Lord Stark. Domeric continued speaking, ignoring the increasingly cold expression on Ramsay's face. Yes, you're right, but as heir to the Dreadfort and future lord of the Dreadfort, I can have an army. An army controlled by the fear and horror I will make everyone feel. Ramsay commented with a cold tone. He remembered Jon Snow's strange abilities, including his ability to control people. Ramsay didn't think that magic could control an entire army. In his eyes, if Jon had such an ability, the young Mayene would be Lord of Winterfell right now. So, since Jon couldn't control an army, he would make that man regret leaving him alive. He would take revenge, and in an extremely painful way for Jon Snow. Even though Domeric was somewhat naive, he understood the implications of Ramsay's words. Looking down at the goblet of wine in his hand, the Dreadfort heir dropped it on the floor. The goblet spun a few times before coming to a stop, splashing the purplish liquid all over the floor. Just as Domeric was about to speak, his chest began to ache. The pain was small, like a mosquito bite, but it grew rapidly. Without even realizing it, Domeric was already on the ground, clutching his throat as blood poured from his eyes, ears, and mouth. The look of fear, terror, and disbelief was reflected on the Dreadfort heir's face. He was still shocked by Ramsay's murder of him. Were bastards really synonymous with tragedy and sin? In the final moments of his life, Domeric saw some reason for the stigma that the Church of the Seven had placed on bastards. He, who had cared for Ramsay all his life, died at the hands of the person he loved most. He had pulled Ramsay out of the abyss, but Ramsay himself had pushed him back in. Pointing a trembling finger at Ramsay, Domeric felt his consciousness cloud over. Then darkness overtook his mind, and he went into the stranger's embrace. Looking at his brother lying dead on the floor, blood dripping from his eyes, ears, and mouth, Ramsay didn't care and flashed a terrifying smile. He wasn't afraid that Roose would kill him for Domeric's murder. With the death of the Dreadfort heir, Lord Bolton had only him as successor. If he died, House Bolton would cease to exist. And for any lord of a noble house, that was completely unacceptable. The Lord of the Dreadfort would put aside his personal feelings for the continuity of House Bolton. "Oh, brother. Why did you have to choke to death?" Ramsay commented with a sadistic and amused look as he wiped the blood from his dead brother's face, clearing away so much evidence that Domeric had been poisoned. Putting some food down his throat, Ramsay nodded with satisfaction. One day later, Roose Bolton, staring at his lifeless son before him, the Lord of the Dreadfort wanted to roar and kill the bastard who had killed his only son. But in the end, reason overcame him and his own feelings. Roose couldn't allow the lineage of the Red Kings to be extinguished at his hands. He wouldn't have the courage to look his ancestors in the eye if House Bolton ceased to exist. "My condolences, Father." Before Ramsay could finish speaking, Roose turned and punched Ramsay so hard in the face that a few teeth flew into the air and the Dreadfort bastard's nose broke. Showing a cold smile, Ramsay ignored the pain in his nose and continued to stare at his father with a feeling of pleasure bubbling up in his chest. It was the first time his father had really looked at him, and he liked that feeling. "Don't you dare talk to me so friendly, you filthy bastard son of a shitty farmer. No matter what you say, do, or how you act, you will always be a bastard in my eyes, and I will hate myself until my last days for having made you the heir to my noble house." Roose spoke with a terribly cold tone, and Ramsay's excited look only inflamed the anger in the Dreadfort lord's chest even more. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and knocked Ramsay to the ground. The Lord of House Bolton didn't hesitate to start hitting the bastard in the face with all his might. Blow after blow, he threw punches as if to relieve all the anger and hatred built up in his heart. Roose only stopped when he remembered that he would need the bastard to ensure the continuation of House Bolton. Getting up, he saw that Ramsay's face was now a mixture of saliva, blood, and purple bruises. However, there was no feeling of pity on Roose's face. He looked at the bastard he had sired after a rape and smiled disdainfully. "Are you happy, Dreadfort heir?" Roose commented with a terribly sadistic and cold tone, flashing a smile that was undeniably reminiscent of Ramsay's. However, despite everything that had happened, the bastard was not happy. However, despite what had happened, Ramsay smiled and replied in a hoarse and equally cold voice, "Yes, my lord father." Roose was already dead in Ramsay's eyes. He had already killed the brother who loved him. What was killing a father who hated him compared to that? Roose, hearing his words, couldn't help but look at Ramsay with a touch of fear. The person who could endure all this and show a smile couldn't be normal. He was a real monster. But again, even if he was creating the monster that would one day kill him, Roose couldn't kill Ramsay. Roose just hoped that the old gods would be kind enough to let him have another child so that he could finally kill Ramsay. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read 37 chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, The Ruins of the Dread Fort, 2, I Want to Fly It? Arya Stark thought excitedly as she saw Caraxes landing outside Winterfell. North, Winterfell, home of House Stark. Arya, almost 6 years old, looked at her younger brother with pride as she saw Bran finally eating on his own, without any help. Previously Bran had eaten with Catelyn's help, even though he was 4 years old. This was completely unacceptable to Arya, who had taught Bran to eat alone. Looking over, she saw her older brother, Robb, eating in silence next to Theon Greyjoy, someone she didn't like at all for insulting Jon behind his back. Of course, after his father revealed Jon's true identity, the Pike heir never dared to speak ill of her brother again. Noticing the EMP tie seat next to her father, Arya showed an uncomfortable expression. Although Catelyn forced her to learn to sew and act like a lady, in the end, her mother still loved her, and she loved her back. But ever since Jon's identity was revealed, the tension in her parents' marriage seemed to grow by the day. Catelyn no longer broke her fast with the family, preferring to stay in her room praying or reading a book, with no intention of leaving any time soon. "Father, when will Jon be back?" 4-year-old Bran asked innocently. He missed his loving and gentle brother, who always brought him sweets to eat in secret. Knowing that Jon was the true heir to the Iron Throne didn't cause any special feelings in the boy, it just made Jon more powerful in his eyes. At the same time, Bran wondered if Jon would accept him into the King's Guard. Like any boy who grew up and played role-playing inspired by great men like Aemon the Dragon Knight, Ser Duncan the Tall, Arthur Dayne the Morning Sword and Barristan the Bold. Eddard let out a sigh and answered his son with a gentle look, "I don't know, Bran, but it will probably be soon." Bran, oblivious to the impact of his words, smiled broadly as he devoured his bread. 1-year-old Rickon was on his older sister's lap, helping him to eat. His meal consisted of milk, served in a spoon small enough to feed his baby mouth. Sansa, who was feeding Rickon, felt satisfied with every spoonful her brother drank. Seeing his chubby cheeks, she couldn't resist squeezing them, causing little Rickon to show an expression of displeasure. However, hearing his other brother's question, the smile on Sansa's face stiffened. The image of the handsome boy appeared in her mind. She couldn't imagine that the prince she had always dreamed of had always been by her side. And he wasn't her brother, but the cousin hidden by her father in Winterfell. Sansa looked discreetly at her father and wondered if she could marry Jon. The 8-year-old didn't know what disastrous consequences could happen if Jon's existence became known to Robert, especially Eddard Stark's betrayal, but she was still thinking about marrying Jon and becoming a queen just like in the stories she had been told. At this point, Enar had to say that the customs of Westeros were strange in certain matters. Incest between brother and sister was taboo, but incest between cousins was readily accepted as normal. Tywin Lannister himself and Joanna Lannister were first cousins, and Tywin's uncle was his own father-in-law. How such a close blood relationship was not considered incest was a mystery in the eyes of Enar, who came from another world. Eddard didn't know what his daughter was thinking, or perhaps he would actually kill old Septa for having contaminated his daughter with so many stories of knights, princes, and princesses. But the mention of Jon, or rather Enar, brought a look of emotion to Eddard's face. News of the second field of fire had reached even the north. Eddard didn't know whether to be worried or proud of Enar, but he was certainly glad that everything had turned out well, at least for House Targaryen in Essos. Breakfast ended in silence. As soon as she had swallowed the last piece of bread, Arya slipped away without hesitation. She knew that her father would soon order her to attend Maester Lewin's lessons. She hated those tedious lessons that put her to sleep in less than 5 minutes. Eddard let out a weary sigh as he watched her flee, but a gentle gleam lit his eyes. His daughter reminded him of Lyanna, so much so that he sometimes wondered if Arya wasn't Lyanna herself reincarnated. In the stables, Arya was about to mount a horse when a strange sound caught her attention. It was similar to the flapping of a bird's wings, but much louder. There was something else in that noise, a guttural sound, deep and powerful. Curious, she raised her eyes to the clear northern sky. She saw a small black dot in the distance, so far away that she wondered if she was seeing things. She frowned and narrowed her vision, making the black dot clearer. The sound became more intense. The black dot grew. Then Arya understood. Her heart almost stopped. "Father!" She shot back into the castle, screaming at the top of her lungs as she ran up the stairs. In the corridors, servants looked at each other in alarm. Guards stood in the way, but Arya flew past them like an arrow, climbing the steps in twos. When he reached his father's office, he didn't even bother to knock. The door opened with a bang. Eddard, who was about to start his day, froze. He had already heard his daughter's screams echoing through the castle, getting louder by the moment. Now Arya appeared before him, sweating, gasping, her eyes shining with wild happiness. She tried to speak, but she was out of breath. Recovering quickly, she declared in one breath, her voice still quivering with excitement, "A dragon is coming towards us. It's Jon. He's back." Eddard heard his daughter's words and his eyes widened. He abruptly got up from his chair and quickly walked out of the office together with his daughter. It wasn't just Arya who had heard the sounds earlier. As long as he wasn't deaf, he could hear such a loud and clear sound at that moment. Robb, who had just dressed appropriately for a training session with Sir Roderick Castle, also looked up at the sky with shock and disbelief. There wasn't a person in the world who could see Caraxes and not marvel at his imposing, gigantic figure. Putting his training aside, Robb ran towards the stables and rode his steed towards the exit from Winterfell, where the dragon had landed earlier. In the end, Robb saw that his father was faster and was already dozens of meters ahead of him. He saw a small figure next to his father, assuming it was Arya. A large entourage left the gates of Winterfell and all headed towards the gigantic dragon now resting on the snowy ground. The closer they got, the more Robb was shocked. Seeing the size of Caraxes from afar and seeing it up close were two completely different things. Note, Caraxes is currently about 81 meters long, not counting his tail. In the year 296 he will be the size of Viagar, and in the year 300, he will be the size of Bael Ryan. Robb then saw Jon, or rather Enar again. He looked taller in the few months since he had seen him, his black hair was now white gold and he was dressed exquisitely, in an apparently very expensive red suit. He looked like what you would expect from a king. However, the girl next to him caught Robb's eye, not because of her beautiful appearance, but because of her eyes. They were so similar to his father's eyes that it was simply shocking. Seeing the armor and white robes, Robb knew that the girl was part of Enar's King's Guard, which didn't surprise him. Having known Enar since he was a boy, he knew that his cousin didn't care about gender. As long as it was useful, he would accept whoever it was. Joan. Arya jumped off the horse and without any hesitation, jumped into Enar's arms with a big smile. Enar held the girl with a smile on his lips and spoke in an amused tone. "Yo, you're a lady, behave like one." Arya practically growled at Enar's words, but said nothing and just hugged him tightly. "Welcome back home, Jon," she murmured with an emotional tone, tears threatening to fall from her eyes. Enar showed a dazed expression for a moment, but smiled broadly and hugged the girl back. "Yes, I'm home," he said with a warm smile. "There will even be a chapter until I complete the 40 advanced chapters on Patreon, currently at 34. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 90, The Ruins of the Dread Fort. 3, Don't be afraid of falling, be afraid of staying down and not getting up, because it means you've lost all your courage to go on. Princess Regent, Alysanne I Targaryen, the supreme truth of the Imperium of Mankind. Inside Winterfell Castle, in the Great Hall. So That's little Rickon. Enar spoke, looking at the baby with a gentle gaze. He then looked at Eddard Stark with admiration. It wasn't every man or woman who could bear 7 children. Eddard couldn't help but feel a little proud to see all his children finally reunited. The thing he was most proud of was his family. Anything else was irrelevant in front of him. It showed that Eddard had never been taught to rule. Brandon Stark, Eddard's brother, would never think like that and would always put House Stark above all else, just as all the lords and kings of Winter had been taught for over 8,000 years. "Jon, let's train. I've gotten much better than before," Arya commented, circling Enar with a happy look full of excitement. "Arya, my name is Enar." Nar looked at Arya and corrected the girl with a soft tone. Jon Snow was a child, and Enar was the man born to rule. They were both him, but he could never be Jon Snow again. Not because he didn't want to be, but because the world forced him to be. The smile on Arya's face stiffened when she heard his words. She wanted to make a joke, but when she saw his purple eyes staring at her seriously, she knew he meant it. It saddened her. She felt like her brother had been taken away from her. "We'll train another time. I have to talk to Lord Stark and Robb." Although he knew Arya's thoughts, Enar said nothing to console her. The sooner she understood that he wasn't Jon Snow, the quicker she would adapt to this new reality. "Brother." Robb hugged Enar tightly, and they both laughed. "You look small, Robb," Enar commented in an amused tone, making Robb roll his eyes, although he still felt a little small in front of Enar. "Do I really have to drink wolf's milk to grow so much?" Robb thought, remembering the rumors he had heard from the servants about Enar's great growth. After the greetings, Robb, curious about the woman from the royal guard, looked at Lita with interest. He still couldn't help thinking how much the girl's eyes resembled those of his father. They were practically a copy of each other. "Who is it?" he asked, causing everyone to turn their gaze to Lita, who stood faithfully behind her king, protecting him at all times. "Lita Dane, Lady Commander of the Royal Guard and current Morning Sword of House Dane of Starfall," Enar replied with an amused smile on her lips. His eyes couldn't help but focus on Eddard's rigid face. When Bran heard Lita's identity, he almost screamed with shock. The 4-year-old's eyes shone brighter than ever. He looked at the sword in its scabbard and was mesmerized by the handle. Expecting the legendary meteorite steel sword to be drawn at any moment. There wasn't a single child, teenager, or young adult who didn't know Dawn. The sword had become legendary in the hands of Arthur Dane. Lita, who had been protecting Enar the whole time, looked discreetly at her father with a calm, indifferent gaze. She had been analyzing him ever since she first saw him and had to admit that he was an excellent swordsman these days. But she couldn't imagine how young Eddard Stark had survived and killed his uncle, Arthur Dane, a legendary man known for his incredible skill with the sword. As for other feelings, Lita found that she felt nothing surprising. In the end, although she carried his blood, he hadn't created her, so she didn't feel anything particularly special for Eddard. As Lita looked at the Lord of Winterfell, the Lord of Winterfell himself was also watching her. Although Lita's face was more androgynous, he could still recognize so many of Ashura's features in the girl, especially her nose and eyebrows. Looking into Lita's grey eyes, Eddard felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. He had taken a lady's purity and made her pregnant. In the end, because of a war, he couldn't marry the woman he loved and had to marry Catelyn to form alliances. He was sure, Lita was his daughter. This brought a huge sense of shame to the Lord of Winterfell. He felt like dirt more than ever. Everyone called him honorable and just, but he didn't feel that way himself. What honorable man could do what he did to a woman? Let's talk in my solar. Calming the turbulent feelings bubbling up in his chest, Eddard spoke in a seemingly calm tone, but the slight tension didn't escape Enar's notice. Not wanting to embarrass Eddard further, Enar nodded and followed the Lord of Winterfell to the Lord of the North Solar. Robb and Lita accompanied them. Once inside Eddard's manor, Enar sat down in the chair and spoke directly. All the lords of the north must be summoned to bend the knee to me and swear their oaths of allegiance. Eddard knew this would happen, but he felt an enormous headache as he listened to his words. The lords of the north could be truly loyal, but at the same time they were the most stubborn, angry, and barbaric in Westeros. Once something was put into their minds, it was hard to change their minds. Eddard might only hate Aerys and Rhaegar, but not the other lords. Many hated House Targaryen as a whole, especially because of the deaths of his father, Rickard Stark, and his brother, Brandon. And this dissatisfaction came not only from these losses, but also from the humiliation they had felt ever since Torrhen Stark had knelt before Aegon I Targaryen during the conquest of Westeros. I'll convince them, uncle. Noticing the concern on Eddard's face, Enar spoke in a calm, regal tone. He would not allow dissent among the ranks of his army. He would rather kill all the lords and destroy the noble houses than risk being betrayed at a crucial moment. Eddard couldn't help but stare dazedly at Enar. The image of the quiet, determined child was replaced by the image of the man standing before him. Not a boy, but a real king. Uncle, I came to Westeros ahead of schedule for other reasons. Enar spoke seriously. Although he knew that going north would announce that House Stark was submitting to a Targaryen king again, he didn't mind. Fighting the Night King and his zombie army was the most important thing at the moment. I will open the gates of the wall and let an army of 100,000 wildlings into the north. When Enar finished speaking, Robb and Eddard's eyes widened in shock. If convincing the northern lords peacefully was unlikely before, now it was completely impossible. All the northern lords would be furious to hear Enar's words. The blood feud between the north and the savages was not recent, but dated back to the construction of the wall. 8,000 years of hatred would not be easily forgotten. But did Enar care about the anger of the northern lords? The answer was an absolute no. These days, he didn't like people saying no to him. Perhaps it was the arrogance born within him, but as someone who prized absolutism above all else in the monarchy, he wouldn't hear no from his vassals. And if it was necessary to kill all the northern lords to prevent dissent, he would do it. For his future plans, he was the god of humanity's empire and could not be contradicted in any way. Only when everyone said yes without any hesitation could humanity survive the gods of chaos that were being generated at that moment. Before I came north, I visited Highgarden and House Tyrell bent the knee. Lord Mace will send food to help feed these 100,000 savages for months until they can grow crops and their own. Enar spoke again with a serious tone. One of Eddard's worries disappeared when he heard that the food would arrive. Even the food grown in the glass greenhouses, known in the north as glass gardens, together with the food bought from the Reach was not enough to feed the whole north. The food would definitely not be enough for an extra 100,000 mouths. But why? Robb asked the question he wanted most at that moment. Note, I'm not going to show the scene of the White Walkers and The Night King again. After Enar showed the vision to Robb and Eddard, they both became terribly quiet. In the end, Eddard broke the silence. Will we win? The Lord of Winterfell asked with a calm tone, but behind the calm, a concern could not be hidden. Honestly, this long night is much longer than the last, but we will win. Enar replied without any hesitation, there was only pure confidence in his voice. As he had said before, this long night was indeed much bigger because of the gods personally intervening in it, but Enar would not lose. Of that, he was absolutely certain. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, The Ruins of the Dread Fort. 4, Tyrant or Despot, take your pick, but everything I have done and will do is for the good of mankind. Enar Targaryen, God Emperor of Planetos. But, uncle, to facilitate the ceremony of allegiance with the Lords of the North, I'll have to leave and I'll be back in half a day. Enar spoke, rising from his chair, causing everyone in the manor, including Lita, to look at him in surprise. Lita, you stay in Winterfell. Seeing that Lita wanted to follow him, Enar spoke, letting the girl, for the first time, show a rather comical expression. It was the look of a dog being abandoned. Suppressing the urge to tease the lady commander of the royal guard, Enar spoke gently, I think you and Lord Stark need to talk about a lot of things. Hearing his words, Robb looked strangely at Lita and Eddard, as if confused about what they both had to talk about. Without waiting for Lita's reply, Enar left the manor and headed for the exit of Winterfell Castle. He was about to pay the Dread Fort a visit and burn some people again. Remembering the smell of burning flesh at the second field of fire in Volantis, Enar began to feel excited. He quite liked burning his enemies, especially those he especially wanted to kill, like House Bolton. A few hours later, north, Dreadfort Roose was sitting in his study with a letter in his hands. The red wax seal that sealed it bore a lion on 2 paws, roaring. A letter from House Lannister. Roose had already read the letter and knew what it contained. And he had to admit, he really liked what was written on the paper. Roose, of House Bolton, Guardian of the North and Lord of Winterfell. He really liked how those words sounded together. As for loyalty? Roose laughed at the idiots who were blindly loyal to a ruler. Especially House Bolton, the Red Kings, who had a long history of betrayals against the Winter Kings, even after submitting to House Stark. Like any ancient noble house, the Red Kings and the Winter Kings had a long-standing blood feud, which had never really been extinguished. At that moment, behind a secret passage, the flayed skins of the Winter Kings were proudly stretched across the wall, displaying the Red King's incredible deeds. Now, with the help of House Lannister, Roose finally had hope of achieving what no other Red King had managed, destroying House Stark. Roose wanted to laugh, and in the end, even with his son's death hanging over him, it didn't dilute the sense of euphoria and pleasure he was feeling at that moment. The Lord of the Dreadfort stopped laughing. He knew he couldn't attack too hastily. He would strike when House Stark was most vulnerable. Only by killing all the Stark men and marrying the women could he obtain the North without causing the vassals of House Stark to revolt. Suddenly, the office door opened and, under Roose's stunned eyes, a tall young man with golden white hair and purple eyes entered as if he owned the place. He picked up a jug of wine and poured himself a glass, while looking at him with an amused look. "The wine is very good, better than the beer they sell in the north," Einar commented, feeling the slightly spicy taste on his tongue. "Who are you and how did you get past my guards?" Roos drew his sword in an instant and asked with an indifferent tone. His pale eyes, like two moons in the night sky, stared at Einar with cold lethality. Einar didn't answer. He walked over to the table and picked up the envelope containing the letter from Tywin Lannister, Lord of the Rock. Tywin is really cunning. He knows he can't fight the North with Moat Cailin in the way, so in case of betrayal, he's put an important piece hidden away to be used at the right moment. Einar commented with a nonchalant tone. "Honestly, if I didn't have the ability to see the future, fighting someone so experienced would be a big problem." Roos listened in silence to the ravings of the young man in front of him. See the future? He scoffed at the boy's madness, but the feeling he had something was incredibly wrong never went away. Without any hesitation, Roos attacked the young man with a cold stare. Although he didn't know how the young man had gotten into the Dread Fort, he had to die. Einar didn't even move and simply spoke with an unquestioning tone. "Sit down and start writing." Under Roos's shocked eyes, his body refused to obey his commands, and he was forced to sit down, pick up a blank sheet of paper and a quill tipped with ink. "Write down for all the lords of the North the words of Tywin Lannister and tell them how much they will gain by submitting to the reign of House Bolton." Einar walked up behind Roos and spoke in a gentle tone, but that gentleness only made the Lord of the Dreadfort's face paler than his own eyes, if such a thing was possible in the first place. Roos wanted to stop, but no matter how much he screamed in his mind, his body simply wouldn't obey his orders. And if he kept writing and sending those letters to all the northern lords, he was sure that House Bolton would be destroyed. Although House Bolton was not loyal, the other noble houses were. All the noble houses of the north would become enemies of House Bolton at the same time. "I'm doing this so I don't look like an unscrupulous tyrant. At least, for now, I must be a benevolent king full of justice," Einar commented with a bored tone. He had invaded the Dread Fort using the voice and succeeded easily. There were few humans with enough mental stamina to shake off his influence. "In the future, Ireally will be a tyrant, but I'll be a tyrant for the good of humanity." Einar knew very well how hypocritical, crazy, and insane his words were. But in the end, humanity would only achieve greatness when it was totally unified. And for that, only a tyrant god could control the most volatile beings in the known universe. Roos no longer wanted to hear Einar's words. The boy was mad and a sorcerer for controlling him using the voice. However, under his desperate eyes, letter after letter was written, all sealed with red wax and the coat of arms of House Bolton. With each letter written, he felt as if a sword was being driven through his heart. "I don't usually like killing people, but what I'm going to do to your noble house, I'm going to enjoy. I'll take pleasure in reducing every atom of your castle to ashes." Einar spoke with a smile on his face. "And when it's all over, everything that remains of House Bolton will be erased. I'll make sure no one remembers what House Bolton was." Einar knew how to strike terror into someone, especially a lord of a noble house, who had always been obsessed with ensuring the continuity of his lineage above anything else. Einar's words aroused anger, fear, and resentment in Roos. All these emotions were reflected in the Dreadfort Lord's eyes, which took on a furious look, with red veins clearly visible in the sclera. "I can feel your anger, but blame yourself for belonging to a noble house that I abhor with all my might." Einar spoke as he poured himself another glass of wine. He really liked that slightly spicy wine, it was perfect for drinking in the cold. "Order the letters to be sent and go back to the office, I'll have you killed by sticking a sword through your heart," Einar ordered, using the voice. He didn't hide Roos's fatigue, only intensifying the Lord of Dreadfort's fear and terror. Roos's body obeyed, even against his will. Watching Ruse leave his own office, Enar sat down in the seat that had belonged to all the Red Kings and Lords of the Dread Fort before. After killing Ruse, he would find Ramsay and burn the entire Dread Fort before him, finally destroying the young man's last hope of revenge. Call him a sadist, but he thought that would be a pleasant fate for a monster like Ramsay. Note, don't expect too much. I'm not George Martin or Frank Herbert. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, The Ruins of the Dread Fort, v. Watch as your hope is slowly reduced to ashes before your eyes. Enar Targaryen whispering to Ramsay Snow. Seeing Ruse return to the office with a terrified expression, Enar smiled and drew Lady Lya from her scabbard. The sword came out with a slashing sound, resounding off the walls of the office. The milky-colored blade seemed to glow, even without the sun's rays falling on it. Approaching Ruse, despite the man's terrified look, Enar spoke with a cold tone, "Go to hell safely, Lord Bolton." Without any hesitation, the sword pierced Ruse's heart. To add to his suffering, Enar slowly plunged the blade into his chest, in no hurry to kill the Lord of the Dread Fort. He enjoyed seeing the fear and terror in the man's eyes. The same look that Ruse's victims gave him during the skinning process, the same look of fear and terror that the women this man raped showed during the brutal act. For this reason, Enar felt no pity for such human scum, it even increased their suffering. Enar then gently helped the Lord of the Dread Fort to his seat. Blood dripped from Ruse's mouth, while the light from his eyes gradually faded, as did the last breath from his lungs. Even in the final moments of his life, he couldn't understand how he had offended someone so powerful. Looking at the lifeless body of the great Lord of the Dread Fort, with a wound in his chest and blood dripping from his mouth, Enar felt nothing but indifference. There was no special feeling in killing the descendant of the Red Kings of the North. "Let's go to the second stage of the theater," Enar muttered as he pulled Lady Lya from the chest of Ruse's dead body and sheathed his sword again. Leaving Ruse's office, Enar walked calmly through the corridors of the Dread Fort as if he were the master of the castle. If anyone saw him, they would think he was the owner, for he walked with confidence and firm steps. Enar stopped in front of a door after walking for a few minutes. It was Ramsay's room, the bastard's new bedroom after Domric died. He had received this information from one of the servants, who had kindly offered it to him. Opening the door, Enar saw a luxurious room by medieval standards and, in the center, a bed with black sheets could be seen. In it, a young man with a terrifying face was sleeping peacefully. It was Ramsay. The young man was doped up on the wine served by one of the servants. Enar wanted Ramsay to wake up at the right time to enjoy the show. Looking at Ramsay sleeping, Enar didn't rush to wake the sleeping beauty. He sat in the chair next to the bed and sipped his wine with a leisurely expression. After destroying the Dread Fort, he would have to return to Winterfell and await the arrival of the Lords of the North. At that moment, Enar could imagine how much those brutish, brainless lords would try to challenge him, something he would gladly accept. After all, he needed something to do, stress, and beating up stupid people was a great relief. Turning his gaze to Ramsay's sleeping face, Enar's lips curved into a smile tinged with a touch of coldness. He was really looking forward to seeing the rapist's expression when he woke up and saw him at his bedside. But at the same time, he didn't want to wait too long. He wanted to get back to Winterfell as soon as possible and wait for news of the ruins of the Dread Fort to spread. That wouldn't take long. Ravens were surprisingly quick in their missions to deliver letters. Enar raised the goblet above Ramsay and swirled it around, pouring the entire contents into the bastard's face. The wet, suffocating sensation woke him up in an instant. Just as Ramsay was about to shout angrily at whoever had woken him up like that, he looked up and saw a pair of purple eyes staring coldly at him. The expression of fury on his face hardened. Absolute terror was reflected in his disfigured, grotesque face. However, all doubts, anger and resentment were swept aside when he pulled a knife from under his pillow and attacked Enar without any hesitation. "Good morning, Sleeping Beauty," Enar commented in an amused tone as he calmly deflected the knife blows. Ramsay looked like an animal full of rage, brandishing the blade in all directions. None of the blows even came close to hitting the dragon prince. Enar tired of dodging and, with one swift blow, punched Ramsay in the stomach, making the young man clutch his stomach and take a deep breath. He fell to his knees, gasping violently as saliva mixed with blood dripped from his mouth. Anr's blow had not been light, he had used a lot of force. Although the water of life hadn't strengthened his body, the immaterium dimension had. A strong body was needed to resist the deadly radiation of the warp's energy. Still kneeling, Ramsay looked at Enar with a look like that of a wounded animal. But unlike someone who would feel sorry for having stepped on a dog or cat's ass, Enar felt nothing but sadistic pleasure at seeing him like this. Grabbing Ramsay by the hair, Enar dragged the young man out of the room. Ramsay tried to struggle, but no matter how much he struggled, fought, or bit, the hand holding his hair seemed to be made of steel. "Let me go, you filthy bastard. You piece of shit. I'm the Dreadfort heir, and you're just a bastard. You see and kill me. Only the king and Lord Stark can sentence me to death. Guards. Guards. Guards." Ramsay cursed, struggled, and shouted at the top of his voice for everyone to hear, but his desperation only grew when he saw the guards of House Bolton on either side of the corridor, standing erect and majestic. However, everyone's eyes were cold and indifferent. The guards didn't even look at Ramsay, they stood erect and still, all holding swords as if they were performing a sacred task. Dragging Ramsay shirtless across the cold northern earth, Enar stepped out of the Dreadfort and released the bastard, letting him fall to the ground. Ramsay didn't move, not by choice, but he found himself unable to do so because Enar's foot was on his neck, preventing him from getting up or even moving. Which made him unable to take his eyes off the ancestral castle of House Bolton. His face was pressed into the cold, wet earth of the north. "I killed your father before I met you," Enar commented with an amused tone. "Congratulations on becoming Lord of the Dreadfort." Ramsay's eyes widened at his words. His father was gone, and as the law of inheritance dictated, the heir designated by the Lord should take over the running of the noble house. However, Ramsay wasn't happy at all, on the contrary, there was only terror bubbling in his chest. If Jon had killed Roose, would he hesitate to kill him, a bastard? Caraxes, Dracarys. Ramsay heard Jon speak again, this time in a language he didn't know. He didn't understand what Jon had said, but he would understand in the next instant. Ramsay, who was pressed against the earth, felt tremors approaching, and soon a deafening flapping of wings sounded, along with the snow being thrown up. Ramsay's pale eyes widened at the sight of the huge winged creature flying over the Dreadfort. Then the color crimson filled the vision of the bastard heir of House Bolton. "No!" A furious roar came out of Ramsay's mouth as he watched his hopes being burned away by the crimson flames. The Dreadfort was the only way for him to realize his ambitions and carry out his revenge, but in front of him, his hope was melting relentlessly in the crimson flames. "Why? What have I done to you?" Ramsay asked with a lifeless look on his face, his voice hoarse and trembling. "I have a plan, and that plan has to be exactly as I want it. I needed to burn down a castle to make the northern lords more tame, and you were chosen." Enar replied with an amused tone. "You'll be the Arya son. Most people bend the knee to me, aren't you honored to have such a worthy mission?" "Go to hell, Ramsay Snow." Enar spoke calmly as he drew out Lady Lya. "I'll see you in hell if fate ever allows it, and I'll kill you again." He spoke with a cold tone as he cut off Ramsay's head with one swift blow. The Dreadfort bastard's head separated from his body and blood gushed out onto the snow. With Ramsay's death, the line of the Red Kings of House Bolton was officially extinct. In the last moment of his life, Ramsay shuddered to hear Enar's words. He thought he was cruel, but the young man pressing his face against the cold earth was a true demon. He admitted that he was a lesser evil, but Jon was the greater evil. Note: I spent the day rewriting this chapter and I still don't feel I finished it properly. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon Norm Ally. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The Ruins of the Dread Fort. 6. Watch your words. I can be a generous person, but I can also be quite cruel when I want to be. Enar Targaryen, in front of the Lord and Lady of the North. Holding Ramses' head, Enar looked at the ruins of the Dread Fort, still consumed by red flames, and nodded, satisfied. He had killed all the guards of House Bolton for obvious reasons. The only people he had ordered out of the castle were the women who had been forced to practically become sex slaves. What he saw in the dungeons of the Dread Fort would stay with him for the rest of his life. There were monsters, and there were real monsters. The entire House of Bolton was a cancer that he had long wanted to eradicate from the face of the beautiful planet he would come to rule. With a crash, Caraxes landed next to Enar, kicking up huge amounts of snow. The dragon's neck curved around its rider, unconsciously protecting him. Thanks for the hard work, Caraxes, Enar thanked his partner with a satisfied smile, displaying Ramsay Snow's head. He would take the head back to Winterfell, as it was Ramsay who would take the blame for the letters sent. Enar would only add that the bastard had killed Domric and his own father to inherit the position of Lord of the Dread Fort. If it were with another noble house, perhaps many would be suspicious of his words, but not with House Bolton, which already had a terrible reputation, worse even than House Frey in Riverrun. Still holding Ramsay's head, Enar mounted Caraxes' saddle. Looking once more at the ruined castle, its stones twisted, melted, charred, and scorched, he let out a sigh. The crimson dragon took a few steps forward and then took to the sky. With a loud, powerful roar, Caraxes landed outside Winterfell. The castle had no room for a dragon of his size. However, like any dragon, Caraxes loved digging holes to find the warmest places in the bowels of the earth and warm himself. So, outside Winterfell, there was a huge hole that could easily be mistaken for a gigantic well. Seeing the dragon settle into its makeshift cave, Enar decided to let his uncle deal with it. After all, Winterfell wasn't his to worry about. Still holding Ramsay's head, Enar entered the castle under the fearful gaze of the guards. No one stopped him or even dared to say anything, everyone just made way for him. In the castle training grounds. Why are you holding a head? Robb, on seeing Enar enter the training ground, was shocked to discover that H's brother was carrying a decapitated head by its hair. However, he put that aside when he remembered the letter that Lord Medgar, of House Sirwin, had personally delivered to his father. A letter sent by the Lord of the Dread Fort, Roose Bolton. Lord Medgar's poor horse had died of exhaustion on arrival, demonstrating how quickly he had travelled to Winterfell. Remembering the words written in the letter, Robb's face turned as cold as the northern winter. If before he hadn't had a good impression of House Lannister, now he felt a deep disgust. He really wanted to march into Lannisport and burn that city to the ground. Robb told Enar everything and he nodded in satisfaction. Lord Medgar was really fast, a journey that would normally take half a day took only a few hours. Let's go to the Great Hall together. I have some things to explain to Lord Stark, said Enar, still holding Ramsay's head, as he walked towards the Great Hall. Robb nodded and, although curious about his head, followed Enar. As soon as they both entered the Great Hall, they heard the roar of an angry man. Lord Stark, call up your banners. Let's march towards the Dread Fort and cut off Roose Bolton's damn head. Eddard Stark, sitting in the seat of the Kings of Winter, also had a particularly cold expression. If Robb was furious, the Guardian of the North was even more so. However, before he could speak, he heard his nephew's voice. "There's no need to march to the dread fort." Enar paused before continuing, "Roose Bolton is dead, and House Bolton has ceased to exist, as has the dread fort, which is now nothing more than a pile of molten rock." Whether it was Roderick Castle, Robb, Eddard Stark, or Medgar Cerwyn, everyone was stunned by Enar's words. After all, the extinction of a house was something extremely serious and rare to happen. Medgar looked at the boy with the white gold hair and purple eyes with a perplexed expression. Remembering the rumors he had heard when he arrived in Winterfell, he realized that there might be some truth to those absurd stories. The mood of the Lord of House Cerwyn couldn't have been more conflicted at that moment. He had heard from the Targaryen king like everyone else, especially after the Second Field of Fire, so to see the Targaryen king talking so friendly to Lord Stark left the Lord of Cerwyn with mixed feelings of anger, confusion, and disbelief. "What happened, Your Grace?" Faced with a lord like Medgar, Eddard addressed his nephew with formality. "Roose Bolton's bastard, Ramsay Snow, Tywin Lannister's hors d'oeuvres, murdered the heir to the dread fort, Domeric Bolton, and his own father in order to inherit titles and lands. I discovered the conspiracy, but I was too late, everything had already happened." Enar lied without showing any expression to indicate that he was lying. "Ramsay tried to attack me along with the guards of House Bolton. I fought back, and burned down the entire Dreadfort castle." Eddard stroked his own forehead as he listened to Enar's account. Did he believe his nephew's words? Absolutely not. He still remembered what Enar had said before he left and knew better than anyone that it was probably a lie, even though the letter he had read earlier was, in fact, true. In Eddard's eyes, there was no way his nephew could have controlled anyone or forced that letter to be written, even with a dragon in his possession. It would be a suicidal move, something no one in their right mind would dare to do. So he just assumed that Ramsay Snow had been blinded by greed, relying too much on Tywin Lannister's support. "Lord Stark, who might that be?" Medgar asked, looking at Enar with typical northern distrust for foreigners. "Enar of Targaryen, first of his name, son of Prince Rhaegar of House Targaryen and my dear sister, Lady Lyanna of House Stark." Eddard presented Enar with a calm look. "Did you bend the knee to the Targaryens, Lord Stark?" Medgar looked at Enar and showed a mixture of feelings in his gaze. "Yes," Eddard said as seriously as he could. "But his father kidnapped and raped Medgar didn't he even have a chance to finish speaking. Lita, who had to arrive after sensing her king's arrival. She drew her sword and with a movement that was simply impossible for any normal human to follow, placed it dangerously close to the Lord of Cerwyn's neck. Lord Medgar." Enar spoke, his voice so cold that it made the surrounding temperature drop dramatically. The Immaterium's energy suddenly filled the room. "I won't cut off your head because you don't know the truth, but don't ever call my father a rapist again." Medgar felt a shiver run through his body. Those purple eyes really frightened him. In front of that intense gaze, he felt infinitesimally small. Eddard didn't have a pleasant expression either when he heard the mention of his sister's rape. "My parents married, and I was born naturally. There was no kidnapping or rape. Certain people made up lies to destroy House Targaryen, and the whole continent became a plaything in their hands, including House Stark," Enar stated in a cold tone, his gaze fixed on Medgar. "My grandfather, Rickard Stark, was led to believe that my mother was in King's Landing, in the Red Keep. This led to his death and that of his son, Brandon Stark, my uncle." Eddard and Medgar's expressions were completely shocked by such an unexpected and insane revelation. "Who did it?" Eddard asked. His voice was calm, but inside he felt an uncontrollable desire to destroy everything and anyone responsible for this. "The Faith of the Seven and the Order of Maestus are the main culprits, but there were others like Hoster Tully." Enar answered without any hesitation. He wasn't lying when he said those words. House Targaryen had indeed fallen to the conspiracy of countless people and organizations, especially the Faith of the Seven and the Order of Maesters. Both organizations that didn't like House Targaryen at all. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Negotiations with Free Folk. Betrayal is a painful thing, it always comes from the people you least expect. Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell. Hoster Tully wanted his blood on the Iron Throne to get Riverrun out of its predicament, so he married off his daughters to Lord Stark and Lord Arryn, but his plan failed when Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark refused to sit on the Iron Throne. The letter that reached Lord Rickard came from the hand of Lysa Tully. Although Catelyn was innocent in that respect, since she didn't know about the conspiracy, Enar added in a calm tone, his voice terribly cold and murderous. Eddard felt his chest tighten at the name of Hoster Tully and Lysa Tully. He wanted to laugh at the tragic situation, but no laughter came from his lips, only a deep bitterness in his heart. He had married the daughter of the man who had used the lives of his father and brother as pawns in a larger conspiracy. After 12 years of marriage, Eddard had obviously learned to love Catelyn, but he still felt as if he had been betrayed and was filled with rage. Robb opened his mouth and widened his eyes, he wanted to say something, but found himself unable to utter any words. He discovered that almost all of his relatives had either died because of conspiracies or were the conspirators themselves. He wondered why a throne was so important. "Uncle, I know you must be full of rage right now, but put that rage aside for a moment, and when I begin my reconquest, Hoster Tully's head is yours." Enar spoke with a calm tone, he too was angry, but he had to control himself, he was no mere mortal. His fury could have devastating consequences. Eddard regained his composure and nodded. However, he didn't know how he would look at his wife again. Although Catelyn was not to blame or aware of her father's conspiracy, he still felt extreme discomfort at the thought of marrying the daughter of the man who had killed his father and brother. "What do you want to do, Your Grace?" Eddard looked at his nephew with a seemingly calm gaze, he didn't doubt Enar's words. Although lies could be told, true anger and hatred could not be forged. If such a thing could be done by Enar, then Eddard had to regret that he had raised his nephew wrong. "Summon all vassals to Winterfell, all of whom must swear allegiance to me, bend the knee and accept my claim." When Enar said this, he was looking directly at Lord Medjor of House Cerwyn. Medjor swallowed, he wasn't as stupid as the other lords of the north, but faced with Enar and that frightening look, the man preferred to kneel. "Your Grace, my sword and those of my vassals are at your disposal. I will fight for your causes and honor your laws in my fiefdom." Medjor knelt and swore allegiance to Enar without much reluctance. If his lord, Eddard, could forgive his nephew and fight alongside him, who was he to harbor a grudge against House Targaryen? Moreover, House Cerwyn had suffered little in the war 12 years ago, which made his decision even easier. "I accept your oath, Lord Medjor of House Cerwyn. There will always be a place for you on my hearth as a guest, and I will serve you bread and salt as the laws of hospitality dictate. I will never give you orders that tarnish the honor of your house or your descendants." Enar accepted Medjor's oath with a satisfied look, although he knew that things wouldn't be so easy with the other noble houses of the north. Especially Houses Dustin, House Ryswells, and House Glover. These three houses hold strong grudges against House Targaryen. The lords of House Dustin and House Ryswells died in the Tower of Joy at the point of the same sword that Leta was holding at that moment. After watching the Lord of House Cerwyn bend his knees before Enar, Eddard spoke in a calm, tired tone. "I'll send the ravens, but it should take 1 to 2 moons for them all to reach Winterfell." He himself would kneel to Enar at the right moment when all the lords and lattice of the north were present to help his nephew gain more allies without too much bloodshed. But knowing the customs of the north, he knew there would be bloodshed in the Great Hall, perhaps a few severed hands or even fingers. Eddard himself cut off some fingers of certain lords to make those northern lords stop arguing about who would lead the army 12 years ago. Enar nodded and wasn't surprised at the delay. The north was the largest kingdom in size. Even at war it took a long time for the entire northern army to come together successfully. But Enar wouldn't stay in Winterfell all that time. He would stay at the wall and personally lead the arrival of the wildlings in the north. He wanted to be firmly in possession of the Horn of Winter. He never doubted that people could do crazy, insane things when they were angry. "I'll go to the wall. When all the lords of the north gather at Winterfell, send a raven to Castle Black," Enar said to Eddard. Of course, Eddard knew why Enar was going to the wall, the arrival of the wildlings in the north after thousands of years of hatred and blood. "Robb, you will accompany the king on the journey to the wall and act as my representative." Eddard spoke with a calm tone. He felt it was time for Robb to start seeing the world, and his son being at Enar's side would reassure him, something that shocked Robb. He never imagined that his father would allow him to leave Winterfell at this time, especially with war so close on the horizon. However, the heir of Winterfell had a big, excited smile on his lips. He'd finally be out of this castle. Enar smiled too. He had originally thought that Eddard would send Roderick Castle as his representative, but unexpectedly the Lord of Winterfell had chosen his own son. "I won't bring dishonor to House Stark, father," Robb promised, beating his chest with a determined expression. Eddard smiled gently at his son. Although his marriage wasn't a bed of flowers at first, he couldn't be happier with so many sons and daughters. "I'll get ready." Robb spoke as he left extremely quickly, the news that he was about to leave surpassing even the news that his grandfather was a traitor and murderer, another grandfather and uncle of his. Or rather, he was using this trip to focus on something else, or he would start to hate his mother, so nothing he didn't want to happen. Enar looked at Robb's back with a deep gaze. He could tell that although the heir of Winterfell was happy, there was a deep bitterness in his gaze. Rickard was also his grandfather, but Rickard Stark died at the hands of Aerys Targaryen, his grandfather. You could say that everyone killed everyone without any discretion. Whether it was Robb or Enar, they both had grandfathers who killed each other or conspired to kill. This affects people, especially those who valued family above all else. Like Robb and Eddard. The relationships and blood feuds of House Stark, Targaryen and Tully were really powerful and confusing.